The Red Pill Handbook, a collection of posts and articles from https://www.reddit.com/r/theirdpill. First edition. The Red Pill Handbook 1. Table of Contents. Introduction 5, Introduction 6, The Basics Explained. 10, What is the Red Pill and why does it exist? 16, Red Pill Antibiotic Nuke, Come and Feed. 18, The 5 Stages of Red Pill. 24, The Red Pill and Society. 26, What is with all the hate on TRP? 27, Why do you think the subreddit is so hated on Reddit? 30, Excuse me. Why does everyone assume you guys are abusive assholes? 35, Deconstructing, Why the Red Pill will kill you inside. 40, Feminists are losing the debate online. 52, The Red Pill, Self-Improvement and Masculinity. 55, How you know you're alpha. 56, Abundance Mentality, Alpha, versus Scarcity Mentality, Beta. 60, The Easiest Way to Raise Your Value as a Man. 62, You are disposable. The world does not care about you. 64, Respect is earned. 66, My stance on women. 74, Male bonding, arousal addiction, and isolation. 78, Feminism and the death of the male mentor. 84, Do not let negativity consume you. 87, Being a man is a lonely business, endure. 91, Guides to Success in Self-Improvement. 95, A 7-Step Guide to Swallowing the Pill. 96, Focus on you first, and second, and third, and, blah blah, Worry about women. 7th. 101, Goals, a quick guide on how to attain them. 105, Let's Do Money. 109, Dealing with loneliness as you work toward becoming a top 10% man. 114, The Red Pill, Dating, and Relationships. 119, General Sexual Marketplace Theory. 120, Briffault's Law. 121, The Red Pill Handbook. 2, Men Are Not Happy. 122, The Unbalanced Sexual Marketplace. 125, Sexual Strategy is Amoral. 129, The Red Pill is Pro-Woman. 132, Being Controlling is for Losers. 136, Is your girlfriend cheating on you with her guy friends? 139, Society likes to ignore a woman's past sexual behavior when judging her character. Don't fall into this trap. 142, Love is Irrational. 146, The Redefinition of Marriage. 150, Observations on Gender Behavior. 154, Why would that matter? I'm the girl. 155, New members, This is Fundamental. 156, She Doesn't Love You. 158, Women Don't Give a Fuck About Your Feelings. 160, I've Been Hurt in the Past. 162, A Red Pill Take on Why Is Men Feeling Entitled to Sex is Being Discussed While Women Feeling Entitled to Friendship is Not. 165, The Female Imperative. 171, Why Girls Get Over Guys Quicker. 173, Why Women Like Unemotional Men. 178, Why Women Love Assholes, An Alternate View. 184 to 12, Irresistible Bad Boy Traits Women Crave. 186, She's Going to Get Away with Whatever She Wants. Accept It, Stop Caring. 188, Lying About Sexual Partners. 190, How to Know You Are Dating a Slut. Source, I Married One. 193, Women Are Incapable of Change. 197, You're the Island, and She's the Seagull. 202, Women Want a Wedding, Not a Marriage. 204, Another Take on Why TRP is Loathed by Women, AF/BB Has to Be a Secret. 205, Dating and Relationships. 208, The Two Most Powerful Weapons in a Man's Relationship Arsenal, Stepping Out, and Walking Away. 209, The Most Unattractive Trait of All, Trying to Attract a Woman. 210, Red Pill vs. Blue Pill Dating Behavior. 213, The Red Pill Handbook. 3, You Only Want Me for Sex. 216, Refusing the Gift. 220, Don't Just Make Her Do What You Want. Make Her Want to. 224, Every man must always follow the rule 227, never date a woman who won't do sexual things with you that she did with her other partners. 230, a woman cannot tell you how you must proceed. She can only tell you what she wants to experience. 231, treat women like children. 234, be a good person if you want but it won't attract women. 239, men opting out of the sexual marketplace. 242, guides to success in dating and relationships. 248, guide to social game. 249, the definitive guide to shit tests. 254, be selfish, dismissive, amused, and communicate less. The keys to success. 257, a list of relationship green flags. 261, red pill stories and experiences. 263, learn from me, 40 years old, 3 kids, divorced. 264, I think I broke her. 270, don't be like Bruce. 271, I was divorce raped. Don't be me. 274, shit tests cause me to lose interest in women. 280, why I'm afraid of marriage. 282, resources. 285, list of acronyms. 286, further reading. 291, required reading. 292, list of blogs. 293, articles. 294, books. 295, thank you. 296, the Red Pill Handbook. 4, introduction. The Red Pill Handbook. 5, introduction by PK_atheist. Article link. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the Red Pill. We've got almost 100 subscribers, in exactly 2 weeks. This is incredible. Why have we grown so quickly? Because there's truth in the Red Pill. Because men are realizing that the sexual marketplace has shifted away from what we've been taught. Men who grew up over 30 years ago are discovering the world has changed. Men who are still growing up from the 80s, 90s, and even the last decade, they're starting to realize that what their parents taught them, what television and chick flicks taught them, what church and Sunday school taught them, it's all wrong. Our culture has become a feminist culture. A president cannot be elected today without succumbing to the feminist narrative and paying them tribute. How many times has Obama given credit for his manhood to his wife? How many times has the debate hinged on women's pay gap, which is a myth that gets lip service because if you don't you're a misogynist. I'm not here to parade the concepts of men's rights, nor am I here to discuss self-improvement tips that /r/seduction now purports are to make you a better man, not get laid more often. I am here to say, for better or for worse, the frame around public discourse is a feminist frame, and we've lost our identity because of it. The Red Pill Handbook 6. But this isn't the end of the world. The world is changing, but men are still part of it. We just need to make sure we're changing with it. It's too easy to blame feminism for our troubles. Men, our happiness is our responsibility. Culture has always shifted, it's dynamic and fluid. It has never and will never stay still. Feminism was inevitable. Equal rights are something I strongly am in support of. For men and women. Women have the right to pursue happiness. Nobody should tell them otherwise. Maximizing happiness is the goal of every living creature on this planet. Men, we need to recognize that since women are rightfully seeking out happiness, evolutionary psychology is more relevant today than ever in the past century. And possibly longer. We no longer run the show. And I, for one, don't disagree that marriage had to change if we were to see equal rights. But now it's time to get serious and realize that our strategy needs to change. Feminism is a sexual strategy. It puts women into the best position they can find, to select mates, to determine when they want to switch mates, to locate the best DNA possible, and to garner the most resources they can individually achieve. The Red Pill is men's sexual strategy. Reality is happening, and we need to make sure that we adjust our strategy accordingly. Welcome to the Red Pill. It's a difficult pill to swallow, understanding that everything you were taught, everything you were led to believe is a lie. But once you learn it, internalize it, and start living your new life, it gets better. As an introduction to the topic, I want to outline what our focus is here at /r/Red Pill. The Red Pill Handbook 7 Mastering Game is an important portion of a sexual strategy. A lot of you probably came here from /r/seduction and are probably wondering why we'd need a new subreddit if one dedicated to game already exists. The reason is simple: game is a facet of the Red Pill sexual strategy. Determining good game is impossible to do so without first understanding the context given by the Red Pill's framework. Something I keep seeing over on the seduction subreddit is a problem taking over most relationship and sex forums: the desire to feminize the discussion, basically making it sound politically correct if read by a female. Yes, game got a bad reputation from girls who demonize manipulation. This is because game is an effective strategy against their own sexual strategy. I believe women's opposition to game can be attributed to the unconscious factors in women's sexual strategy. Please do read Schedules of Mating. When women started becoming vocal about their opposition to game, that's when men decided it would be necessary to make game more politically correct. Oh, we're not here to manipulate women to have sex with us, we're here to become better men. And thus, the female imperative took over game. When men think they must define their own sexual strategy in a way that best delivers results to the female sexual strategy, you know your own strategy will suffer. In a game of chess, do I politely not take out the opposition's queen in hopes not to offend or win the game? Defining the strategy because of the necessity to have good game, we must define what good game is. A large portion of Red Pill discussion revolves around evolutionary psychology. Understanding the facets of this psychology are key to developing a good sexual strategy. Because this strategy is useful not only in gaining the attention of the Red Pill Handbook 8 opposite sex, but continuing relationships, having children, and maximizing your own happiness throughout life, I'm going to argue that defining the strategy outside of just good game is an important facet of Red Pill discussion. Acknowledging reality. Finally, I think our focus should always remain on ensuring that we challenge the reality we perceive and discuss precisely and objectively whether or not our beliefs line up with the testable results we can replicate. I am a firm believer that potential success can only be maximized by maximizing your knowledge of the factors surrounding your success. Keeping your eyes closed and ignoring evidence and facts will not benefit you. Opening your eyes and acknowledging everything, no matter how good, bad, or painful it may seem, is instrumental in making decisions that will lead to the happiest, most successful outcomes. The Red Pill Handbook 9: The Basics Explained by Soft Harem. Article link. Well folks, as 2013 wraps up, this has been a hell of a ride. Our little experiment that /u/pk_atheist put together has grown to 28,000 members in a little over a year with no sign of slowing down, and easily one of the most active subs on all of Reddit for its size. Most of us had nowhere to go. We knew the popular social narrative regarding dating was horseshit, but every time we said anything about it we were met with vitriol and shaming tactics trying to keep us in line like good little drones. A few of us got ourselves banned from every major gender-based sub and decided enough was enough. Enter /r/Red Pill. While you're all nursing hangovers, I wanted to take a minute to discuss our philosophy as a whole, and the direction we want to take for 2014. Just as Reddit is the front page of the internet, /r/Red Pill has become a major front page of the monosphere. We are now a major hub for all monosphere-related activity. Every single prominent blogger is linked here, browses here, and has done an AMA. We have an extremely active community and it is only going to get bigger. As that happens, the mod staff refuses to let our signal weaken. We will not have our message softened by anyone. What is the Red Pill? A loose and highly debated collection of frameworks that describe sexual dynamics between men and women. In short, it is purely information. What each person decides to do with this information is up to them. Remember, sexual strategy is amoral. You decide what you want to do and how you want to go about the Red Pill Handbook 10 doing it. You are responsible for your overall happiness, and all consequences of your actions. We're here to provide and discuss the framework. What is a sexual strategy? Simply put, it is being honest with yourself about what you want from the opposite sex and putting together a realistic plan to go after it. For our purposes, this is broken down into three main groups: MGTOW, plate spinning, and girlfriend game. MGTOW taken from http://www.mgtow.com. Level 1, Situational Awareness. This level includes men who are aware of the realities that face them in society, and yet deem the risks acceptable to have a go at playing the game. Level 2, Rejection of long-term relationships. Man who rejects all form of long-term personal relationships with women, including but not limited to marriage, cohabitation of any sort which might be classified as common law marriage, picking up for a single mother's children, or any action which might be used in court to turn him into her legal indentured servant. Level 3, Rejection of short-term relationships. Man who rejects all form of personal relationships with women, including dating, one-night stands, friendships, etc. Any contact with unfamiliar women is kept strictly professional and at a minimum. Level 4, Economic disengagement. Man who refuses to produce more than is strictly necessary for his individual survival. He will limit actions that are punished by taxation without jeopardizing his way of life and acceptable standard of living. Obviously, level 1 is great, and something we here at TRP agree with, but the Red Pill Handbook 11 everything after that is debatable. Level 2 does not include relationships, which are a valid sexual strategy, and level 3 does not include plates, also a valid sexual strategy. If you can find happiness within this framework, knock yourself out, but the meat of TRP will be focusing on plate/girlfriend game. Being the pragmatic bunch we are at TRP, I honestly want to thank all of you MGTOW out there. By opting out of dating and society altogether, you help drive down the value of pussy by no longer validating women, and you're less competition for those of us who pursue one of the other two strategies. Blaze a trail, gentlemen. Plate spinning, otherwise known as a soft harem and a personal favorite of mine. This is basically dating multiple women at once without commitment. Most of us here will tell you flat out that honesty is the best policy. Let the women know you are not available for exclusivity now, or at any point in the future. TRP does not condone cheating or lying to women. If you tell a woman you're exclusive and then fuck around on her, I have no problem calling you a shithead. Don't do that, it creates feminists and other terrible types of women. http://therationalmale.com/?s plate. Start at plate theory and work your way up. This is a gold mine for how to spin up your own soft harem. You'll have to master game and have your frame locked up real tight, because this is trial by fire. Always entertaining, rather exhausting, but if you play it just right you can find short and sometimes long-term happiness. Girlfriend game, not exactly something we're known for, but I think there is enough demand that it is relevant. Women worth giving your commitment to are rare. So rare in fact we call them unicorns, and you can consider this TRP on hard mode. Maintaining the Red Pill Handbook 12 attraction and frame for one night isn't that hard once you've had some success and internalized game. Maintaining it throughout the course of a long-term relationship is another beast altogether. This is content we haven't discussed much in the past, so we are looking to the community to drive it. If it is something you're interested in, start making theory posts. Mate selection, maintaining frame, captain/first mate dynamics, etc. We aim to be the premier hub for all things RP related, and ignoring relationships because they aren't true RP is ignorant. Which leads us into the next section. Straw red pill. This is when RP theories become caricatures of themselves. Bitter friend zoned neckbeard MGTOW or sociopath Patrick Bateman dark triad alpha bro. Now, normally I'd quote got lions, sheep, etc., but we need to avoid doing this to ourselves regardless of what outsiders think. The RP community is small, and we seem to only want to divide ourselves further over which sexual strategy is the best. Personally, I think this is fucking dumb. The career players call the guys who want a girlfriend still beta, while the mtau call the players slaves to pussy. It's all bullshit and it needs to stop. Your strategy is your own to decide, and that doesn't make it objectively better than any of the others. Here in TRP our community is built of all three sexual strategies. If you don't want to support all three, then head on over to the Rush, MMSL, or mtau forums so you can join in on the masturbatory nonsense. RPs also had a good point about alpha and beta. Guys, listen, they aren't binary, they are spectrums, and all of us have both. http://www.reddit.com/r/thirdpill/comments/1r5 2pe/_note_on_real_alphas. Occasionally I see conversations regarding real alpha comparing two users in a similar context to, "You're not a real alpha. A real alpha does this." The Red Pill Handbook 13. I am a real alpha. I do this. This board has been invaded by betas. Just wanted to make a note that this is basically stupid and for fuck's sake drop that shit. Stop labeling each other alphas and betas, they're terms we use to classify particular behaviors and help demonstrate good versus bad behavior. Nobody is intrinsically an alpha, some people just have more alpha traits than others. Stick to constructive criticism and drop the stupid out alpha talk. It's not said it, folks. This conversation has become a caricature of itself. If somebody is making stupid mistakes, correct them, but don't get into a stupid fight about who's alpha and who isn't. Furthermore, of course there are people with beta tendencies here. How the fuck do you expect them to learn? And a note to people who are new here or have overwhelmingly beta traits and don't get it, lurk a bit. Pay special attention to endorsed contributors. If you keep giving terrible advice when you don't know jack shit, I might just make a new user flare, continuous blue balls or something. 2014 it will be business as usual except on a bigger scale. You will see a few new additions to the moderator staff in the very near future, as well as more emphasis on specific sexual strategy discussion. We're big enough and have enough moderation that the pathetic Radfem trolls do not even make a dent anymore. RPs has been kind enough to start working on Plate and Girlfriend/LTR game link flare to help categorize the new content. The Red Pill Handbook 14. We're the boogeyman of Reddit, and I like that infamy, but when new people show up and actually stay for a minute, I want us to be the authority on all things related to sexual strategy. Help us really flesh out these concepts and maintain our position as a major hub of the monosphere. Do work. The Red Pill Handbook 15. What is the Red Pill and why does it exist? By Galoob Oil. Article link. To understand the Red Pill, you first need to understand what it's like to be a boy in America. Boys grow up in an environment that is void of genuine positive masculinity. The closest things they have to role models are often fictional superheroes. Batman might be the hero that Gotham deserves, but our sons need more. So where are today's fathers and why aren't they raising our sons? Feminism has pushed men out of children's lives. For the modern women, the cash and prizes of divorce are much more appealing than an intact family. She's a strong independent woman who don't need no man, so her child is just going to have to do without a father. The men who are lucky enough to be in the same home as their children are so emasculated by the threat of divorce, that they are unable to assume a traditional male role in the marriage. The American education system is nightmare. The whole endeavor is run under the fiction that boys and girls have the same developmental needs. Teachers are predominantly female and comprised of the bottom third of their college graduating class. The people, who are least capable of critical thinking, are in charge of teaching our kids critical thinking skills. Not surprisingly, the whole project is a shit show. The women and betas who run our educational system are so hostile to play fighting, drawing guns and all other childish displays of masculinity that they stamp it out at every opportunity. Growing up in an environment intentionally devoid of masculinity is not good for boys. Most boys don't realize anything is wrong with their upbringing until they start pursuing women. They play the dating game and lose because women are the Red Pill Handbook 16 instinctively repulsed by androgynous she-men. Being rejected repeatedly is a painful experience that leads some to soul-searching and seeking out the advice of other men. The Red Pill is a place for men to exchange ideas. It's a place where men can have open and honest communication with each other without having to be concerned with the consequences of offending strong independent women. The Red Pill is an imperfect substitute for the male guidance our boys were robbed of by feminism. It is tired middle-aged men describing their divorces. It's the unfashionable and unacceptable thoughts of Freud, Nietzsche, and Briffault. It's young men asking for help at a time when no one cares about them. All of this challenges feminists' ideological monopoly. It pisses them off and they are cordially invited to go fuck themselves. The Red Pill Handbook 17 Red Pill Antibiotic Nuke, Come and Feed by Illimitable Man. Article link. This post contains a lot of generalizations which embody fundamental beliefs of the Red Pill philosophy. This list is extensive but not exhaustive. These are bullet points and thus there is not a case study for every point made and there is not necessarily an explanation given with each bullet point. This is because this information has been designed to be snappy and easy to absorb, not an academic dissertation on each belief and concept shared. Think of it as something of a partial codification of many different RP beliefs. Feminists claim they want equality, but what they really want is power without responsibility. They desire both male and female privilege consolidated into one, thus upsetting the gender balance. They want the privileges of being women, privilege such as being economically provided for, getting opportunities based on their beauty and protection from physical harm by others, as well as male privilege, authority, respect for having a career, to not be judged so harshly based on appearance etc., which is neither pragmatic nor realistic. It ignores the biological basis for how the genders perceive each other in the ignorance that everything is a social construct, and we are mostly the same when quite evidently this is not the case. Women are irrational and inconsistent, they have a capacity for logic but it is not their modus operandi, that is to say that they must exert effort to be logical as it is not their factory setting. A logical woman is easily baited into becoming emotional, women are easy to compromise. Their decisions are based on their current emotional state rather than the abstraction of logic. It's this proclivity to change so quickly which causes them to act inconsistently and in contradiction. The Red Pill Handbook 18 Women are Machiavellian in nature. This means they are comparatively proficient at being manipulative versus the typical male. The evolutionary theoretical basis for this is due to smaller size and inferior musculature. Women had to learn to use men as tools rather than directly oppose them in a physical conflict, as they would undoubtedly lose in all but very few scenarios. This makes the pronunciation of their strength a propensity to be mentally violent rather than to be physically violent. Physical violence is outlawed whereas mental abuse is not. This allows women to get their way without being held accountable by a system of law. The law does not legislate interpersonal morality to this extent. Where a man's instinct is to hit, a woman's is to do a big shit in your mind instead. Race does not matter if you are rich. A lot of you are small-minded and stuck on the superficial, white, black, Arab, Indian, Asian, whatever. You have a certain perception of the world based upon your culture, perhaps where you live the white man is God, but no, all racial barriers are overcome by power. Money is power. If you're a 5 Asian with a 2-inch dick that girls laugh at, a 7-digit bank balance is sure to offset that. Focus less on your race and more on your success. Your insecurities will get you nowhere. The real segregation is between rich and poor, and that is even more true when it comes down to women. Never forget that. Rich versus poor is the only thing that matters in this world. White vs black, West Coast vs East Coast, all these other beefs are a minor, they are all symptoms of wealth inequality. The bottom line is wealth. Rich vs poor motherfuckers. Women are hypergamous, they feel entitled to a superior mate. You have to be richer than her or at least equally rich, more educated than her or at least equally educated. You need to be better looking than her or at least equal looking. You need to be more popular than she is or at least equally popular. You can offset one area, LMS, looks, money, status, with another, but if you're lower in at least two areas just forget it. Buying into the last point, this is why 20% of guys are fucking 80% of the chicks. Women date up, men date down, and yes, this has created rising social inequality since women entered the professions. If a woman thinks she is better than you, she can't respect you. If she can't respect you, she can't love you. Women love men differently to the way men. The Red Pill Handbook 19 love women. Woman's love is based on adoration. Adoration is a concentrated amount of respect. Respect is derived from power. Be powerful if you want to be loved, or you will never be loved. You will be held in contempt for being weak. Women rely on men to be emotionally stoic. We often call this holding frame. You have to be mentally strong so she can lean on you. She finds that attractive. You cannot lean on her. There is a double standard. If you lean on her, the relationship will fall apart. She will not be able to handle your problems and she will no longer find you attractive. You are a man. You have to be better than her, which means to be stronger than she is. This is why women get to be emotional and we have to be non-reactive. We are strong and ignore our emotions so they can indulge in their emotions and enjoy the ride. They find it far more difficult to be logical than we do, and thus it is our burden to be the reasonable ones. Always set boundaries, with everyone. Do not be a pushover. This is probably the most important bullet point here. Buying into the last point, women have little sympathy for weak men. Despite the fairer sex bullshit you may be accustomed to hearing, a man is far more likely to assist a weak man financially or emotionally than a woman is. Women are more selfish than men are in matters of money and love. Man's love is expected to be sacrificial, woman's isn't. Women love pragmatically and have no capacity to love unconditionally for romantic partners, only their children. Men can love women unconditionally. There is a hierarchy of love: men, women, children. Women have a pronounced gender group bias, which means they typically de facto side with other women in a conflict regardless of logic or argument. Women are herd-like and stick together closely. They form cartels and use the power of the group to henpeck/destroy enemies. Women have a sexual plurality. If you are a nice guy with money, you are husband material that can nail her after 12 dates and she's had so many glasses of wine she forgets how on a primal level you're not that attractive, just cute. If you are an asshole with nice muscles, you're the guy who gets to nail her after 2 hours of meeting. We call this sexual plurality in rather rhythmic slang, alpha fucks, beta bucks. The Red Pill Handbook 20. Women do not care about male weakness and neither does society. If you are weak, depressed, small, poor, uneducated, unconfident, not powerful, then nobody cares. People only care about you when you're powerful or a pretty woman. You have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps because nobody gives a fuck about you. Society will always have a safety net for women. White knights will charge in, the state will provide, and etc. As a man you have no such luxury. Your propensity and ability to gain power is much higher than a woman's, but your ability to hit rock bottom is far more pronounced too. As men we are more extreme than women. Women are typically average and don't move much either side of the bell curve. As men we are either highly successful geniuses of repute that feminists can but scoff and be jealous of, the poster boys for their esteemed patriarchy, or the ignored, voiceless, poverty-stricken peasant class that nobody gives a flying fuck about. The law prioritizes female safety and well-being over logic, honor, and justice. Family law has been corrupted and is now controlled by feminist ideological dogma. The Constitution's equitable maxims are rewritten by modern statutes. Rollo Tomassi of Rational Mail did a very relevant article on this topic here. http://therationalmail.com/2014/01/the-second-set- of books. Western females, typically Anglosphere and Western/Northern Europe, are self-entitled and come from a psychological position of thinking they're better than you are. They believe that shit despite their numerous insecurities because they have been raised to view men as instruments for their desires. They have been told they must be impressed, that a man must wine and dine her, and ultimately the onus is on him to win her heart. She will obsess over her relationship status frantically and doll herself up, but ultimately her part is entirely passive. She comes from a position of superiority and illogically believes she is superior to all but the most high value of men. Part of the red pill is realizing her capacity for brilliance is lower than yours, which brings me on to the next point. Women need men more than men need women. Men generally want sex and perhaps a family, so they have a genetic lineage to leave their worldly goods and knowledge to once they die, so they may live on through their offspring. The Red Pill Handbook 21. However, women need men for their logical minds and stoic consistency, to make her emotionally stabilized, being the rock in her storm, and also need a partner just to feel complete. Just look at single mother households and all the older women who are single, they are miserable. These women need a man to be happy. Men do not need women to be happy, men need sex to be happy. A bachelor is not an unhappy guy, a bachelorette is. Women are depreciating assets, their major asset and unique selling point is their sexual beauty and fertility. Most of them squander their best years on riding the cock carousel, which means fucking lots of different guys in nightclubs, having flings, being generally irresponsible and riding through life on easy mode, getting ahead for no real talent, but because she's pretty and can give head. Women are born, their ability to conceive children is what makes them women. Men are not born, they are created. Poverty, difficulty, heartache, oppression, pain, these are the things that make men out of boys. This is why you came to TRP. This is why boys come back from the military as men. Conflict and pain is what forges the masculine mindset. Men cannot grow without conflict and learning from their mistakes. Men need to apply their logical minds to problems which arise, elevate, and transcend their previous selves to become more powerful. Men are never born, they are always bred in the bloody fields of battle and war, be it economic, mental, or physical. A man is a soldier of differing kinds. A man has learned to repress his fear so he may overcome and achieve. Men take more risks than women and are expected to do so. Being fearful, unconfident and risk-averse as a man leads to failure. You must be confrontational and risk-taking. Single mothers typically breed boys, not men, without outside intervention. Boys do little except play Xbox and eat pizza with no direction in life. They have little luck with girls and end up drinking themselves to dead smoking pot in their 40s. There's more women in education than men now. Think about that shit for a second. The system has been set up against you, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. The red pill is about pragmatism and truth based on observation. It is not idealistic. In some ways you can say it is liberal, but it is not liberal in the Red Pill Handbook 22 idealistic pseudo-academic sense your institutions have taught you to perceive it as. Liberalism has become corrupted. Liberals today censor and silence opposing opinions. I'm not talking about political parties, I'm talking about ideologically left-leaning people. Their thoughts and ideas are based in idealism, not directly measurable truth. Liberalism has become the religion to pragmatism's science. Social market value is everything. Something a low-value man says which is creepy when said by a high-value man is flirty or sexy. Always be focusing on your physical appearance and make it the best that you can. This will make your life easier in all areas, not just sexually but financially too, as caused by a phenomenon explored known as the halo effect. Your value is everything. You should always be improving yourself. If you're not, then you cannot compete in the world and your life will be miserable, anesthetized by nothing but the introversion of the four walls you reside in, kept docile by Xbox, porn, pizza and some online friends. Break free of the mediocrity. Your diet and exercise place a certain handicap on your ability to utilize your potential. The obese and those who eat poorly, but aren't necessarily fat, are typically low energy and thus waste a lot of time unproductively as they are not in the right mental state to get anything done. You need to take care of your body so then your body will allow your mind to implement its will onto the world. You must be physically active so that you can mentally put your plans into action. Procrastination is the slow-acting poison of one who lives a sedentary lifestyle. Physically active people make things happen in other areas of their life too. Exercise is invigorating. Stop putting it off. Do it. Your body is the temple that houses your mind. Following on from the previous point, higher testosterone will help you increase your abilities and leave you feeling more energetic. Lift, it will give you a rush of energy like nothing else and further increase your T, creating a positive feedback cycle. Jog/do cardio, a runner's high again is like a drug. You will feel awesome after a jog, your anxiety goes right down and your confidence rises. Keep it up and the effects stack and become part of your personality. The Red Pill Handbook 23, The 5 Stages of Red Pill by Whisper. Article link. I'm probably not the first person to observe that taking the red pill is a gradual process, and that the loss of illusions, like any other loss, initiates a grieving process. But it's worth pointing out that psychology's general 5 stages model of the grieving process applies to TRP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Denial. Women aren't like that. They're people just like everyone else. Treat them all as individuals, and you're sure to find the right one. Anger. WTF. Bitches are all like this. They have no honor, no loyalty, and they don't really love anyone but themselves. Fucking cunts. Bargaining. If I work real hard and learn all the pickup moves, then at least I'll get laid. Depression. Getting laid by shallow, obnoxious women has become dull and unrewarding. And there's no sense looking for a unicorn. Maybe I'll just be mad out for a while. Acceptance. Women aren't bad. My expectations of them, and theirs of me, were based on faulty premises. They are creatures of instinct, just like I am, but of different instincts. If I learn what those instincts are, and teach them about mine, we can develop realistic expectations of each other and get along just fine. If we really want to understand what gets written here, in its proper context, we need to understand that most red pill theory posts will belong to one of these 5 stages. Each stage has value, because to reach a later one, you must go through the Red Pill Handbook 24, the earlier ones. And, as in grieving, the progress through is seldom linear, smooth, uniform, and one-directional. But to understand each post in context, it helps to mentally decide which stage it belongs to, and read it with that in mind. This is why concern trolling and tone policing have no place here. Not because extremism is our banner, we have no banner, we are not a crusade, but because venting, discussing, and understanding anger is a legitimate part of Phase 2. Saying that women aren't worth hanging about with, even for sex, is part of Phase 4. If I were to say don't be so angry to someone who comes here to say all women are bitches and whores, then I would be interrupting his process of coming to terms with the loss of his illusions. It would be far better for me to tell him that his feelings are important, because feels actually sometimes are important, and that his anger is not bottomless, and that it will eventually run dry. So when I read a text post here, some red pill theory, some rant, I just say to myself stage 2. Or stage 3. Or stage 5. And then I continue reading. Because they are all useful. Even if I am, mostly, over my own anger, understanding other men's anger helps me, because it teaches me more about where the disconnect between reality and our expectations occurs. But to anyone who doesn't understand that TRP posts come from different stages of the process, well, a lot of what's written here just isn't going to make sense. The Red Pill Handbook 25, The Red Pill and Society, The Red Pill Handbook 26, What is with all the hate on TRP? By Aaron_Fitchett. Article link. I don't understand why the rest of Reddit considers this to be a cesspool of rapists. Everyone I've spoken to in person, male and female, agree that the point of view is pretty much spot on, whether it be guys that I know who are treated like shit by girls, guys that get all the girls, girls that hook up with someone new every weekend, girls that are only in LTRs, even my own mother. Obviously, as with anything else on the internet, there are trolls on here and throughout the other subreddits that like to paint a negative canvas, but why on earth would someone look at this and disagree with it, unless they haven't looked past the spiel of oh haha misogynistic cunts. Is it a denial of truth? I get that ignorance is bliss, but this is life in general, not something like ignoring that bit of spilled coffee on a table. Featured comment by Torquatus. Because it presents a harsher reality than people are accustomed to or are willing to even consider being possibly accurate. It is essentially a framework for assimilating all information on its own merits rather than automatically accepting precepts and practices from institutions or people that appear to be legitimate. The Red Pill Handbook 27. It forces you to be critical of your every move as well as those of every single person you interact with, whether it's their words you're hearing or reading, the actions you see them make, or the relationships they try to build with you. In short, it forces accountability. People aren't comfortable with that. At this point, the current generations that are the majority of our population, boomers, Gen X, and millennials, are so accustomed to sucking on the teat of big government and operating under the shadow of its all-seeing eye as a supposedly benevolent father figure. Women obviously reject it because it exposes all the flaws of their ideology and behavior: solipsism, favored legal status, favored employment policies, and a guaranteed floor put in place by the government and funded by the garnished wages, alimony, and child support payments taken from the pockets of men. It's to their disadvantage to acknowledge it, so they fight it tooth and nail and do their best to associate it with terminology or imagery that both men and women view as unfavorable, creepy, rapey, misogynistic, abusive, and the like. In short, it encourages men to be independent individuals. The interests at large have learned from history that such a culture is dangerous for those at the top, so today you see the judicial branch, mass media system, legislative branch, and major multinational corporations whose very livelihood depends on you remaining an ignorant participant in their system collude to push things farther in this direction. The worst is being en route to or a new member of that not-so-informal oligarchy thanks to a healthy dose of good fortune and your own hard work, and being torn between raising a loud voice on behalf of the truth, and risking your position, or passively unplugging and operating, largely, behind the scenes a la the Cook brothers, Karl Rove, etc. When it comes to the general populace, people don't like having their reality jostled. It's uncomfortable and frightening, really. Given the option, people opt to literally pull the hood further over their own eyes because it's more comfortable. The Red Pill Handbook 28. That's why the pill analogy from the Matrix films is so perfectly fitting. As to your point about people agreeing with it when presented in the real world, it's because they're responding to the 55% nonverbal cues. If you're even moderately attractive, reasonable, and articulate, it's hard for a listener not to agree because their memory suffers a deluge of experiences in their own life that corroborate your points. Online, it's very easy to attack an argument because the detractor can take as much time as they want to craft the perfect statement, plus they won't lose out to all the markers a higher value person exudes. The Red Pill Handbook 29. Why do you think this subreddit is so hated on Reddit? By PecanPig. Article link. I was scrolling through /r/iscredit and someone asked a question along the lines of, if you could permanently remove one subreddit, which would it be? And within minutes there were several people saying they would remove the subreddit and calling you all woman-hating children neckbeards, etc. etc. The worst I've seen here is being people rude in an alpha douchebag kind of way and generally not giving a shit about other people, but that's it. P.S. I post in /r/men's rights and we get attacked all the time for supporting equal opportunity, which is understandable since equal opportunity would mean less opportunity for a lot of people. What the hell do you guys do which threatens anyone? Featured comment by DRRRRRR. Here's the long answer for why most people, even you MRA dudes, hate us. And I will explain it without calling TRP haters any names or saying they have their heads in the sand. I will assume their hate is rational. Long answer, no TLDR, because I actually want to address how RP is a cancerous mole on the skin of Reddit/modern culture. The Red Pill Handbook 30. People hate TRP because we have been taught that certain things must not be discussed, namely sex, female desire, how it works, how social status works, how love actually works, and differences in between gender. Discussing these topics is simply revolting because it is such a social faux pas. It is so low status and shameful to talk like, hey, I can't get laid, I need help, I had a bad upbringing, my dad walked out, I have a lot of pain in my life. What the fuck do I do? How do I get women? Help, I'm horny. Imagine that for a second in real life in a college classroom with a friend is like, well, my friend, you need to get attractive to women, and women are attracted to confident, in shape, charismatic men who have their lives together. Since you are a fuck up and have no understanding of how to piece those aspects together and actually become, say, confident because you didn't have a good father, I will break them down to you. This scene would cause revulsion in your stomach because it's so socially upsetting and cringy and wrong. It communicates low value, and low value is, for better or worse, disgusting to people. An eyesore, this is human nature and I am not complaining. TRP is an eyesore. It is hard and gross and bitter and nasty to look at. Just because we are at our computers does not mean we do not react as if we were amongst people on a gut/brain level. We still feel the revulsion from a socially inept act. I fully agree the discussing of the topics we discuss is socially inept. It examines failure as much as it examines success. It shows you pain. Look on here, you will see a lot of guys in pain. I used to post a lot of MR and I still see the value in the site, but you guys have your heads shoved up your butts with regards to the fact that most male problems or pain, as I said earlier, stems from social failure, personal failure, sexual failure, more sexual failure, and financial failure. Most male pain stems from not fucking, poverty, social shame, being low status, feeling powerless/depressed, being out of shape, and being undesirable. Jail, public education, courts, and colleges sucking ass creates a lot of male pain, yes. Good on MRA for engaging with that. I appreciate the work, results or not. Gathering money for Vasalgal, for example, is huge. The Red Pill Handbook 31. But we do not actually have power to reverse the trend in our society. Feminism has won. End of story. We are never changing back the feminist lean and anti-male bias in these government/popular opinion sanctioned institutions. Prison industrial complex being a meat factory of poor males, and taxpayer sinkhole, is never going to change in our lifetimes. For example, colleges are going to get more feminist, public education is going to suck more before it gets better, because we as a nation must experience tremendous pain before we change. The attitude of fuck it, the world is a shithole, here is how to make life fun, meaningful, and something you can be proud of in the blink of an eye that you are alive does make some people hate TRP. It is a form of nihilism that I personally think is a beginner phase of TRP that you grow out of. The attitude that everything sucks shit, most men are approval-seeking beta tools, most women are hypergamous, emotional, sluts, for example, is a justified criticism of TRP. I fully admit that is a bad worldview, and at the same time, I fully see why people hold it. A broke person will see rich people as evil and money as evil. Teach him how to produce good work that earns him pay, he sees rich people as fellow people who made it and money as a fairly sensible invention that spurs innovation and hard work. This is ultimately what TRP can do. Teach a guy how to succeed, he loses his opinion that everything sucks. Teach a man how to get a girlfriend, he stops espousing petty nihilism on the internet. MRA actually made me more pessimistic and nihilistic. From my time on your page, I would always get into a glum state. Today a mom bashed her toddler's head and receives no punishment. Schools now are denying boys entrance into a CS scholarship. Stats about how shitty everything is for men. Look at how horrible these feminists are, etc. RP helps guys who are in this nihilistic state get it out of their system. Once again, it is an eyesore. It looks shitty and cringy and gross to see some, probably teenage, person talk about how society is so X. Just hearing the word society come out of someone's mouth is facepalm nowadays, like saying the Red Pill Handbook 32 sheeple seriously. But look, that is how the guy fucking feels about society. He should be able to share his perspective and reasons for his perspective, and listen to others, because that is how new seeds of thought will be planted. He will grow because we provided him with knowledge that at worst is what I call beneficially wrong. By this I mean, for example, if lifting doesn't actually correlate with attraction at all, our advice to lift will still yield 99 other benefits and improve his life. But who can see that end of it? All you see is the shameful bits, the admitting failure, the breaking down of things you were taught at a young age by good family and friends. If you are a normal person in a home and school that nurtured you into a confident dude, of course you think we are a bunch of introverted neckbeard faggots circle jerking about how shitty everything is. They do not, however, see the lowered cholesterol levels and healthy blood pressure of my dad when I introduced him to books I found here on health. Just like with pickup/mystery type stuff, they see the fucktards on TV in that reality show. They do not see me 9 years ago in college getting the balls to join a frat, make friends, and answer questions in class. They only see the gross shit people do to one day get to that point. They see the lows. Ask any married dude on TRP how much happier has their wife been since they found this. But of course, no one will ever see that. They will see, however, me telling that guy, or someone telling me, that they need to quit being a pussy, lift, not supplicate, law down some rules, fuck her better, and let her be emotional without logic attacking her all the time. They see the misogyny, but they don't see a dude working through his misogyny to develop an actual love of women. I can honestly say that I love women, and that is something that I never could have said without realizing RP ideas or getting the experiences that PU and later RP thinking allowed me to get. You must objectively understand women to say you love them. A man with illusions about something can never love that thing. If you do not truly understand how women are different than men, you do not love them. There is no price too high to achieve an objective understanding of yourself and the species you one day want to raise the Red Pill Handbook 33 family with. This is the idea of RP that is so revolting. No price is too high for reality. Shame, looking like a retard, being misogynistic by societal standards, etc., it is a small price to pay in the pursuit of objective, uncensored ideas. Most people cannot pay that price. If something will earn them success but make them look like a degenerate moron, they will not do it. End of story. They see us being willing to look like idiots in the pursuit of success, so naturally rather than confront their own avoidance of tough choices, they sit back upon whatever accomplishments they do have and talk shit about how pathetic it is that some people have to do more to get to their level. Because ultimately, that's all TRP hate is. Successful people who hate on TRP are generally just dudes who lucked into a great environment to grow and thrive in, so they naturally think other dudes who didn't become a success must be serious jackass losers. Unsuccessful people who hate on TRP, most of them, since I have met very few successful people who engage in online hate, are dudes who hate on guys who actually try to fix their problems instead of escaping from them. People who share problems, most men share similar problems, often display massive hatred towards guys who decide, holy shit, we're all a bunch of losers, fuck this, I want out, I will literally do anything to not be like how we are. Hopefully that sums it up. I have no problem with TRP receiving hate. I want TRP to be discussing things society will not discuss, because otherwise, we are worthless and discussion here has no merit. We are not being objective if we are approved of. The day people on Unscripted espouse our merits in great numbers, I'll stop posting here. The Red Pill Handbook 34. Excuse me. Why does everyone assume you guys are abusive assholes? By Skiclown. Article link. I prefer to make my own mind up about things, so have spent the last few weeks dipping in and out of the material in Sidebar. It's been fun and informative. Some things I already knew but couldn't articulate, plenty of the other stuff was fresh to me though, and I'm in my 30s. I've read a few of the comments here over the last month or so, and there does seem to be a few 12-year-olds on power fantasies, but generally the community is normal, sharing stories and resources, offering support and guidance. I still don't understand why it gets such a bad rap. I tried to defend the scientific honor of Red Pill the other day in a thread where Op was asking for help with confidence. I simply said it had scientific merit and that they should come read the sidebar material, but they equated it with breaking a horse and buried me. This seems terribly intellectually dishonest to me. Why is there an assumption that if you understand this material that you become an abusive, misogynistic dickhead? It's ludicrous. First time poster, so thanks for reading. Featured comment by Illimitable Man. Why is there an assumption that if you understand this material that you become an abusive, misogynistic dickhead? Because you are agreeing with a community whose very existence undermines the gynocentric status quo of feminine primacy. By asserting the masculine, the Red Pill Handbook 35 viewpoint as primary, or even, a valid counterpoint, you automatically become a threat. The hive mind rationalizes your arguments as backwardly patriarchal and therefore, irrelevant, bigoted and outdated. Then it gets spun as people like you are the reason feminism exists, when actually, the reason you looked for a place like this is exactly because of the effects feminism has had on you and those around you. Despite the damage feminism causes to developed societies across the globe, a lot of people are personally invested in it due to their own psychiatric problems. Others are not staunch SJWs/activists, and many may not even identify as feminist, but due to the institutional influence of feminism they will embody lots of feminist norms and values. Particularly, those of you with a bachelor's degree or higher, have been drowned in feminist propaganda. I find the more educated people are, the further from reality they tend to be. Not because they are stupid, but because they have spent many years in an institution which pushes forth feminist norms and values, they become indoctrinated. Effectively, most of the population, whether they know it or not, agrees with the idea that the genders are equal, but that we must also artificially elevate women and give them special privileges. So what's the reasoning for this, you may ask? In an attempt to be concise, it's kind of like the concept of white guilt, except it's for all men. Race card does not trump gender card. The way institutions are biased towards women today is due to the idea that men owe women due to the supposed barbaric nature of men pre-feminism. In essence, it's the construction of a male guilt, and women getting an easy ride today is some kind of reparation for that. That's how they justify their benevolent sexism. Feminism in its current form is all about maintaining double standards stemming from traditionalism that benefit women whilst destroying the double standards from our civilizational past which benefit men. It is ultimately, the restriction and demonization of male freedom, expression, and sexuality to make way for completely unmitigated freedom of sexuality and expression for females. Instead of helping men and women understand each other better in spite of our differences and helping us cohere into a strong, somewhat moral, and productive the Red Pill Handbook 36 society, feminism encourages and thrives off facilitating decadence. Using newspeak like liberation to define the decadence it encourages when said liberty is really just a positive spin on fucking anarchy. If you know your history, feminism reared its head in Roman civilization just before it fell. There appears to be a cycle where a civilization becomes so prosperous that it can afford to entertain notions such as feminism, only for those same notions to contribute significantly to the eventual downfall of the civilization, usually by lowering the birth rate and not incentivizing beta men to work hard for the tax base. You get a return to harems, rather than monogamous nuclear families like you do under traditional Christian-based monogamy. To these people, the feminine viewpoint must be hegemonic, and they don't care how many young men, girls with daddy issues and grown men that this feminine primacy adversely affects. As far as they are concerned, the masculine viewpoint is backward, barbaric, misogynistic and unworthy of listening to. They are oafs, they are bigoted, they are close-minded, and they often have a personal vested interest in maintaining the feminist false narrative, some through product of having invested so much personal time into the ideology, others due to prevailing business interests. Unfortunately, the generation's feminism has tainted or irreversibly tainted, because once someone is indoctrinated by an ideology, it's very hard for all but the most intelligent of the pack to come out of it unbrainwashed or otherwise mentally free or lucid. An example is, say, old people in Germany. A lot of them will think Hitler was a great guy and still hate the English because of remembering WW2 from their childhood or whatever. They have some investment in Nazism. But if you ask a young German today what they think of Hitler and the English, they'll say Hitler is bad, English are fine, or whatever. Completely different ideas, same people. Nazism didn't get to touch the newer generations like it did those born around the and pre-WW2 period. The same goes for feminism. Gen X and Gen Y equals millennials, are pretty fucked when it comes to feminism. Most people will be lifelong invested in the idea men and women are fundamentally equal, despite the reality they are not. The Red Pill Handbook 37 Feminism is very much concerned with controlling and policing speech. It's become a very Orwellian ideology since its inception as a simple civil rights movement. The fact we try to circumvent their control of gender relations is an affront to their personal beliefs and threatens the narrative by bringing it under scrutiny, something feminism doesn't fare well under scrutiny. Feminism requires blind faith, like many ideologies, and is intolerant of being alerted of its own hypocrisy, weakness, dysfunctionalism, and etc. Also, to be clear, when I say we try to circumvent their control of gender relations, we achieve this through indirect methods. We do this by claiming our masculinity and autonomy through hyper-independence. With independence it is difficult to be controlled. We are not a movement, we are a personal philosophy. We do not fight for change through political activism or a coup d'état, we don't try to change society to fit our needs, the feminist model, but instead we introspect and make improvements to ourselves so that we may thrive in spite of society's support, or lack thereof. Feminism, like many a social ideology, is narcissistic and irrationally arrogant. It doesn't even consider it may possibly be wrong, or flawed, and it will not allow itself to be undermined at any cost regardless of any negative outcomes that occur as a result of that. Of course, like many ideologies which started with a rational and noble-seeming ideal but morphed into faith-based cults, if you don't toe the feminist line you will be ostracized from society and people will say horrendous things about you because they don't like you. Because you are one of them and not one of us. You are not a person to them. You are an other. And as history has taught us that if you are considered an other, witch burnings, then you are not welcome in society. If you tried to build a church in Saudi Arabia they'd probably chop your head off. Well, being red pill in a feminist country is that equivalent. Witch hunting and doxing galore. Which is why I never answer questions about my age or what I do for a job. It says I live in London on Twitter, that's it. 12 million people there including the metro, have fun finding me. For your own sake, don't post any personal information. Without the internet a platform such as this probably wouldn't even be possible and feminism would have absolute domination rather than a majority. Whilst the internet has been great effective at spreading feminism, the Red Pill Handbook 38 especially to poorer countries, it's also served as a medium for fighting against it. The internet, my friend, is truly beautiful and we should all be thankful that we got to live through its inception and see firsthand just what it can do for us as a species. The internet is the best source of free information and freedom of expression to ever exist. It is because of the internet you have the chance to read things which don't fall within the realm of political correctness but things which are also outside that closed stringently moderated bubble of opinion. Political correctness to me is just a code word for views, opinions, language usage, and beliefs which fall within a spectrum of predetermined institutional acceptability. The changes to the language, calling normal people cis and all this shit has Orwellian undertones. Read 1984 if you haven't. And if you read it pre-Red Pill, read it again for additional insight. The Red Pill Handbook 39 Deconstructing, Why the Red Pill Will Kill You Inside by Ivy Ascarade. A response to an article written elsewhere on Reddit. Settle in fellas, pull up a chair, get yourself a cup of whatever you drink, I recommend white tea with no sugar, and get comfortable. This is a long post, and there's no TLDR because I can't condense it enough for it to be worth it. So I got down to reading that EMSK post for about the 10th time, because there was always something a little off about it in my mind, something I couldn't place, and if I feel like that, I know I'm not the only one. Now, other people have responded to this post, particularly you/stuff doers popular, and rightly so, post a month or so ago, but I couldn't find a post that actively went through it point by point and talked about each one. Some people might think that the post has been done to death and just wish we'd stop going back to it, but I thought that something like this could be of benefit to newer people who are still wavering. Also, this post deals more with LTR-oriented stuff, as the original EMSK doesn't talk about PUA stuff, so my response won't either. To give context to this post, here's a link to the EMSK post on archive.today, and here is the same post in Reddit log. TLDR, it's unfair that men suffer from sexual strategy, but that doesn't make it okay to flip it and make women suffer instead. No one deserves to be emotionally abused. For the record, I disagree with you/Talshar. Nobody deserves to be abused. Full the Red Pill Handbook 40 stop, but that doesn't make it unfair that men suffer from sexual strategy, because it's not applied unfairly. The application of sexual strategy is universal, across men and women, and others, and I can't think of a fairer system. What we're saying is that it's unfair that men aren't taught about it, it's just expected that they'll know when the teaching of such principles is being discouraged as unfair, ironic, isn't it, and the teachers derided as stuck in the past. That is where the suffering comes from. Edits 3 and 5 removed because they're not relevant. Now, let's get started. Yes, let's. Forward, I realize that this isn't your typical EMSK entry, but I view it as essential advice to any man who wants to be happy in a heterosexual relationship. Nothing against men who want to be in a non-hetero relationship either, this is just addressing those who may be getting pulled in by the red pill philosophy. Okay, we're getting off on the right foot here. You/Talshar is laying out his reason for writing this, and also talking about who it applies to. I wish to do the same. I realize that this might not be your typical red pill entry, but I view it as essential advice to any man who has read the EMSK post that spawned it, and couldn't help but feel that there was still something there in TRP, that they couldn't quite put their finger on, but there nonetheless. This isn't addressing those who are already read, as it were, though you are of course welcome here. It's simply addressing you/Talshar and those who agreed with his post on what I believe to be the strengths and weaknesses of his post. For the uninitiated, red pill is a term co-opted by the types of people who frequent link to TRP, enter at your own risk, lots of lady hate in there. Alright, fair enough, there are quite a few posters here still getting over the Red Pill Handbook 41 anger phase, and it's understandable that they want to express their feelings. Personally, I do think that we could do with toning it down. A post that is just venting is all well and good, but unless it's contributing something worthwhile and not just women are all whores and I hate them, I don't think it belongs in TRP. Not sure where it could be directed, except toward lifting, but we need to keep it a bit lower key. It's a reference to The Matrix, in which Morpheus offers Neo a choice of one of two pills, a blue pill, which will make him forget and allow him to contentedly go back to a life of brainwashed mediocrity, or a red pill, which will wake him up to an unpleasant truth but grant him great power. Well, yes. This is the intent of the name of the subreddit. It's a little tongue-in-cheek, as we explicitly don't believe it gives you great power, facetious, that's no FAP's domain/facetious, but do believe that it gives you the information needed to do your best in the world in which we live. TRP doesn't believe in an alternate world that you access by accepting it, it believes in pulling back the curtain of the world you live in. The idea of the red pill as is commonly used now, is that men are constantly losing a war of what link to TRP users refer to as sexual strategy. Essentially the premise is that women have what we want, sex, and they can make us bend over backwards to get it. They have us wrapped around their little fingers. Those who take the red pill awaken to their true male potential and learn to get what they want without having to submit and forfeit their masculinity. I don't see how this is a bad thing. According to the premise of TRP, refusing to let others take advantage of you is a good thing, and women have been taking advantage of men who don't know better is what TRP prevents. The subreddit is rife with success stories from men who claim they've gotten what they want out of their relationship. One guy claims, and I'm paraphrasing, "She does my laundry and dishes, we have sex whenever I want, and she knows that I don't belong to her, and if she ever slips up or takes me for granted, she's the Red Pill Handbook 42 gone." It's not that I doubt what he's saying. I believe it. The problem is, what he's describing is emotional abuse. Now on this account I must disagree, because there's not enough data. The poster didn't mention, and Talshar isn't trying to find out, why a woman would tolerate such a situation. It couldn't be that she's happy with it, could it? It couldn't be that she's getting the benefits of an LTR with a guy who she genuinely likes, and sees doing the dishes/laundry as an act of love? Maybe she's a woman who's willing to work at a relationship, and the poster hasn't discussed what he brings to the table, and you better believe he's bringing something, else she'd be out of there faster than a hamster out of cage. The other thing I wanted to focus on from this paragraph is, if she ever slips up snip, she's gone. TRP teaches that this applies equally to males. Failure to hold frame, showing weakness, giving in to her shit tests, all of these will lead to her becoming less attracted to you, and once it gets to a certain point, leaving. Is it emotional abuse to say that you'll drop a woman if she doesn't perform? Maybe, but since a slip-up is likely to be something major, like kissing another man, and not "I haven't ironed your shirts because I had a visit from my friend that took longer than I anticipated," it's hardly the massive issue you/Talshar makes it out to be. What the red pill advocates is taking advantage of common weak points in the typical female psyche, most of which are present in your typical male psyche as well. Everyone has weak points, and most of them are common to all humans, though some are more pronounced in one sex or another, to put pressure on women and bend them to your will. Users advise doing things like keeping her guessing, changing what you want and then berating her for not keeping up with your whims. Yup. TRP advocates taking advantage of women to bend them to your will. It absolutely says the best basis for a good relationship is Stockholm Syndrome. It doesn't say she does it because you make her happy and she wants to reciprocate. The Red Pill Handbook 43 when we tell people to be clear, but most importantly, be decisive. Make a plan and stick to it. We are absolutely advocating changing what you want and whimsy. Several advise that you never show affection for her unless she's done something to please you. Yes and no. Positive reinforcement is great, but we don't say don't send her random little gifts as surprises. I've never once seen a post on TRP saying women hate to receive a bouquet of flowers without doing anything to deserve it. Also, is you/Talshar saying never initiate or you should show affection even when she's not behaving? For the record, I think that they aren't, but the statement was a little ambiguous. That could be our fault too. You break them like you'd break an animal. My mind is struggling to comprehend where this came from. We advocate treating her like you would a child, gently, rewarding good behavior, and making it clear through our lack of reaction that she won't get anywhere with bad behavior. This is akin to saying you must break a child like you would an animal. No. Just no. And it's damned effective in some cases. It'll get you what you want if you do it right. Including if what you want is a stable, happy, loving marriage. Thanks go to Ian Ironwood and Dalrock for proving that TRP and marriage are more than compatible, certainly more than our detractors, and some of our own, claim. It's just a shame that doing it right isn't what you/Talshar thinks it is. But you shouldn't want that, and here's why. I shouldn't want to get what I want? I shouldn't want to know how to get what I want. I shouldn't want to know how to keep a woman happy in the long term. The Red Pill Handbook 44 Talshar reframes it as red pillars abuse people to get what they want, but that's not what we do. Sure, there are people like that, but that's because there are people like that in every walk of life. It's not that TRP makes X% of its readers assholes, but that X% of people generally are assholes, and this applies to TRP as much as anywhere else. The Red Pill subreddit is also full of blue pill stories, in which guys get emotionally abused by their girlfriends. They lament being used for their money, their homes, their emotional support, what have you, and then being left when they weren't alpha enough to keep their girlfriends around. It's a shame, it really is. Nobody deserves that kind of abuse. Okay, it's emotional abuse when women use a man for commitment without providing sex and leave when they've had their fill. That much we agree on. I also think we could do with reducing the number of blue pill stories we have submitted. Yes, it's great that you've found another example of a man whose behavior is something we want to avoid. I'll just add it to the rest of the examples we already have. Nobody includes women, though. What the red pill strategy does is flip that power dynamic on its head. When it works, now it's the man who is in power and the woman who is suffering. The man gets the sex without having to commit any real effort to the relationship, aside from making sure that his so's emotions are brutally crushed on a regular basis. You haven't fixed anything, you've only made sure it's your so who's suffering and not you. I had wondered when we were going to get to this bit. The whole red pill behavior makes her suffer argument. You seem to think that it's a dichotomy, either the woman is in power and the man is suffering, or it's the other way around, and the only other option is what you propose. My rebuttal to this is that there is no reason that the man being the more dominant one, yes, the one in power, but that phrase doesn't convey the subtleties of a relationship dynamic, necessarily means that the woman will suffer, especially if the man is a proponent of TRP. Additionally, the man most certainly does have to commit effort to the Red Pill Handbook 45 relationship. It's how he keeps her happy, and willing to provide sex. The idea that you, her emotional rock, would attempt to crush her emotions, is beyond absurd. In fact, it's crossing the line between distortion of the facts to fit your agenda, everyone does that, and outright lying about the other side. That's called propaganda, and I am disappointed that you resorted to it. And the reason she stays is the same reason blue pill guys stay in their relationships, they don't want to be alone. Actually, the reason most blue pill guys stay in their relationship appears to be the hope that if they just appease her enough she'll give them more sex. Sure, some stay because they don't want to be alone, but a dog takes care of that quite handily. Apart from the sex, you perverts, leaving sex as the only reason that a lot stay, it's because as little as they get now, they've been conditioned to believe that A, this is normal, B, they shouldn't ask for more, and C, they won't get any at all if they leave, and some is better than none. And as long as you keep that power dynamic active, you will never know what love is. Because love means that you feel what your lover feels. If she hurts, you hurt. If you hurt her, you feel all of her pain and all of the shame for knowing that you're the one that caused it. So what you're saying is that if your woman is, if you really love someone, you'll never want to hurt them? Absolutely true. However, TRP doesn't advocate hurting anyone, any more than it advocates controlling them. And make no mistake, that's what the red pill is: cold, calculated, systematic emotional torture meant to produce a desired response. Really? Could you please give evidence of this? I mean, as far as I could tell, that's never been what the sub is. How is making yourself more desirable through the Red Pill Handbook 46 working out emotional torture? How is ignoring a woman's attempts to manipulate you emotional torture? If anything, it's refusing to succumb to emotional torture. You know what emotional torture is? When a man deliberately utterly annihilates a woman's self-esteem so that she will sleep with him. Treating her like a normal person who doesn't get special treatment until they've earned it is emotional torture? Yeah gods, I don't think you know what emotional torture is. Methods like keeping your prisoner guessing, changing what you want, keeping them off balance, those are all interrogation techniques meant to break your prisoner down on a mental and emotional level and produce a compliant charge. Keeping your prisoner guessing, changing what you want, that sounds suspiciously similar to a shit test to me. As far as I can tell, red pill men tend to be forthright about what they want, and it rarely changes. It's the same as what every man wants: regular, passionate sex, loyalty, and love. I'd like to see some evidence of where TRP actually says the best way to make a woman stay with you is to mentally abuse her and break her will. As far as I was aware, the core tenet of TRP is you cannot force a woman to want you, but you can make yourself something that she wants. As a way of giving an equivalent example, I personally do not like the texture of cheese. However, if you melt it, the texture changes and I'm fine with it. You cannot force me to like it, but you can change it so I like it. Is this not a self-sacrificing thing to do? To work to change ourselves for the benefit of others, because let's be honest, most of us wouldn't work out if we hadn't realized that women want a guy who does, no matter what TRP says about do it for yourself. A lot of us started for the female attention. Is that not a triumph of putting the wants of others before your own? Put quite simply, someone couldn't ever do such a thing to someone they truly loved. I agree. If you love someone, you won't emotionally abuse them. You will, however, be their rock, their bastion of safety, and their lighthouse in the darkness. You will not attempt to deceive them, nor will you physically abuse them. If you, the Red Pill Handbook 47, love someone, you will understand how to keep them happy, and TRP equips you to do this. There is one thing that Red Pill has right. Sexual strategy sucks. But the solution isn't getting better at it than your so is. The solution is agreeing with one another that you're not going to play the game. If a game is going to always suck for one player, and both players care about one another, they're going to find a better game to play. Again, no. TRP explicitly doesn't say sexual strategy sucks. It says this is what sexual strategy is and leaves it to us to make value judgments. U/Talshar also assumes that people can not play the game. In the, slightly misremembered, I have no doubt, words of Robert Greene, you can't choose not to play. You want a healthy, stable relationship that is going to be rewarding? Here's the secret. Remember that your so is just as complex, intelligent, and vulnerable a human being as you are. She has needs just like you do. While she might place different values on her various needs, while she might express them differently, they're every bit as important to her as yours are to you. Now, this is interesting, because it's exactly what we say. We acknowledge that women also have needs, but the difference is that they're different to a man's needs. She needs emotional stability, reliability, security, and occasionally, for someone else to take the reins completely and let her relax. You might need these things too from time to time, but it can't be from her. It can be your buddies, your parents, your brothers, but not your wife. Till not putting emotional baggage on someone you love is mental torture. Life is a war. But if you want to win it, you and your so need to be on the same side. Again, we don't disagree. We just disagree on what will cause her to stick by you. The Red Pill Handbook 48. You don't need to break your girlfriend or wife. You need to talk to them. If they're doing something that hurts you, you need to tell them. And not I wish you would quit that. Tell them this hurts me when you do that. If they care about you, they'll take action to prevent causing you pain. To position and strategize to get what you want out of your marriage is to deny your most potent asset, an intelligent human being who cares about you and wants to see you happy above all else, and who wants to be happy alongside you. Again, you started off promising, and then it all went to hell after the first sentence. And if you don't have that in your so, you either need to get to that point or get out. There are many, many worse things than being single. One of them is being in an abusive or emotionally vacant relationship, on either side, abuser or victim. Don't view your time as being single as a sexless desert. View it as a time to grow and realize who you are. You need to be able to define yourself as an individual before you're ready for a relationship. Human beings are as diverse as life on this planet. For every type, there is a countertype. There is someone out there for just about everyone. However, none of your relationships will work out in a healthy manner until you realize that women are people too, not animals to be broken. You don't need to be an alpha. You're not a damn dog. You're a human being. Human beings can communicate complex concepts, rebel against their base instincts to find better ways of doing things, and above all, reflect on their actions and empathize. You don't need to establish dominance, you just need to find somebody that's willing to actively pursue your happiness alongside their own, and you need to be willing to do the same for them. If you're not ready to do that, you're not ready to have a healthy relationship. There is not someone out there for just about everyone. There are people who you wouldn't mind spending the rest of your life with, but that sounds a little close to you'll find someone who loves you for who you are. You don't need to change territory, and we all know where that road goes. The Red Pill Handbook 49. I may not be a dog, but I am a social animal, and like all social animals, there is a social hierarchy, with the people on the top taking the lion's share of everything. You also misunderstand the concept of dominance. Sure, it means being the ones in charge. It also means being the one with all the responsibility, the one who has to bear the weight of their problems alone, that those under them might be free of such a burden. Dominance is listening to those you lead, because they do have good ideas, and to discount them because you didn't have them is a bad thing. But there's good news. Something else human beings are good at is changing. You want someone to be willing to change for you, you have to make sure you're willing to change yourself a bit. Everything's a two-way street. Just make sure you're changing for the better. Being willing to change doesn't mean flopping over and doing whatever is asked of you. Here, change is a bad word for this. Be willing to improve yourself. Nobody's perfect. Spot those places that need work, I assure you, they're there, and if you can't spot them, I guarantee the people around you can, and start improving on those things. This paragraph is pure gold. You must be willing to constantly strive for improvement on your terms. You shouldn't just give in to demands, you should strive to better yourself every day. Nobody is perfect. Accept this. Good stuff, you/Talshar. In order to have a healthy relationship, you have to be a healthy human being first. A healthy human being doesn't use sexual strategy. You'll only ever have a healthy relationship if both parties refuse to play that game. Once more, the first 5 seconds of Save Me express my disappointment. This isn't war games. This is your high school's physical ed lessons. You play whether you like it or not, the only thing you get to choose is how well you do, and the first step is to accept that you're playing. I mentioned earlier that Morpheus's red pill was originally symbolism for awakening, both to truth and to power, while the blue pill was a metaphor for staying asleep and maintaining the status quo. The Red Pill Handbook 50. In truth, the red pill as they represent it isn't a true awakening at all. It's a capitulation to a false dichotomy. A true awakening is realizing that the people around you are more than just faces, that they all have their own stories, their own thoughts, hopes and dreams, and that they are just as complex as you are. A true awakening is realizing that you don't have to win the fight, and thereby habitually hurt someone you ostensibly care about, or lose it. That you can take your ball and go home. First off, there is not fight. There is no win, I will address in the next bit. We already know women are as complicated as men are, probably more so. However, what we didn't understand was how they differed, and how to accept and deal with that. TRP does not say she must give up on her dreams to be with you. TRP does not say she is worthless except as a silent, submissive, sex thing. TRP does not say women aren't complicated. TRP says you're not the only one who has to work at a relationship. The Morpheus of sexual strategy is offering you two pills, red and blue. Win sexual strategy, or lose it? Not really. Sexual strategy is something that is, not something that you win or lose. Sure, it has precepts for better outcomes, of two otherwise identical men, the richer/more muscular/more confident/taller delete as appropriate will be more desirable, but those aren't win conditions because you don't win sexual strategy. Punch him in the face and tell him you're not playing his bullshit game. Once again, there is no opt-out button. You can punch Morpheus all you like, but don't expect things to change because of it. The Red Pill Handbook 51 Feminists Are Losing the Debate Online by Red Pill Banana. Article link. A while back, I made a submission in /r/thirdpill and /r/men's rights titled, Avoiding the Feminism Has Such Wonderful Goals, Why Would You Oppose It, Straw Man? I described how I responded in a debate with a feminist. There were many replies along the lines of, you lose by engaging. Just don't discuss anything with feminists. They are just as lunatic in their beliefs as Marxists and creationists. Stop. You've already lost. Arguing with a feminist is like arguing with a troll. The only way to win the game is not to play. Don't reason with people who are unreasonable. Why are you even arguing with women about feminism? I can't imagine a more pointless venture. Why the fuck are you talking to feminists at all? These are all good responses, to be honest. If you're in a one-on-one debate with a feminist, there is only a minuscule chance that you'll change her views. More likely she'll start calling you a misogynist and tell you to check your privilege. If you start bringing up facts and logic, she'll shut down and say things like, wow, just wow, you're so far gone that it's not even worth talking to you, I don't even know where to start. I've seen exceptions, but the majority of my interactions with feminists have been along these lines. The Red Pill Handbook 52, however, if you do care at all about the disproportionate influence that feminism seems to have, it might be worth your time debating feminists as long as others are watching. The reason is that feminists generally do very poorly in debates because their ideology doesn't seem to value truth and logic, and instead resorts to shaming and emotion. Their worldview is a house of cards and is very easy to knock down. In such debates, you won't change the feminist's mind, but you might change the minds of 10 others who are watching/reading. The truth is that feminists are slowly losing the public debate. Could you have imagined a day where Time magazine, the most mainstream of the MSM, has the following headlines? It's time to end rape culture hysteria, stop femsplaining, what women against feminism gets right, 5 feminist myths that will not die. People are seeing the awful side of feminism, such as, the University of Toronto protest of Warren Farrell, Big Red singing Crying a River when confronted with male suicide, Sharon Osbourne laughing at a man getting his penis chopped off and placed in the garbage disposal, Audrea Richards and Donglegate, Gamergate, Rebecca Watson. And Elevatorgate, Hillary Clinton saying that women have always been the primary victims of war. Women lose their husbands, their fathers, their sons in combat. The National Organization of Women opposes fathers' rights proposals such as the presumption of shared parenting by family court, and the list goes on. They're seeing the same debunked lies and myths told over and over again. Women make 77 cents for every dollar a man makes. 1 in 4 women is the victim of rape or attempted rape. Only 3% of rapists are punished. The Red Pill Handbook 53. The icing on the cake is seeing how infrequently women are held accountable for bad behavior. A woman can falsely accuse a man of rape, ruin his life, and suffer no consequences. See Crystal Gale Magnum and the Duke Lacrosse case and this video, How to Ruin a Man's Life, over $13. A woman can sexually assault a man, tearing his shirt off, putting her fingers in his mouth, and feeling his nipples, and be sentenced to mere probation without being registered as a sex offender. Women receive lighter sentences than men for the same crimes. Due to VAWA, A man can be convicted solely on a woman's testimony without need for corroborating evidence. When feminists actually do get into debates, which is rare, they lose spectacularly. Mark Rudolph delivers the killer blow at the end. Kathy Lett vs Alex Dean on Twitter. Trolling/censorship debate between Esther Villar and German feminist Alice Schwarzer with English subtitles. I'd like to believe that the majority of people value things like truth and logic, and feminists have shown that. They are willing to twist the truth and defy logic to advance their agenda, playing to victimhood and shaming language instead. When presented with facts and evidence, this is typical of how they respond. https://i.imager.com/qcokrfi.jpg If someone doesn't value evidence, what evidence are you going to provide to prove that they should value it? If someone doesn't value logic, what logical argument could you provide to show the importance of logic? Sam Harris. I don't give a shit lol. Feminist. The Red Pill Handbook 54. The Red Pill, Self-Improvement and Masculinity. The Red Pill Handbook 55. How you know you're alpha by Illimitable Man. Article link. You hold eye contact for longer with people. Confidence, your posture is better. Lifting, your voice is deeper. Lifting, you speak more confidently, even when you're bullshitting. You believe in yourself. You will fight if necessary. You are not conflict averse. Unless they are part of your trusted counsel, people's opinions will matter less to you. Almost nothing. As an alpha, you realize people will shit test you all the time. You're desensitized to that. You see women as passive beings in the dating game to be acquired/seduced, not same-level equalists who are negotiated into contract. Attraction is not negotiable. You embrace pain and use it as a power source to keep pushing you further with your goals. As long as you have your pain and the motivation that brings, nothing any other fuck can say really does a dent in your psyche. If you've been to hell and back, what does it matter that some cunt thinks X about you? Whatever. People who harness pain are stronger than people who hide from it in fear. You have learned to make pain your friend rather than your enemy. You don't chase women when they give you more shit than they're worth, you replace them/seek new women. You don't pediastalize pussy. You have a I'm the prize mentality. You don't indulge in time-wasting drama, you get the fuck on with your shit. Drama is time rape. You enforce your boundaries. The Red Pill Handbook 56. You know when to ignore people/arguments/comments/situations which are lose-lose. When someone tries to provoke you/shit test you and you lose either way, you realize not to play. You take more risks. You are bold. You don't need to go to /r/astrp. You're willing to lead projects/people, you don't shy from responsibility. When people attack your masculinity to try and coerce you, you don't let it faze you. You know you're masculine. Someone telling you you're a bitch because you won't go to the shop for them elicits a laugh at how pathetic their manipulation is, not a oh boy they're right, I'm not even man enough to buy shit for them. You become less tolerant to bullshit in general. You realize people, but women specifically, are always putting out subtle dominance tests to see how you will react. Your self-belief/frame will allow you to handle these fluidly and organically as and when they come. You don't need to read books or have preset plans to handle social situations. Men specifically will actually test you more than when you were beta. You will find they feel threatened/insecure by your masculinity that they lack, so they will throw more shit at you. Usually they do this passive-aggressively. In a way, they are much like women. Funny how similar beta/omega men can be to women. They all characterize feminine behaviors. Extension of the previous point, narcissist alphas will try to amog you. Think of the obnoxious gym rat guys. If a guy is trying that kind of theatrical bullshit around you, he feels threatened by you. Unfortunately, the brotherhood mentality does not extend too far out of the monosphere. You realize you're on your own in this world, your parents will die one day. Everything is down to you. You can only rely on you. People come and go, friends, women, whatever. You make yourself dependable for your needs. You realize when people are playing hard to get, men or women, and so you ignore them in response when they do finally decide to bother with you. You're quick to next people in general because you come from a place of abundance, not neediness. You're not lazy, you're always trying new shit to find your way in life. You're motivated, and because you're not risk adverse, you keep failing until the Red Pill Handbook 57 you find a way that works. You don't fear failure, you embrace it. You are an experience junkie, good or bad. When nobodies talk shit about you, you laugh instead of getting offended. Banter is not alien to you, it's a second language. On the flip side to the previous point, when it's not meant as banter, you don't care. Your sense of fairness may cause you to feel jealous when other people have successes you don't think they rationally deserve, but you take it on the chin. You know life isn't fair. If it's a friend, you kill that initial feeling there and then and you make yourself happy for them. It's your friend, not your enemy. Jealousy is a feminine trait. They may even bring you in later. Even if they don't, who cares? You support them / be happy for them and keep on grinding. The jealousy leads nowhere productive. You're a man of efficiency. You take responsibility for other people's bullshit when it makes your life easier. Sounds counterintuitive on the surface level, but if being the fall guy earns you the favor you want / earns you the trust that needs to be earned with certain people, then it could be worth it to you. You evaluate all situations strategically and take calculated risks. On the flip, you do not take the rap when it does not benefit you. You get shit the fuck done. You don't let problems build up, you thwart them before they become bigger problems. You handle shit. Some of these points overlap, I realize, no need to tell me. I will have more self-improvement based stuff on there in the future, got a whole little portal planned, which I'm excited about, kind of like a syllabus. Likewise, I am committed to quite a lot of future Dark Triad content. For the alphas in progress, RP can take a long time to actualize. If you've been here 6 months and nothing has happened yet, that's because you're still unlearning old habits. Maybe you're not lifting yet, but you've stopped doing drugs / alcohol so much and you've cut your video game time down. You're not making gains, but you're mitigating vices. You, the Red Pill Handbook 58 will have cheat days / relapse days, don't sweat it. Success is not linear. You have to deprogram before you can reprogram. Don't give up on yourself, keep reading and making baby steps. If there's anything I can recommend first and foremost, it's to get 7 to 8 hours sleep a night, get a weightlifting program on the go and eat as best as you can for the budget that you're on. The energy and focus you get from lifting will help kickstart everything else. If you're too pussy shit to work out in a gym or you can't afford the monthly subscription, get a weight set and work out at home. There is no excuse not to get your lazy ass off the computer chair. Keep on keeping on, gentlemen. The Red Pill Handbook 59 Abundance Mentality, Alpha, versus Scarcity Mentality, Beta, by Illimitable Man. Article link. People with a scarcity mentality tend to exude desperation, resulting in the pursuit of social dead ends. Chase women. They cannot hold frame. Spend a lot of their time living mentally in the past. Going over and over things they cannot change. Have profound regrets which shake their confidence. Are averse to taking risks, they hold themselves back. Low T. Do not believe in their ability to succeed, which presents itself as reticence, procrastination, and a lack of confidence. Fear rejection from people. Require external validation from the group to feel content, they're insecure and lean on others. Ultimately perceive themselves and the world around them as lacking where it matters, happiness and opportunity. People with an abundance mentality tend to exhibit nonchalance and indifference. Sometimes they're arrogant, typically uncaring of small matters. Replace women. They hold frame well under pressure. Spend a lot of their time living mentally in the future, only coming into the present for breaks. Have profound ambitions which fan the flames of confidence and acts as the Red Pill Handbook 60 motivation for action. tend to be adrenaline junkies who get off on high-risk, dangerous behavior. High T. Are obsessively bold about succeeding. Expect rejection from people. Validate themselves through their self-improvement. As long as they keep momentum, they're secure with themselves. Self-reliant. Ultimately perceive the world around them as rigorous, but conquerable. The Red Pill Handbook 61, The Easiest Way to Raise Your Value as a Man, by Sarcasticus. Article link. The easiest way to raise your value as a man is to spend a majority of your day engaged in high-value activities. We know instinctively what are high-value activities: lifting, working on your career, working on your side career, approaching women, learning a valuable skill, etc. Most men spend most of their day engaged in low-value activities, watching TV, surfing the net, engaged in social media. Consequently, most men find themselves living a mediocre life. This seems like very simple advice, but in practice, it's very hard. It's hard to consistently wake up early and go to the gym. It's hard to put your head down and work on your career without surfing the internet or taking breaks. It's hard to put your ego on the line and approach women every day. However, it is these hard tasks which, repeated daily, will forge you into a higher value man. Of course, we can't spend all day being a hard ass. We need to relax. That's why I emphasize spending a majority of your day engaged in high-value activities. For example, in a 16-hour day, I'll likely spend 12 hours engaged in high-value stuff, and 4 hours of goofing off. Some days I might work a bit more, some days I might work a bit less, but that's about average. If you're ever confused whether an activity is high value or low value, keep in mind that every activity will be different depending on your situation. If you're in the Red Pill Handbook 62 investment banker, spending a majority of your day playing video games is clearly low value. But if you're a video game tester, then playing video games would be high value. The easiest way to determine if an activity is high value is to ask yourself this question: does this activity help me achieve my goals? If the answer is no, it's a low value activity. And if you don't have goals, then read the post on goals on the sidebar. And as always, with any advice on the net, remember, adapt what is useful, reject what is useless, and add what is specifically your own. Bruce Lee, The Red Pill Handbook 63, You Are Disposable. The World Does Not Care About You. By Left Ajar. Article link. Men have always been the disposable sex. It's the biological truth of our species. The number of wombs in a tribe represented its most important resource, the capacity for reproduction. One very happy man could generate enough semen to impregnate the women of an entire tribe. So what about the other men? They have zero inherent reproductive value. Their only value is what they can produce for the tribe. That is why women are objectified for their beauty and men are objectified for their resources. That is the most basic, naked contribution of each sex to our species' survival. What does that mean? Your life is inherently worthless. There are only two people in this world who truly care about you, your mom, and your dad if he stuck around. Society does not give a shit about you. It sucks, but it's our biological tendency. Men have risked their lives to explore the world, work dangerous jobs, and go to war. Millions of men have been ground into the dust under the boot of the modern war machine. And for what? Resources. Watch this, and think about male disposability, the D-Day scene from Saving Private Ryan, The Red Pill Handbook 64. Look at those men in the boat. Grim, determined, some prepared to die. And for what? Patriotism. Honor. Because they were shamed into doing it by society? Most of the men in that boat will die. Machine gun rounds will pierce their organs. Mortars will blow off a limb, and they'll bleed out. Or they may simply drown in the channel under the weight of their gear. Edit, some of these men were drafted, meaning they had no choice. That's slavery. Side note, How could anyone in their right mind expect women to go to war? The only memory of the dead men will be a tombstone in a national cemetery, and the grief of their mothers when they receive a typed letter from the US Army. Civilization was paved with the bones of men. You are disposable. Society doesn't care about you. Care about yourself first. Always. Because outside of your mother, nobody else will. The Red Pill Handbook 65. Respect is earned by Archwinger. Article link. There's a post floating around today from 4chan, containing a story as old as time. A guy gets dumped by his girl because she found someone better. I guess I can elaborate with a little more detail. A guy and his girl move into a new apartment. The girl starts hanging out with some of the people there, doesn't come home one night, and the next day dumps her boyfriend. She explains that she met someone else, is really attracted to him, and was with him last night. The guy asks, "Did you fuck him?" and she responds, "No, but I'm going to." She explains, essentially, that she didn't want to cheat on him, so she waited to break up with him first. Honestly, that little factoid doesn't matter. The part where she spends all night with this other guy talking about how they're going to fuck, making sure she has sure thing lined up before dumping her boyfriend, that's cheating, too. Just as much as fucking the guy would be. If you ask me, she might as well have fucked him. Our red pill brethren predictably flood this thread with comments about how annoying women are. How can she be so callously disrespectful, people ask. I actually find it interesting how much more direct and honest women are toward men that they don't respect. Once she doesn't need you anymore, she doesn't need to lie to you anymore. I'd give it decent odds that this girl was telling her guy the truth, and she hadn't fucked the other man yet. She's breaking up with him anyway, she clearly doesn't respect him, and she gains very little by lying to him. It's not like she seriously expects this guy to remain her friend or admire her for not actually cheating. That's stuff she's telling him for his benefit to let him down easy. The Red Pill Handbook 66. She doesn't benefit from that. But anyway, TRP predictably complains. Women have no honor, no respect, yada yada. But there's something our fathers told us, or should have, that really applies here. Something society tells us daily, actually, respect is earned. Think about what we're asking of this girl, or of women in general, if we expect loyalty. We're asking that if a woman meets another man who's better than you, be it better looking, higher status, more wealth/security, better social acumen, more interesting skills and hobbies and shit to talk about, whatever, that she pass on this better opportunity solely because you came along first. Essentially, we're asking women to only commit to a relationship with you if she expects to be with you forever. She can never cheat, never dump you for a better offer. Just stick around forever, or until you dump her. Because apparently, it's a race and you came along first, so anyone who comes along later must be ignored. That's not a fair thing to ask of women. It's not her responsibility to stay with you on principle alone. It's your responsibility to be the kind of man who doesn't get dumped or cheated on. It's your responsibility to earn her respect, every minute of every day. If she passes on a better offer just on principle, she'll spend the rest of your soon-to-be very short-lived relationship resenting you, finding fault in everything about you, suddenly realizing how unhappy she is. Society's message, respect is earned, is a true one. Where society fails us is in the shitty advice we're given on how to earn respect. You'd think that being a loyal boyfriend, having an established history with a woman, moving in together, doing shit for her, planning on a future together, that all of this would lead to her respecting you, such that when she meets another guy she's attracted to, she can shrug it off. Sure, the new guy is hot and fun, but she has history with you, right? You've done so much for her over the years, right? Tough shit. That's not how you earn respect. You do not earn respect by respecting others. You earn respect by respecting you. It's counterintuitive. By being a selfish ass who puts himself first and does the Red Pill Handbook 67 what he wants, even at the expense of others sometimes, the whole world bends at the knee and chases after you, trying to win your validation. Everyone else is so fucking polite and respectful by default, while you're busy respecting yourself instead. That rubs everyone funny, not just women. That makes people try harder around you. Your job is to be powerful, important, successful. You don't have to be a dick if you don't want to, but being nice and doing shit for your girlfriend, that's the path to being replaced. Your job is to do shit for you, that as a side effect, benefits your girlfriend. Your job is to be a man that raises others up. That raises the value of everyone in the room just by being there. To be the man that every woman wants to fuck and every man wants to be. You don't avoid getting cheated on and dumped by being a nicer boyfriend. You avoid getting cheated on and dumped by becoming a man that nobody in her right mind would ever risk fucking things up with. I, for one, don't want women to be loyal, principled, and honorable. That would just encourage me to get lazy. Reward the stupid and lucky. The right place, right time guys who just happen to get there first. I'd rather earn respect. Featured comment by Illimitable Man. The part where she spends all night with this other guy talking about how they're going to fuck, making sure she has sure thing lined up before dumping her boyfriend, that's cheating, too. Just as much as fucking the guy would be. Hypergamous branch swing upgrade. Emotional cheating setting a precedent for sexual cheating. The Red Pill Handbook 68 once she doesn't need you anymore, she doesn't need to lie to you anymore. Because she's on that fucking lease. Bitches be sneaky. That stuff she's telling him for his benefit to let him down easy. She doesn't benefit from that. True, but for your average guy aka beta aka clueless chump, this is a fucking ball stomping. Small potatoes to you and I is a huge fucking deal for Johnny Average out there. Remember, TRP stacks the deck heavily in your favor, IMO, TRP equals the social equivalent of insider trading. Think about what we're asking of this girl, or of women in general, if we expect loyalty. Oh my god, my trigger. These hoes ain't loyal. Fuck's sake. Chris Brown keeps possessing me spontaneously despite my lack of enthusiastic consent. That's not a fair thing to ask of women. It's not her responsibility to stay with you on principle alone. It's your responsibility to be the kind of man who doesn't get dumped or cheated on. It's your responsibility to earn her respect, every minute of every day. If she passes on a better offer just on principle, she'll spend the rest of your soon-to-be very short-lived relationship resenting you, finding fault in everything about you, suddenly realizing how unhappy she is. Even though I don't take too well to this kind of passive "you're the man so it's all your fault" kind of language, I have to agree with the general premise. If you can't command respect, or inspire it, you won't get it. With men/or women. Obviously women are more pragmatic and less honorable generally speaking, plus they're who you want to fuck, so the chances of getting burned are higher with them. Don't think a guy who doesn't respect you won't burn you either though. It's that simple. Women are relentless with this shit. Their love is entirely based on adoration stemming from respect for your superiority. That's superiority the Red Pill Handbook 69 relative to her. If a better option comes along, the comparison becomes a three-way, no pun intended, and if he trumps you, she'll be tempted to branch swing. If they don't respect you as being the shit, then they can't truly love you. So yes, despite fairness, female nature isn't fucking fair, but it is what it is. This is quite right. If she's ditching your ass, it doesn't mean she's not a cunt, but it means she's got better options. Bitches, be pragmatic. Cut your losses, and if it's your style, get revenge. I, for one, don't want women to be loyal, principled, and honorable. That would just encourage me to get lazy. Disagree. Women would be a lot more fucking likable with these traits. As it stands, you're on shaky ground. her loyalty being directly chained to your power, unless you're quite the head fucker. Why do you think so many guys care about the DT? Average alpha gets circumstantial loyalty. I own your mind and blow you away with 50 Shades of Grey style. Fucking owns her body and soul, and will alpha widow her for fucking eternity, effectively making her a toxic asset on the dating market. In relation to the previous paragraph, Law 41 is a fucking bitch. If you translate it into the 48 laws of TRP Law 41, don't step into a great man's shoes, would be don't date a bitch who used to fuck with a dark triad alpha. So that's your drug dealers, your murderers, your sadistic types, convicts, those really IDGAF to the core kinds of people who really aren't right in the head but had all the charm and cunning to get her enthralled. If she had a relationship with a guy like that, just run for the fucking hills. You will never have more of an emotional effect on her than he did. Which means over in solipsistic girl world, over in their little head of hers, you're inferior to him, you're not the best she ever had because you don't make her feel as passionately as Clive the Cocaine Connect. You could be a billionaire ripped famous motherfucker with all the game in the world and you'd still be the fucking beta bucks to her in spite of your SMV. You won't even put a dent into what that guy did to her. She's fucking spoiled. Fucked up. Deflowered mentally. Cut and run. The Red Pill Handbook. 70 women could be all these things, and not wanting to starve to death, my material desires, and having intellectual passion would inspire me to not be lazy. I guess you're right, some guys wouldn't do shit over sex, but plenty of guys have passions aside from sex. Some people think the only reason we have passions is because we hope we'll get laid from having them. But I disagree. You have passion for the sake of passion. A mission for liking the fuck out of something and finding it interesting, not because you think, hey, neurology might get me laid so I'ma do that. It's not like doing gender studies, is it? Haha. I think the constant dread of if I'm not on top of my shit, I'm gonna lose everything is not a strong place to be coming from. It's true, it's the nature of the game, but being aware of it and being significantly invested aka married/LTR is a loser's game. I understand guys want companionship, a lot of you are romantics and you're scared of being lonely as you get older, but you're losing when you give her the commitment jackpot. You're in a perpetual war known as a relationship or marriage, hoping that you can keep this war between husband and wife in a fucking limbo so she doesn't cash out into government/judicial sanctioned victory. Can't slip too much. Can't lose your job. Better not get sick for too long. Can't fail too many shit tests or catch a motherfucking break. Because what happens if you cave? Your world crumbles around you. Relationships are TRP on hard mode because in a culture where society isn't stacking the deck in the man's favor, the fickleness of women predisposes them to cut and run on your ass. When you treat men and women as legal equals, due to how women love, you make monogamy merely possible rather than probable. They are fickle, brifalts low whoring motherfuckers. If you're not close to perfect in your game, health, money, and one other guy interested in her trumps you in most of those fields, you're fucked. Royally. On that point, don't LTR anything over a 7 if you want a crack at love. The hot bitches have too much power and you have less room for error. If you want to fuck hot girls, plate M. I can definitely understand the angle I think you were getting at, which is that an oversexed and well-fed man is a lazy man, but I think it's weak reasoning for justifying the fickleness of female nature, and even condoning it. Female nature is the Red Pill Handbook 71 pretty fucking shit. Yet it's possible to come to terms with it, but justifying fickleness as a positive or even acceptable trait is an escapade in hamstering. Realizing and accepting aren't the same shit. I realize bitches are fickle, but I don't accept their fickleness. Just because I realize they are like this, I don't have to like it, accept it. You can love women all you like, but what you love is inherently shitty on a morbidly profound level of significance. And I can see why a guy craving to love wants to fucking reconcile his need to love with the nature of women. I get that, I do. I really do. It's so shit your love has to delude you, and I see it seep into how guys in love or trying to make an LTR work, think. I'm here to cut through that impairment. As long as you realize that, but choose to love regardless, for your own sake/happiness, then cool. But let's not get shit twisted. You LTR guys mellow the fuck out and get really rose-tinted. Careful. By Archwinger. If it's sidebar material, we've taken a turn for the worse. The notion that we should be uncritical of a woman's extreme hypergamy, made worse by feminism eroding traditionalism, and all it entails is simply folly. Sure, we can accept the new rules of the game and accept the heightened importance of dominance, of game, of maintaining frame above all else. We can acknowledge that qualities that were sought after in a male partner in the past, during long era of traditionalism, honesty and decency, are no longer valued. We can do all this and bang as much as we can. But to go a step further and claim that what women are doing by overvaluing Cro-Magnon era qualities in men, and if they have a cessation of them for a short period of time, it's a-okay for them to fuck the neighbor, is going way too far in my opinion. It'd be like bidding on a project, and all of a sudden the seller going, instead of the best deal, I am going to select bids based on alphabetical order. You could have worked 6 months on that deal and now the rules are arbitrary and frankly, asinine. I would get with the program and change my company name to Aardvark the Red Pill Handbook 72 Unlimited, but under no circumstances would I praise the seller and think they are doing me a favor. Women are doing what's natural. Killing people is natural and so is rape. We don't praise or condone people for simply following what comes natural. What we are comparing modern female behavior with is the past compact between men and women, which was based on mutualism. Which means past good deeds do accrue to the present. You're playing the long game, not vine swinging the minute the tingles subside or guy B gives you more tingles. We can adapt and win at this corrupt game with frankly outmoded and somewhat ridiculous rules. But I'll be damned if I sit here and say the people creating the new rules, hypergamous twats, are somehow justified and righteous for constructing the new system. Nor do I think every time some twat cheats on her BF that it's the guy's fault for not holding frame, being dominant enough, etc. There is a continuum of hypergamous behavior that women belong to, and when they're on the extreme end, you could hold frame like Russell Brand, and still have a chick vine swing. The idea of earning respect is immaterial in a world where there is always a man with higher SMV than you, and with the wrong chick, that means she's gone. I, for one, don't want women to be loyal, principled, and honorable. That would just encourage me to get lazy. It's actually not easy being those things. I've lifted for 10 years and being principled, especially in cases where I could have benefited at someone else's expense, is much harder than anything I've done in the weight room. The Red Pill Handbook 73 My Stance on Women by Archwinger. Article link. A dude in another topic said, "The natural instinct is to excel for pussy, not for yourself," and I felt my response constituted a topic in and of itself. I've noticed that many men place their self-worth on how many women they can fuck and only bother getting a career and working on themselves so they can have a family. Whilst a noble pursuit as having a genetic lineage and maintaining your family line is important, I believe many men are forming a faulty emotional foundation by dedicating it all to women. Preserving a genetic lineage should be something you do for yourself, because you are an egotist that wants to preserve his existence in the world via his offspring once he has left the world. You shouldn't be pedestalizing women because women are the center of your universe. Women aren't worth shit next to a fully actualized man. If you're a high-value man, any woman in your life is lucky you even keep her around. When I took women off the pedestal and introspected deeply and assessed my own flaws and shortcomings, I realized that in order to ever be happy and attain self-mastery that I needed to become massively selfish, stop neglecting my own needs and stop hiding from my own weaknesses. I needed to work on myself each and every day instead of being a lazy, unmotivated fuck. I needed to overcome my weaknesses so they no longer existed. And I was doing that shit all for myself. There were no women in the equation and I wasn't hoping by doing this, I'm going to get women. I did that shit because I wanted to like myself and respect myself and be someone I could look at in the mirror and go, that's a man. A lot of guys, the Red Pill Handbook 74, say you're hamstering, you do it all for women. And you know what? I think fuck them, they're projecting why they do the self-improvement shit for themselves onto me. Sure, I like getting laid, who the fuck doesn't? But it's not the center of my universe, my art is. Ignore the wise fucks who think they know you better than you know yourself, because they don't, especially not the random nobodies on the internet. As men, we are often trained to be too selfless for our own good, especially in matters of women. All the gents raised by single mothers got a full dose of White Knight 101 from their idealistic, unwittingly castrating mothers. This is why I live the self-improvement ethos to the maximum of my capability. Without that, I don't see much point in life. You stagnate, you drift along without purpose, without direction, without a higher goal. Women, to me, are not a higher goal. I rather be a socially clueless idiot with a gay shirt landing some shit on a comet than your average Billy Beta who occasionally feels like the man of the house when he's lifting the shopping bags for his self-entitled brat of a wife. After my last long-term relationship and then being subsequently introduced to the red pill, I found doing it all for women to be a pointless endeavor. Just because they demand your sacrifice, like the bratty foot-stomping narcissists that they are, it doesn't mean you need to concede. Women are fickle, they are a crap foundation to build your success upon. Building your success, your skills, your reasoning for living upon the back of a woman is like building your home on top of a fault line. That shit is going to fuck up and you are going to lose everything. It is not worth the hassle. If you have a woman in your life, you invite her to come and enjoy your world, you do not base your world upon her. That is chronic nuclear mistake number 1. Indulge in your own self-development, but more importantly, cautiously indulge in women sporadically. Do it on your own fucking terms. I realize some men, particularly puas, are addicted to the rush of female validation / having successful social interactions with women and getting lays, and yeah, that is a fuck ton of fun, but if it takes up any more than say 20% of your life, you're wasting your one chance at a life on this earth. Some guys have mummy issues and look to get the Red Pill Handbook 75 female validation fix through fucking around with women. That's not a problem for me. My mother loved me growing up, so I don't have to burden that kind of fucked up psychology as an adult. But if you do, try and get a handle on that shit. When all is said and done and the dirt is dropping on your coffin, there's fuck all to show for all those relationships. You're living in the moment for a fucking relationship buzz. You're addicted to discovering and experiencing fresh love over and over again. I rather have a fucking whiskey habit and become a multimillionaire than waste my life falling in love over and over again, getting lays over and over again. I can see the playboy lifestyle appealing to some, the whole Casanova thing, but that isn't me. I rather be that bachelor that works on his art and dedicates his life to perfecting and refining his art rather than making my art the pursuit of women, as puas / playboys have opted to do so. My art comes first. I come second to my art, my needs come second to my art and only come before it if those needs stop me from working on my art. Example, I have fallen sick and need medicine. Thirdly comes my parents, my cousins, etc. Fourthly comes any woman lucky enough to be in my life. If she doesn't like her position, she can feel free to take a hike because I couldn't give a fuck. Accept me for what I am or get the fuck out is how I treat women. You can't let bitches change you. They always try to change you and make you dysfunctional. They self-sabotage the relationship by destroying you. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's their insecurity getting the better of everything, but you have to keep a keen eye on that shit. You never get to take a break with women, you always have to be on top of shit. You never get to just love a woman. Love is a pleasantry, a freedom reserved solely for women. Just like they get to cry publicly and still be respected whilst we as men do not. For creatures so outwardly beautiful, modern women sure are ugly on a spiritual level. There is nobler, purer beauty and far more sophisticated art for a man to indulge himself in out there than the canvas of a woman's body. Fuck to scratch an itch, enjoy women momentarily and occasionally, but don't be a woman obsessionist. Keep them at a healthy distance. If a bitch infiltrates the castle walls and starts trying to get inside your head, you have to find a room in the castle she the Red Pill Handbook 76 cannot access. You can never give yourself completely to her because otherwise she will destroy you. I find it difficult to respect men who are women-centric and put women ahead of everything else. I always thought being obsessed with the other gender was a female trait from as young as my teen years. I remember asking why do girls care so much about boys, when I was an inexperienced and naive boy at 13. Women give so many fucks about us because they are completely dependent on us to obtain their highest goals. The chanting of "I'm a strong independent woman that don't need no man," is flat out dissociative denialism. There is no higher goal for a woman than to be a wife and a mother. If they go the career route, they miss out on that or do it poorly and regret their choices. For men, there is so much more out there. We are the kings of the abstract. Our logic sets us free from the shackles of emotional neuroticism and allows us to seek pleasures from our hobbies to an extent that women can only dream of. Women envy us, but we need not be indebted to them. The paradigm is what it is. Women are something we indulge in, but we don't have to dedicate to them. A wise friend once said to me, women are dream killers. He's not wrong. Don't be a fucking pussy begging idiot. You are more important than the pussy your dick needs to fuck occasionally. The Red Pill Handbook 77 Male Bonding, Arousal Addiction, and Isolation by Veggie_girl. Article link. Let me first say that humans are attracted to arousal, and not just the sexual kind. The human brain is like a gym rat that loves to work out and is only happy when it's working or being stimulated by self-produced chemicals or externally introduced drugs. To deny the brain stimulation and work will lead to insanity or death. Source: not all arousal is sexual, simple mental stimulation counts. However, where an individual brain draws stimulation from can go far to shape a personality. There is a saying, "You are a product of your environment," that touches vaguely upon that. I wish to go a bit deeper, perhaps in another post. For this one there's 3 related things that mainly need to be covered. The end result of male socialization is a set of defaults that are programmed by society, culture, media, family, and religion. The typical male attributes are supposed to be strength and self-reliance, success, no sissy stuff or don't be like women, sexual interest and prowess, active, independent, tough, aggressive, dominant, stoic, and never cries. Boehm, 1974. Broverman et al., 1970, Herek, 1986, Zilbergeld, 1992. These defaults define a fanciful standard of masculinity. Source: aside from male bonding, nearly every other source of stimulus in a modern boy/man's life is going to cause an undesirable effect. Television has been feminized, the internet has been feminized, schools have been feminized, and even online forums such as Reddit are rampantly diluted. There are few places of masculine bonding, but men/boys need it more than ever. The existence of TRP is virtualized monument of that need. Social interaction with men is a positive experience, and research by Philip Zimbardo shows that men actually prefer the social company of men. This socialization causes a cortical arousal that has a direct effect on the reticulating activating system and leads to higher production of vasopressin. This can be a determining factor on whether someone the Red Pill Handbook 78 pursues the activities of an introvert or extrovert. Source: there isn't yet a lot of research on this topic, but it's worth considering that 18 U.S. presidents were fraternity members, and there is also this long list of unsourced statistics regarding fraternities reminding us that all of today's male leaders came from groups of men who socialize together. So where does arousal addiction and isolation play into this? It prevents it, and more. It has been proven that humans will seek out the highest state of arousal that involves the lowest amount of work. Source: this leaves both men and women in a state of addiction to whatever fleeting arousal they can achieve. For women it's often free male validation, where I could use r/Gone Wild as a case study. Which activities do we see an epidemic of addiction towards among young men? Porn, video games, drugs, or a combination, all of which cause the brain to produce an easy and otherwise risk-free source of happy chemicals. Source: why is porn so addicting? Because visual erotica in particular arouses more than just genitals, it also induces a brain arousal, activation, level that is unseen with other forms of stimulation. Source: this is particular to males. When a man sees a naked woman, parts of his brain activate that were otherwise not active. Hormones begin pumping through his body. His brain is on hyperdrive, and it likes it. But what good is that in isolation? And there is a lot of isolation going on, more than ever before. The average boy spends a minimum of 3,650 hours playing video games by the time he is 19 years old. Source: with the median being closer to 10,000 hours. This isn't to say video gaming is a bad thing. Quite the opposite. Gamers have been found to be 25% faster to make decisions, and have improved eye coordination. Source: some would even say that an hour a day, gaming, is key to success in life. However, the problem with the average gamer, is all of this is done in isolation. Skype and TeamSpeak are no substitutions for physical socialization. Remote communication does not trigger the brain to produce the same chemicals. Source: gaming and porn, in moderation, aren't the problem, isolation created by overuse of these habits is the problem. Does this scenario sound surprisingly familiar to the social anxiety experienced by many men and women? In a later study on the effect of total isolation from the Red Pill Handbook 79 Birth, the researchers found that the test monkeys, upon being released into a group of ordinary monkeys, usually go into a state of emotional shock, characterized by autistic self-clutching and rocking. Harlow noted, one of 6 monkeys isolated for 3 months refused to eat after release and died 5 days later. After several weeks in the company of other monkeys, most of them adjusted, but not those who had been isolated for longer periods. 12 months of isolation almost obliterated the animals socially, Harlow wrote. They became permanently withdrawn, and they lived as outcasts, regularly set upon, as if inviting abuse. Source: this is a bigger issue for men because women can afford to have zero social skills on the sexual market. Women are pursued and can passively attract a mate. Source: women are more than capable of sharing a male from the top 20%. Women are not expected to lead in any substantial capacity. For men, on the other hand, social mastery is a necessary part of life and is essential for successful reproduction, unless literal rape were a viable sexual strategy. And men don't like to share their women with other men. In conclusion, one could argue that because video games, the internet, and porn provide an easy source of stimulation that induces dopamine in the brain, people are less likely to go out and take other risks that would grant it. That can be good when it comes to avoiding things like heroin, but bad when it comes to innovating, learning, leading, and adventure seeking. None of this is necessarily causation in one direction or the other, however the correlation is undeniable. TLDR, male bonding is extremely important, especially for young boys/men. It produces essential skills/habits men need that will push them to the top 20%. Using a computer to communicate is still isolation. You need physical people, embracing, touching, even hitting one another. Arousal addiction doesn't help with the isolation problem. Physical isolation will kill your social skills, lead to depression, and many other negative effects even if you are receiving stimulation via the internet or other remote means. The Red Pill Handbook 80 featured comment by Illimitable Man. This is endemic as a result of the collapse of the family unit being widespread in feminist countries. More and more boys are finding themselves isolated. In the days of the nuclear family, your chance at having a father to bond with and siblings/brothers was far higher, and children who are sons of single-parent mothers are at the most danger of social anxiety and isolation. They cannot bond with their mothers in the way that they need to, they have an absent father and no siblings, and typically they are born into poverty. What are their chances in life? In terms of SMV, unless they were born genetic jackpot winners and were blessed with good looks, they have the deck completely stacked against them and are born into, dare I say, something of an SMV deficit with massively high risk factors for delinquency. The ingredients for success to help them fulfill their potential are simply absent. If such young men are ever lucky enough to find TRP and take on a self-improvement mindset, immediately they are awash with regret from all the wasted time and lack of opportunity they had. All those years wasted on being an orbiter, playing games, having bad friends, being too emotionally crippled to have meaningful friendships. It's a fuckfest of delinquency which rapes the shit out of a guy's chances in life. Nobody talks about it, nobody at all, because most people don't give a fuck. But it's not as rare as people would like to think. If this sounds like you or you identify with this shit, leave a comment here. It will be interesting to see how many people need TRP because they were brought up in this kind of shitty situation or similar. Their chances at socialization, predominantly schooling, and the workplace yield little to no social reward, that is to say, because they are not high SMV, nobody really wants to know them. Who cares about poor guys who aren't good looking and have no popularity? Fucking nobody. And yet, that describes the majority of the Red Pill Handbook. 81 guys who are born into poverty and single parent/low education households with no sizable family to take care of them. How do guys like that often get attention and try to break out from the mediocrity? They sell drugs, they get involved in gangs, anything to give them money, status, and sex, shit they wouldn't get if they didn't break the law. The guys who don't do that or are too scared to do that, they end up in the porn/game/internet cycle, too irrationally fearful of people that even leaving the house is a big deal, talking to people in shops is a big deal, and etc. They are so used to isolation it's become their MO. I'd argue the dichotomy we have now is that as a low SMV male it is incredibly difficult to not be lonely. Isolation is almost the status quo for males. The millennials, and to a growing extent, Gen X, are incredibly narcissistic. Who has time for those who haven't already made it in life? Seemingly, not many people. My advice is take up as many hobbies as you can afford/have spare time for. Obviously that's the gym, but there's other stuff, debating clubs, dance, martial arts, whatever it is that allows you to meet other people and have some fun whilst you're at it. Friends are like money, difficult to get when you have none, but when you have plenty of it, getting more is effortless. Preselection is insane, but inversely, so is the lack of it. A lack of preselection can lead to nobody wanting to know you. I don't even mean the opposite sex, I'm talking same-sex friendships too. Most people are close-minded and judgmental, they won't even try to look past superficialities to like you. If you're not a high flyer, they're not interested. Shit, the standards for masculinity are so high, and the infrastructure to ascertain it for many men is all but absent. It's no wonder so many boys/men are incubating themselves with porn/game/internet. If you're isolated and the struggle is getting you down, you may as well enjoy your prison. Not that I advocate that lifestyle in any way, but simply that I can understand perfectly well why it happens. Nobody cares about these people, so these people do their best to make life as bearable as possible, even if that means forgetting how much their life sucks and distracting themselves with fantasy constantly, day in and day out. Such is the nature of system. When the system does a shit on someone but gives the Red Pill Handbook 80 to them none of the information they need to see it for what it is, they delude themselves on behalf of the system to stop themselves from going insane from how shit everything is. Escapism is a form of self-preservation for people who don't know how to or simply aren't brave enough to engage in self-improvement. When you have nothing, when you have nobody, stepping into the gym and lifting some weights around strangers is a big fucking deal. It takes a lot of courage, Those boys are so neglected and so anxious that it's unreal. They will actively stop themselves from pursuing self-improvement because they are perpetually scared as a result of isolation, thus perpetuating the cycle further. They become their own biggest obstacles. The Red Pill Handbook 83 Feminism and the Death of the Male Mentor by J. Gatsby Fan. Article link. One of the failures of modern society is the removal of the male mentor due to the feminine imperative of crushing the spirit of young boys. Women have done such a good job of this. Men will hold "I'm a feminist because masculinity is scary" signs. We have failed to provide a stable outlet for male aggression and have evolved into a state of passivity and tolerance. We are tolerant of female bullshit, of our circumstances, and of not getting what we desire. I'm not a Mar fan, but when he said we anesthetize ourselves with sports and pornography, he was right. Instead of letting boys wrestle, fight, explore, and physically exert themselves, we pump them full of drugs as to not upset the girls with their budding masculinity. Instead of participating in sports, we watch them on TV and play video games, vicariously achieving nothing. This molds the charisma and youthful exuberance of a child into an insecure, mentally absent adult with no real-life experiences to draw upon in times of difficulty. We've created a state of yes-mentored feminists that will bend to every whim and outrage of the movement. A man that's so terrified of confrontation, commitment, and being alone that he will do anything to avoid it. And I don't mean commitment on a relationship level with women, I speak of commitment to a decision, to an ideal. To decide to take responsibility for your life, to educate yourself, to find out what you stand for, and make progress toward whatever your end goal may be, an artist, an engineer, a professional athlete. We don't understand the concept of moderation anymore when we spend all of our waking hours on the internet, playing video games, and muck about with zero direction. How many of us grow up devoid of knowledge in fundamental male concepts like history, philosophy, art, music, the classics, poetry, Shakespeare, the Red Pill Handbook 84 Bible, and other cornerstones of civilization? We teach these texts because of their ability to mold young boys into educated, driven young men. You don't need a love of language to appreciate Shakespeare, and you don't need to be religious to pluck meaning and understanding from the Bible. Great men like Aristotle, Plato, Tesla, Darwin, Michelangelo, Bernini, Homer, Virgil, Bach, Mozart, Caesar, Alexander the Great, are being left behind because of their white privilege. How many young men can name every player in the starting lineup of their favorite sports team? How many can name as many scientists? When men with encyclopedic knowledge of the Star Wars universe can't take the time out to read the Iliad, culture will continue trending downward. We don't know these things because we've been denied them by feminism. Hard concepts have been replaced by easier texts because it wasn't fair to girls that facts were more important than feelings. We put more importance on sensitivity than the truth. We are outraged by any dissenting opinion. Essays are more about how you feel about the privilege of Dickens instead of a critical examination of his novels. We look at a Delacroix painting and say LOL I don't get it while thinking dogs playing poker is great art. The subjugation of male knowledge and the introduction of privilege has undermined society to such a large degree that now the very meaning of misogyny has morphed into anything that women can't do better than men. As I look around at modern culture, I see men like Mr. Rogers retroactively labeled as a creep and pedophile because of his interest in helping young children. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more compassionate and caring individual than Fred Rogers, but modern feminism has deducted that men are incapable of such feelings and commitments without ulterior criminal, sexual motives. We have let women deracinate male influence because of irrational fears of molestation from any man that comes within arm's reach of a child. If you haven't already, I suggest you watch the movie The Man Without a Face with Mel Gibson. In it, Gibson plays a teacher, Mr. McLeod, that is involved in a serious car crash that kills one of his pupils. The physical scars and emotional guilt has left him reclusive and unable to process his grief. It isn't until the Red Pill Handbook 85 encounters a young boy, Chuck Norstad, that he discovers a reawakening of his passion for teaching. This film is classic red pill material. Chuck wants to escape the crazy house of his mother and two sisters for a boarding school to follow the footsteps of his father and someday become an Air Force pilot. The women have no idea how to handle his energy or exuberance. His mother hops from marriage to marriage, his sisters can't help him, and he's lost in the world without a positive male outlet. The mother keeps going after betas unable to point Chuck in the right direction, including a Yale professor who introduces himself to the boy by saying, "Just call me Carl. I don't need any of that imperialistic, post-Hegelian, authoritarian crap for my ego." Doesn't sound out of place in today's social justice world, does it? In McCloud he finds a mentor, a teacher, and a friend. While McCloud teaches Norstad essential things, geometry, Latin, and English, he imparts more important things, the concept of hard work, the importance of taking responsibility for what you want, why integrity and ethics are the virtues a man should live by, and how learning to reason and think for yourself is the only way you'll discover the meaning of truth. How many of you would have been able to benefit from a man like this? How many young boys would today? We need to reintegrate the concept of male wisdom and mentoring to young boys again, or we're going to grow up into a world that's weak, overly sensitive, and passive. Where things like stare rape are words with legitimacy. These are not virtues of a healthy, tolerant, and growing society. It's the death knell before the actual tough guys come to kick our ass. The Red Pill Handbook 86. Do not let negativity consume you by Kid Strangelove. Article link. A side effect of taking the red pill is that we become more and more aware of just how society, our upbringing, etc., has lied to us in all facets of our lives. This can be a beautiful and empowering thing and should serve as a catalyst for us to improve our lives. However, let me ask you this, are you really using the red pill as a catalyst for improvement, or are you using it simply as a space to vent your frustrations? Are you now working out more, pursuing girls in a more effective manner, reading more, expanding your mind, etc.? Are you making any positive changes in your life since taking the red pill? Or are you just here to bitch and moan? By the way, it's perfectly okay to bitch and moan sometimes, especially with all the lies that we have been fed, but to make bitch and moan a perpetual state is not healthy. I think comedian Duncan Trussell said it better than I ever would. I would recommend the following audio for everyone, http://udo.be/rdnskzt6uhe ? T=13M47s. Don't get yourself stuck in a perpetual state of negativity, especially when there is so much life out there to experience. The Red Pill Handbook 87 featured comment by Illimitable Man. This is an important message to reiterate. Life is pretty shit by default. Realizing a lot of the bullshit this society is constructed from and conveys, especially in relation to women, and seeing shit for what it is makes it even shittier, as you don't have the fantasy warm gooey perceptions to anesthetize the pains of reality. Reality is a pretty shitty place, but you need to understand it to be able to have the power to cultivate your own reality into what you want it to be, to make that cash money, to fuck all them hoes, to jet set, to be well read, to have a family, to be a multimillionaire, whatever the fuck it is you want, rather than let the system assign you a pre-selected power-limiting role which curbs your civil liberty, personal power, your own perception of yourself, your ability to hold influence, and a bunch of other crap. Likely the role the system would ascribe to you if you would just go with the flow is a role that does not fulfill the tenacity of your ambitions. So taking the pill can actually make life seem worse. Sure, it's empowering to know the truth, but not everyone can handle the weight of that truth. The truth is power, but with power comes responsibility, and the responsibility of realizing how truly fucking shitty women are, how pragmatic and manipulative they are, and hilariously, how only some of them are even self-aware of their own fucked up irrational natures, can take quite the toll on a man. This is why it's important to develop a coping mechanism. I encourage you all to inject positivity into your life. Watch stand-up comedy, go join a comedy club. Honestly, stand up for the most part is red pill as fuck. You can get away with saying what you like as long as it's funny. We've all seen it with the Red Pill Handbook 88, Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle, and the other greats. Building your SMV can cause growing pains, and you may need to lean on things like comedy and junk activities like playing video games to ease the growing pains, but as long as you have direction and are still growing and seeing progress, that's okay. Eventually, when your SMV is high enough, it will reward dividends in and of itself. If a problem in your life is broke, fix it. Overweight? Start jogging. Can't work out because of injury? Find workouts you can do which won't exacerbate the injury. Miserable fuck. Find shit that makes you laugh. People in your life bring you down? Get the fuck rid of them. If it's not immediately possible, e.g., you can't afford to move out from your crazy single parent mother, then just avoid her as much as you can. Not got any friends? Socialize more, drink some alcohol, go to the comedy club. Spending too much money? Downsize. Can't earn enough money? Hustle. Get educated. Kiss some ass. Read 48 laws. Find an itch. Do something. Give up on yourself and the world will too. Ironically, all these problems are things which need to be solved in order to increase SMV, and once your SMV is high, you will find none of these things are problems. We're all on the path, and all of us are at different stages of the path in periods of life. Some of you are doing this for the first time, others of you have been burned before and are doing shit you've already done before to rebuild. Whatever. Have a mission and fucking go for it. The Red Pill Handbook 89, lethargic because you've got no energy? Drink water. Blueberries. 1 lemon in your tea a day. Make that green tea. Get at least 7.5 hours sleep per night. If you have an urgent deadline, take power naps in 1.5 hour patterns, so 1.5 to 3, 4.5 to 6, 7.5 to 9 hours, etc., as that's when your REM cycles end, and that way you don't feel groggy. Life is fucking hard and unfair, and women are heartless, ruthless observers of your value who will use you for basically any benefit you can provide, but then, although perhaps not so competent in the art of Machiavellianism as the average woman, men do the same fucking shit too. The only reason you are mad/upset is because you were indoctrinated to believe that women are the fairer sex, that they were somehow more pure, and that only big evil men do fucked up shit, that females are kind and gentle and unicorn rainbow shitting fairies who'll sprinkle you with motherly love and let you suckle on her bosom as she shields you from the world and your bad day slaving for the man. Wrong. Fact of the matter is, if she didn't shit you out of her vagina, she's got no unconditional love for you. It's tingle/cash or get the fuck out. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, toughen the fuck up. Sometimes it's tough, find a way to cope. I've listed a bunch of ways. Fix your problems. Stop finding excuses. Give yourself a slap. Feeling lazy right now? Go under the shower for 2 minutes, make sure it's cold. Not freezing cold, you will get brain freeze, just quite cold. It will raise your T and make you motivated. Go on. Do it. Go. Now. The Red Pill Handbook 90, Being a Man is a Lonely Business, Endure, by Magical Bird. Article link. If you slowly build yourself into an alpha, this will mean having to ditch your old friends. While they are happily settling for an average life with an average girl, you will be slowly building yourself up. When people tell you to get a girlfriend and get married already, you will be building yourself into something greater. It takes a lot of time and effort, especially for someone who genetically and physically isn't an alpha by birth. If you want to become excellent, you will have to take off all the shackles of comfort that are afforded to betas. Society, the media, and every other influence is doing their best to make you a beta again. You may have to endure family and friends trying to bring you back down to their level. You may have to endure entitled women treating you like complete crap or trying to mold you back into a beta. You may have to endure for a while to find other fellow alpha men who are continually trying to improve themselves. You may have to wipe away wimpy tears during moments of stupid onitis and other failures towards the journey to be an alpha. The Red Pill Handbook 91. You may have to sleep with average women who offer nothing but a half-decent face. You may have to see other alphas get with better women and end up in better jobs than you on your path. Find something that makes you passionate and have a mission in life. Something so sacred to your own being that no one can ever change your mind. Protect it with your life. Even if you're a skinny 5 feet 5 inches guy who has a dream to sleep with models and you work hard at life by getting your looks together and other SMV features, you could probably get some shorter freelance models here and there. The road to being an alpha is going to be lonely, so endure. Featured comment by Soul Train 9. I went from a dorm kid to a professional with above average money, a decent flat and a virgin LTR in 3 years. The core concept of my advice: become a psychopath. When I moved to the college dorms, I decided that I won't see people as before. I saw them as puppets, as a social experiment. They were pawns in my social learning game. You have to accept everybody is a temporal companion in your life. As were your HS classmates, as are your college mates. As will be your colleges from your first workplace. As will be from the second one. What you will experience, after the Red Pill Handbook 92 you moved on to the next stage, nobody gives a shit about you. When you are at your first workplace, your college friends won't give a shit. When you move to your second job, the guy you were having lunch with every day, hour-long conversations and a few pub nights from the first workplace with won't give a shit about you. It's all temporal. What does this say to you? A relation to another human either gives you an advantage or it's a waste of time. When my best friends started to stop giving a fuck about me because I decided to work instead of finishing my degree, it really fucked with my emotions. It was only the lonely path remaining. Standing out from the crowd. You do that by building a successful and stable life. You don't need other men's approval, which you are seeking probably. Every woman will see that you are standing out by having frame, career, interests, muscles, and your own place. No frat boy will be your competition. You have to develop the daddy vibe. It trumps everything. How do you achieve that? Monk mode. Discipline yourself. I did it for more than a year. Get up early, go to classes, go to work, hit the gym, cook my food, and it's 11 p.m., time for bed. I was a whimsy, afraid of pain and everything. I decided it's time to face my fears. I got a tattoo. I was so nervous I almost threw up beforehand, lol. I came out the saloon as a different person. The lonely path. Don't confuse being lonely and being alone. You need to live the alone life, but that doesn't mean you are lonely. If you are not happy living alone, you are not ready to spin plates. You have to sit nights at your place learning to deal with your loneliness. What helped me was Buddhist books. In a TLDR version, the whole religion is about maintaining inner control. You have to find peace in existence. Not in life first. In existence. You need to let go of your ego, forget everything you know. Find peace in existence just like your ape ancestors did. I recommend the Red Pill Handbook 93 author Osho for starting out. Nobody exists on purpose, nobody belongs anywhere, everybody's gonna die. The Red Pill Handbook 94 Guides to Success in Self-Improvement. The Red Pill Handbook 95, a 7-step guide to swallowing the pill by no_face. Article link. You have read a lot of theory about the nature of women, hypergamy, hypoagency, rationalization, etc., and game and so on, but some newbies may benefit from a step-by-step guide to actually swallowing the pill. Step 1, lifting posture. Before you start lifting, you need to make sure your posture is okay. If not, you risk pinched nerves, bad form, and injury. Your posture is poor because you have poor habits. In particular, one shoulder lower than the other. Typically right-handed folks have their right shoulder below their left. This is caused by higher development of the right breast muscle compared to the left and weak back muscles. The instructions below assume your right shoulder is lower. If your left shoulder is lower, Swap the words left and right below to fix this. Stand with your left shoulder near a door jamb or pole. Raise your right arm all the way up. Bend it at the elbow so that it makes a right angle. Grab the door jamb or pole and stretch. You can put your right foot ahead. Hold for 20 seconds. This should temporarily fix your shoulder imbalance. You now need to do side and front shoulder raises with dumbbells, not a barbell. You should also do chest flies to develop your chest muscles. Start with the lowest weight possible. In the beginning, they will feel too light. As you increase the weight bit by bit, you will notice that it's harder for your left side. You should continue to exercise at this weight until both sides find it equally hard. From here on, when you increase the Red Pill Handbook 96 weight, they should feel equally hard. Head forward position/kyphosis, generally caused by sitting for hours in front of a TV/computer. Fix it using this technique. https://www.youtube.com/watch?. V equals LT_DFRNMDGS lordosis. You need to stretch your lower back and strengthen your ABS. The best way to strengthen ABS is to walk up an incline, on a treadmill for example, or to suck your abdomen in and out. Once your posture is good, you can start on a beginner program such as Strong Lift 5x5 or Starting Strength. Your first few months with the above will probably result in better posture that you can hold due to improved posterior chain. You may appear taller and more confident. Over time, you will have improved strength and start to add muscle. Rookie curl bro mistakes you avoid by starting with large compound exercises, focusing on curls and only exercising the muscles you can see in the mirror. You will lose all kinds of proportionality and will look uglier as you grow. Undertraining chest and overtraining triceps, neglecting shoulders in favor of biceps. Step 2, style until your posture is fixed. From step 1 above, you should not be investing in new clothes. If you are a fat bastard, you should wait until your pants slip off, and even then only buy modestly until you think you have relatively flat ABS. Then you can go shopping. Try different brands and see what looks good on you. If you are lucky, a cheap factory outlet type brand such as Tommy Hilfiger will look good on you and you can restock your wardrobe for a couple of $100. If buying short the Red Pill Handbook 97 sleeve t-shirts and shirts, best to wait till your arms are big enough that the sleeves are snug. Until your chest is the widest part of your body when viewed from the side, no clothes will make you look good. Make your interests and lifestyle part of your style. Do you go motorcycling every weekend with your buddies? You should go for a biker jacket. Do you hang out with your investment broker friends at high-class NYC bars? Wear expensive suits. Are you a mechanic? Jeans and t-shirt. This is something for you to figure out on your own. Do not copy your buddy. Be an individual. In the beginning, a newer style may make you feel conscious. Gradually add new clothes and stop wearing the old clothes. You will need to wear your new style a few times before you feel natural and comfortable in it. After a few days you won't even feel like wearing the old clothes anymore. Step 3, mission. You need a mission in your life. Think about it this way: if you die in the next year, how would you want people to remember you? As a great writer? A political activist? A musician? You need something to work on, something you would contribute to the world. Not everyone will be a world-changing agent, but you need to find something that you are very passionate about. Ever heard of Khan Academy? His passion is just to teach. He has risen above the millions of teachers who teach for a paycheck. Any mission is awesome if you have the passion for it. Your mission is how you see yourself and how others see you. It is how you meet people who have interests aligned with you. Your mission enables you to enlarge your social circle and improve your social circle game. Choose it with care. Step 4, frame. Frame is simply your idea of yourself. Are you a cool, confident, fun, awesome person? Are you witty and intellectual? You need to develop alpha characteristics in your frame such as stoicness, abundance mentality, and high value. Step 1 to 3 above and your characteristics as you see yourself feed into your frame. Make sure it's clean. In particular, you need to weed out anything bitchy out of your frame. Many shit tests are simply integrity tests of your frame. Did you get upset when she said she does not like men under 6 feet tall? There goes your frame of being the Red Pill Handbook 98 cool in the face of stress. Feel the need to demand explanation for her flaking on a date? Your abundance frame just dissolved. Step 5, Game. There are entire monosphere you can read about game, but almost all of it can be concisely boiled down to 16 commandments of Poon. My experience regarding dealing with women in your social circle is simple: until you have high value, don't even bother talking to women. Go into monk mode and work on yourself. You will know you are high SMV when multiple women open you, talk to you of their own volition, smile at you, etc. Low-value men are invisible to women. Low-value men who try to game/hit on them are creepy according to their definition. Once you have high value, the simplest thing to do is to wait for a woman to notice you and open you. These will be least effort/least shit tests. If you have noticed a woman and she seems to have not noticed you, you can boldly go over and introduce yourself. I have never needed any pickup lines/opinion openers/negs or any of the usual PUA BS. Just go over and introduce yourself and make some small talk. The only thing I'd add is don't compliment her. She hasn't earned it. After this, you should just ignore her. She may open you or you can talk more if you run into each other. If you see increased friendliness, you should simply ask her out. Escalate. Step 6, Dominance. You need to dominate your woman physically, lift, mofo, lift, mentally. You are smarter than a woman, right? Emotionally, be stoic, bro, and sexually, escalate. You also need to dominate the relationship, no supplication, no compliments unless it's for something she did to please you, and sex acts, read Daniel Rose's Sex God Method. Eventually, as you get closer, you can occasionally break these rules. Remember, LTRs require some amount of tenderness and the Red Pill Handbook 99 support. Step 7, Maintenance. As a TRP male, you need to constantly get better. When you stagnate, the lack of change will bore your woman and she will be susceptible to her innate hypergamy. Learn new things and surprise yourself and her all the time. The Red Pill Handbook 100 focus on you first. And second. And third. And, blah blah, worry about women 7th by Archwinger. Article link. A lot of people, especially new people, show up on the Red Pill wondering what specifically do I do to improve my life. They're not looking for academic theory about women and power talk and discussions about how shitty women are and how alpha and beta various examples of men are. They're looking for concrete help. Advice they can implement today to make their lives better. First, join a gym, or start going if you already joined but don't go regularly. Or go back if you used to work out and stopped. Make time for this. Every day. Or maybe 6 days a week. Or every other day if you have shit to do. But minimum 3 times per week and preferably more. Do strength training. Look up strong lifts 5x5 or something comparable, and fucking do it. Cardio in between if you're going every day. This is your time. Don't talk to girls. Don't talk to guys. Don't waste your gym hour. Just work out. It will suck at first but get easier. Here's the key, it doesn't matter if you get stronger or look different after a month. You will, but it doesn't matter. The way you walk, talk, and carry yourself will become better, in a way you won't notice but others will, if you know that you've done all you can to prepare your body to face the day, every day. And it's just plain good for you to grow some fucking muscle. Second, eat well and get enough sleep. Staying up until 4 a.m. drinking beer is fine when you're 19 and in college studying for an exam, but you're a real person now, and you wake up at 5 a.m. to work out. So eat real food, not bars and shakes, cut out soft drinks and energy drinks and other bullshit, limit alcohol to social drinking, learn to cook, and buy actual shit from an actual healthy grocery store. The Red Pill Handbook 101 and sleep 8 to 9 hours per night. You have nothing to prove to anybody by staying up until midnight. You have a job, a workout regimen, and a life to live. Lack of sleep hinders all of that and makes you a less efficient and a less attractive human. Third, get a job if you don't have one. Get a good job if you already have a shitty job. Get ahead at your good job if you already have one of those. You can look on Indeed.com or Monster or any other job site, but be forewarned, every job posting you see on the internet will get 1,000 resumes. Do a general search for companies in your industry and just send them letters and a copy of your resume. Follow up within the week. By phone, not email. Talk to everyone you know and get hooked up at places you never would have thought to approach. Networking is the best way to get a job, and having a day job and steady income affects the way you walk and talk. Even if you don't notice this, others will. Even if you're in school now, get a part-time job doing something cool. It's a great conversation piece, and when you're finally out of school, the fact that you did something besides go to school the last 4 years sets you apart from other college graduates first starting to send their resumes to employers. Fourth, talk to strangers. All the fucking time. Are you in line somewhere? A coffee shop? The student union at your university? Are you on a street or in a building, or at the gym or anywhere else where other people exist and aren't busy working? Just chat with strangers. You're not trying to make a new best friend or get a date. You're just chatting with people, both men and women, 30 to 60 seconds tops, maybe 10 people a day. Most of this will go nowhere and be super awkward, but maybe you meet someone you can add to your network and contact later. More importantly, however, you get over the inherent fear we all have of rejection. You talk to strangers without caring what they'll say or think, it's awkward and stupid, it sucks and you look dumb and have nothing to talk about. But 6 months from now, you'll realize that you're actually good at talking to people, strangers are as afraid of you as you are of them, and you develop a knack for getting other people to seek your approval, rather than vice versa. This translates into more success meeting women, more confidence at job interviews and business/social functions, and the like. The Red Pill Handbook 102 Fifth, join some professional societies, hobbyist groups, start taking guitar or martial art lessons, or something that interests you, not related to your day job. You need shit to do besides work, cook dinner, and sleep. Otherwise, you're a boring little shit. Be interested in something and look into it. Cooking. Making soap. Making explosives. Going to the shooting range. I don't care. But if you're a man, you've at least passively been interested in lots of things over the years. Pick a few items of the greatest interest to you and actually look into them. You won't live forever. Sixth, study up on game. It doesn't matter how fit, healthy, successful, social, and interesting you are. Women and talking them into fucking you is something different from all of that. If you don't know how to talk to girls in a sexual way, you'll die a rich, super hot, very interesting virgin who didn't have game. You have to learn how to treat women like anybody else, be outcome independent, talk subtly sexually, touch in a non-awkward way, and escalate the situation to a sexual encounter. This is a learned skill, not something that just happens naturally the way women will tell you it does. For them, it just happens. For you, it's a practiced skill, and making this happen is something that is completely independent from looks/fitness, success, hobbies, and social skills. Having all of that makes game a lot easier, which is why game comes as sixth on this list, but all of that without game won't get you laid, and game without all of that will make your life a lot harder. Finally, start going out every weekend, or maybe one weeknight a week, and approach women. Constantly, the same way you talk to strangers above. Note how this is 7th on my list, and not all that important. Women don't matter if you haven't done 1 to 6. And you can be happy and successful just doing 1 to 6 and forgetting all about women. That's actually key. If you're not happy, all on your own, just with who you are, what you've done, and what you're capable of, then you'll never land a woman, not a worthwhile one anyway. If you're physically fit or at least confident about your gym routine, healthy and well rested, professionally successful, socially not awkward, have hobbies and interests, and are at least decently versed in game, you finally have a decent chance of not being blown off by the average woman. As noted above, treat women like talking to the Red Pill Handbook 103 strangers. Just chat with them like anybody else, in a non-awkward way, and you're already leagues beyond the normal loser, who doesn't have the courage to walk up and talk, and when he does, he's an awkward loser. Just talking to women and coming across like a non-awkward, non-loser puts you in the top 25% of men. Being subtly sexual and escalating via touch puts you in the top 20%, give or take. Not caring whether you're turned down or not and moving on to the next woman like the one who just pissed on you doesn't count puts you in the top 15. Being fit, successful, socially apt, and interesting, on top of good game, puts you in the top 10. The top 10% gets laid every weekend. Maybe not by every single woman they approach, but by the end of the night, you'll have a fuck buddy lined up. But this comes after a few weeks or months of hard work becoming worth a shit. The key is being happy without women. If you're fit, successful, socially apt, and in possession of useful and interesting skills and hobbies, you should be able to have a decent life without women. Women would rather line up to be the gravy on your awesome life than be the main course, featured on the otherwise empty plate of a loser. The Red Pill Handbook 104 Goals, a quick guide on how to attain them by Bhutan Salt. Article link. Setting goals is an effective method of achieving success in life, whether it be short-term or over the long term. There are 5 key aspects to creating goals: 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Be specific. They need to be measurable. Track your progress. Are your goals practical? Stay on track. Keep your eyes on the prize. Be specific. Write down goals in specific detail so you can clearly see what you plan to attain and how to achieve it. State exactly what you want and how you plan to get the results you seek, such as who can help and what training you may require. What do you want to accomplish, short and long term? Where? Identify locations and venues you will do the activities. When? Establish time frames for short and long-term goals. What is your target date? Who can help you reach your goals? Do you seek mentors, expert advice, or wings to help you in field? Measurable. The Red Pill Handbook 105 Establish metrics to track your progress. Keep a documented record of your successful steps toward your goals. How many? Do you have a goal of approaching a certain amount of women per day / night / week / month / year? How long? Do you have a goal of spending a specific amount of time meeting women? Tracking your successes can help encourage you to keep going and give you solid feedback on our efforts and whether something is working or not. The best strategy for sticking to goals is to keep track of your progress on a daily basis by writing it down every day. This very act of writing down activities / steps taken has been shown to improve results and to encourage consistency. It allows you to learn more about your habits, stay accountable to yourself, and keep track of any progress or slips. A good record includes the following: A type of activities. B how long you spent doing that activities. C intensity of the effort. Did you push your own boundaries or did you play it safe? D comments about any difficulties to help you in problem solving for the future. Practicality. Are the goals reasonable and achievable in the time allotted? Know your limits and work around them as best you can. Not everyone gets to be an astronaut. Staying on track. The Red Pill Handbook 106. Maintaining progress is one of the hardest challenges when trying to make changes to your life, whether it be changing a habit, fitness, or improving your communication skills. Getting started can be difficult, but staying committed is even harder. The key to successfully navigating obstacles to maintaining your progress is to acknowledge slips will happen despite your best efforts to plan for them. The key is to build consistencies and a regular schedule and to get back on that horse as soon as you get thrown off. There are several things you can do to help stay on target. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep it meaningful. Continue to remind yourself of the personal benefits you'll get when you achieve your goals. Setting and keeping meaningful goals that are realistic and attainable will increase the likeliness of success. You are much more likely to strive towards a goal you care about and feel close to accomplishing. Reward yourself. Rewards increase the likelihood that you will do it again. When you reach a metric, give yourself a reward. Create rewards for both short-term and long-term goals. The earlier you catch slips, the better. If caught early, a slip does not have to signal an inevitable downward spiral. Again, slips are inevitable, and accepting that and moving on when they happen is the best course of action. The most important thing to do when slips occur is to not let it turn into a string of slips or affect your new habits and collapse your changes in behavior you've been working towards. Have a plan for dealing with slips. The most important thing is to get back on track as soon as possible. Do not wait until Monday or the beginning of the month to start fresh. Learn from the past. You can identify many of these slips from past experience. Think back and identify situations in which you remember having a particularly difficult time sticking to your plan. Plan in advance. When you know similar situations are coming, i.e. holidays, family vacations, etc., start planning for how to deal with the Red Pill Handbook 107 them in advance. If you wait until you are in the midst of the situation, you are not likely to come up with an effective solution. Use the information from past struggles to guide your planning and identify past hurdles that will need to be overcome. If you find you have relapsed, pull out all the resources that have helped you in the past to get back on track. Some questions you need to ask are: what barriers may interfere with your plan? How can you address them? If you cannot stick to your primary plan, what is your backup plan? The measures of success are not whether there are dips in your progress, but whether overall you are progressing in spite of occasional slips. The Red Pill Handbook 108. Let's Do Money by Archwinger. Article link. Hi, guys. So lately, I've been thinking about money. Because frankly, money is more important than women. You can buy a lot more happiness than you can fuck. Women figured that out a long time ago, hence their dating/marriage strategy, and it's time to catch up. First off, if you're young, don't have a job, have a shitty job, and so forth, real financial advice isn't for you. The advice you need is obvious: get a job. A good one. A post about what degrees or credentials to pursue, how to get into certain fields, how to network, how to write a resume, how to interview, that's beyond the scope of the bullshit I'm writing today, which is more about what to do with the money you're earning and how to prioritize your financial endeavors. The very first thing you need to do with your paychecks is to save money. Make a budget and figure out what you're spending each month. As an aside, keep your monthly expenditures low. You need a place to live, a used car that you preferably buy with cash to get you to work, an old non-state-of-the-art computer that connects to the internet, an old non-state-of-the-art cell phone, a cheap gym membership, clothes for work and the gym. Depending on your job, work clothes can double as clothes for going out, food and water, and if you really want to splurge, a television. You don't want to go insane, so you can go out from time to time, have hobbies, and so on, but if you're spending $100 a weekend drinking and trying to pick up girls, you're wasting something valuable for something mostly worthless. Anyway, figure out how much you spend each month, and save money to build the Red Pill Handbook 109 up a reserve. You want to have a minimum of 3 months of your expenses in the bank, preferably 6. Not 3 to 6 months of paychecks. We're not buying an engagement ring. Your expenses times 3 to 6. Your paycheck should far exceed your expenses. If not, you need budgeting advice, not financial advice. Or a less shitty job. Why do this first? Because the very first step toward financial independence is having some security. Knowing that you could lose your job tomorrow, or even make the conscious choice to quit your job and pursue other avenues, or get sick or injured or something, and continue your life exactly the same stuff, same quality of life, same everything, for 6 months. If you're planning on doing something extra risky or likely to fail, or more long-term, like starting a business, maybe you want to have 9 to 12 months in reserve. But when you can quit your job tomorrow and go do something else, and still live exactly as you're living right now for 6 months, that's your first taste of independence. Once you have 6 months of living stashed away in the bank, put this in a separate account. If you don't have the discipline to not touch it when it's in your general savings account, you have the freedom to be more aggressive with the rest of your money. After all, if you lose it all, then lose your job the very next day, see above. You can go right on living for half a year. But the saving doesn't stop once you get to 6 months of costs. From that point on, you should be saving 10% of your gross income, minimum. 12 to 15% is a better goal. 20% if you can afford it, but that requires some serious quality of life sacrifices. In this context, saving doesn't mean a bank account. At this point, you should be moving on to investment vehicles, retirement accounts, and so on. You can still keep extra cash, set aside in a separate account for projects you want to save for, like getting a house, building something, buying something, going somewhere. But try to stash at least 10% of your income somewhere it can grow. And start this young. Because time is your most valuable asset. Women figured that out a long time ago, too. That's why they're always after your time. There was a post that touched on this, actually, that bedroom set you bought your wife. Don't think of it as a $11,000 check. Think of it as 4 months you the Red Pill Handbook 110 slaved away in the office that you'll never get back. But it's not just those 4 months you worked. That 4 months of income you didn't save today will turn into several years of extra working before you can retire. That bedroom set your wife wanted extended your period of slavery for years. And she probably complained about it once you had it anyway, and fucked her boyfriend on the bed instead of you, and got the bedroom set in the divorce even though she hates it, so you had to buy a new bed at your new place and set yourself even farther behind, not to mention the checks you have to write your wife each month. But I digress. Time is your most valuable asset. A lot of people will write an extra check to their bank every month toward their mortgage, because we're all told that this adds up. You'll pay off your house sooner, and just think what you'll be able to do in 20 years instead of 30 when you have an extra $2,000 a month. You can bank that. But look at it this way, saving $500 every month today, in your 20s or 30s, and just paying the minimum to avoid getting foreclosed on, will net you far more money than paying off your house, than saving $2,000 a month starting in your 50s. Mortgage interest rates are low today, so you can get away with this and come out ahead. The same applies to all of your debts. If you have a debt with an interest rate of 8% or higher, pay it off. Maybe pay off your 7% debts, too. It's hard to get a solid 7 to 8% rate of return on most things today. But anything lower than that and you're better off just making your regular minimum monthly payment and saving the money you're thinking about paying toward a debt. Because when you pay extra money on that debt, your creditor takes that money, invests it, loans it out, gets interest on it, makes money on it. That could be your money. You're better off making that money. You can still pay off your house in 20 years instead of 30 if you want, but do that by making shit tons of money today, then writing a big check in 19 years and 11 months. Not by paying an extra $500 a month to the bank. Because when that house is finally yours and all of your other debts are paid off, you won't have shit saved away to retire, and you'll already be 50. Further, when you give money to your mortgager or another creditor, that's money you can't access. Sure, you feel good about having more equity in your The Red Pill Handbook 111 house, but you can't do anything with that equity unless you want to sell your house, incurring closing costs, moving costs, etc. And let's say you sell your house and turn a profit. What do you get with all of that equity you bought? The exact amount of money you put in back again. No growth. You pay your mortgage off, you get your profit, and you get your equity back. As an aside, you get a federal income tax deduction for paying interest on a home mortgage, so paying extra toward your principal can also make you have more taxable income. So you should be saving for retirement, right? Better dump all that money in your company's 401k plan. Nope. 401k's are a scam. You should definitely put money into a 401k, though. Exactly as much money as your employer matches, then not a penny more. Because that employer matching is free money, an instant 100% rate of return. But after that, pre-tax retirement accounts are a losing affair. Taxes never go down. They go up. When you're in your 60s, assuming the government doesn't keep raising the age when you can access a 401k, do you seriously think taxes are going to be lower than they are today? Or that dollars will be worth more? Let's say you do some math, and to live comfortably at retirement, you're going to want $8,000 per month. So $96,000 per year. When you pull that out of a 401k, you have to pay taxes on that money. So you don't get $96k a year. To get that $96k you need, you actually have to pull about $120k out of your account. And that's assuming taxes aren't boatloads higher by then. It's just a bad investment. An inefficient use of your money. On the flip side, a Roth IRA, or some companies offer a Roth 401k, can be a great vehicle. Roth accounts are actually such a good vehicle that the government is probably going to shit-can them before I get to retire. If your company doesn't offer a good retirement plan, or you're self-employed or a contractor or something, and your income is below the legal cap, you should be saving the maximum in a Roth IRA every year, and putting the money with a good financial guide. When you finally get around to choosing stocks or mutual funds, pay attention to dividends, look for the word value in the title of the mutual fund, or do some The Red Pill Handbook 112 research on a company's stock history. Most financial guys focus on growth alone, which is a crapshoot. You buy something today and hope that years from now when you sell it, it's worth more. You diversify what you're buying so that if something tanks, you can offset the loss with gains from other things. Not a horrible strategy, but no growth. If you focus on things that pay dividends, that dividend money can be banked, spent, used to invest in other things, or even automatically reinvested in whatever's generating the dividends, which leads to more dividends next quarter. Companies that pay dividends have to keep doing it. If they pay their shareholder dividends this quarter, then next quarter decide not to, their shareholders get pissed, a lot of them sell some stock off, the stock price goes down, and all of those fat cat CEOs lose money. Companies will bend over backward, and even borrow money, to make sure they get those dividends out every quarter, because that's how the people in charge keep the stock price from tanking. So dividends are like free money that helps to cushion you somewhat if stock prices go down. The not quite accurate thing financial advisors will tell you, that still serves as a good illustration of how you should be thinking, is the 3/20s approach. If you save 20% of your income for 20 years straight, you can retire in 20 years. That's not really accurate for a lot of reasons, but the overarching premise is a good one: time is valuable. More valuable than money. So young guys in their 20s and 30s ought to be getting their shit together now, so they can retire in their 40s and 50s instead of slaving away for women until the day they die. The Red Pill Handbook 113, dealing with loneliness as you work toward becoming a top 10% man by now. Boarding. Article link. Thanks to TRP, I've finally dedicated myself to getting my shit together. Lifestyle, body, fashion, money, etc. To work on becoming a man who is in the top tier of self-made men. I say self-made because if you're on this sub, your life situation probably hasn't put you in that position by default. These are the men who, among other things, get the best years and the deepest passions of girls that the remaining 95% of men only dream about. But to become such a man will take years of intense effort, followed by a lifetime of maintenance. There are no shortcuts. See, there are two types of self-improvement, and becoming a top-tier man involves achieving the second type. 1-2. Improvement that you recognize. Improvement that the world recognizes. Let's say you're a skinny bastard and start going to the gym every day for the first time in your life. Every week you'll see a slightly improved version of yourself in the mirror. Fantastic. Keep it up. In 6 months, friends who haven't seen you in a while will be blown away. But in reality, this is only the first kind of self-improvement. Just because you and your friends recognize and celebrate your improvements, it doesn't mean the world will. In fact, if you're just getting started, it's almost certain that the world at large will not even notice your achievement, not yet. A skinny bastard plus 6 months of painstaking effort in the gym and the kitchen is the Red Pill Handbook 114. Now a guy with an only slightly below average body. Wonder why the hotties aren't responding well, despite you having made so much progress and being validated regularly by your peer group? It's because the girls are not comparing you to yourself from 6 months ago. They're comparing you to their world. To the hot, successful, fun, cool guys they've been lusting after and getting with since they were 12. Sound unfair? Sure. But if you've embraced TRP, and I mean really embraced it, you've come to accept that nobody owes you anything, and sure as hell not these hotties. For me, this was the toughest part of the pill to swallow. More so than even the hypergamy truths. To get the results of the top 5% of self-made men, you need to pay your dues with an intensity of effort that only the top 5% of men are willing to exert. To play in that realm, you need to become one of them. To become one of them, you need to invest so ferociously in yourself over such a long period of time that your results speak for themselves, not just to yourself, but to the wider population. I am not saying that the first type of self-improvement is not important. And I'm not saying that improving yourself is to be done only to get the world's approval, or that your approval of yourself is not important. I'm only making this distinction between the two types so that you don't make the mistake of expecting the world to respond to you as though you have achieved the second, when you have in fact only achieved the first. Because when your unrealistic results don't materialize, you will be deflated, drained, and demotivated. The first type is a prerequisite, and it's only by appreciating your own results that you keep the motivation to stick with it long term. In order to improve yourself to the point where you're in the top tier of men, it will take years. Frankly speaking, many of us here aren't going to get laid tonight. Some of you may not have been laid in months, if not years. Many of you may be the Red Pill Handbook 115 overweight, if not obese. Others may be repulsively skinny. Some of you may have no friends, low confidence, or no sense of self-worth. Fine. We're in TRP here, where we accept the current situation so that we can work on it and change it to our satisfaction. Having said all this, let's get to the meat of this topic. If you're this guy I've just described, how do you lessen the sting of loneliness that you feel as you walk the path towards becoming a top-tier man? You may be on that first level of self-improvement where you recognize it and are feeling great, which is already a huge win. But the world hasn't recognized it, and won't for some time. So you're still without girls and without the kinds of cool friends and life experiences that you want. You're still lonely. While you spend your weekend eating right, hitting the weights, shopping for nicer clothes, and engaging in one or two interesting social events that challenge your comfort zone, you feel good though can't help but be reminded how alone you really are. You see reminders everywhere that people are currently living the life you want. Hot girls with cool guys on dates, big groups of cool friends at a restaurant together, good-looking couples enjoying each other's affections everywhere you look. It is literally everywhere. It can hurt to know that while so many other people are enjoying this night, enjoying this weekend, you are left with only hopes that your future will be better. Which it certainly will be if you become a high-quality man. Nevertheless, the sting of loneliness still exists today. Since many men on TRP are already working to become that man, I'd like to know how you deal with the realities of loneliness as you invest heavily in yourself. Maybe you have friends, but they're the kind of people you're with only because the alternative is isolation. Maybe you have a girl you're seeing, but she's barely attractive to you and only slightly better than masturbation. The Red Pill Handbook 116. You're going through the process of self-development and feeling a new sense of purpose and self-control, but you know it will be a long time before you can make a real dent in your situation. Before you reach that second level of self-improvement where you are in fact received by the world as a high-quality man. TRP is a journey, not a destination, but that doesn't mean you must confine yourself to a lifetime of loneliness as you commit to a lifetime of self-improvement. How do you keep the end goal in sight and not let your current loneliness or lack of immediate success derail your efforts? Featured comment by Chivalry_Augustus. I know it's demoralizing, but there's actually no point pursuing this lifestyle and dream if you don't actually want it. Swallowing the red pill for me has been a realization of truth. I don't want to be in the top 10% of men in the sense that women will perceive me as being in the top 10%. What I mean by that is, I don't want to work damned hard to up my SMV just because it will up my SMV, especially because being a wealthy bachelor is never how I foresaw my life developing. In actuality, swallowing the pill has been a realization and an acceptance of the futility and the reality of the void. If, indeed, I do become wealthy, or I do become stunningly attractive, or I do become this or that or whatever, it will be because I wanted to do that for me. I will become greatness for my own sake, if indeed I do. But as far as women are concerned, what sense does it make to me to elevate myself above other men just so the vapid half of the human population can like me on a superficial level? The Red Pill Handbook 117. This is where I'm having real trouble with some of the elements of RP. My life as I see it now is one bereft of pressure or ambition. I want to bum around for a decade and see the world. I don't particularly care whether I live or die. I am happier than I was, but I am happier more because I have embraced the utter sense of solitude that inevitably prevails when you realize that, truly, all men are islands. Hence, dealing with loneliness is not something that you can do on a temporary and ongoing basis, rather, loneliness is the prevailing reality and you have to determine what exactly you are going to do knowing that that is true. I know that seeing loneliness as the context may seem perverse to some, but that, I feel, is the nihilistic nature of things. That is why committing to self-improvement seems like a crazy idea to me unless you genuinely want it. For me, you have to accept and embrace the loneliness first, and from there, progress to the point of deciding if, and eventually, how, you are going to deal with it. But I don't get the constant obsession here with being a high-quality man. Ultimately, you're going to pay your dues time and again to win a prize that, at the end of everything, isn't much of a prize at all. It's just a life of toil in the hope of making up for a life of frugality. The Red Pill Handbook 118. The Red Pill, Dating, and Relationships. The Red Pill Handbook 119. General Sexual Marketplace Theory. The Red Pill Handbook 120. Briffault's Law by Red Pill Schul. Article link. This has been posted a few times, and comes up in comments a lot, but we've got a lot of new users here. Briffault's Law, the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family. Where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male, no such association takes place. There are a few corollaries I would add. Past benefit provided by the male does not provide for continued or future association. Any agreement where the male provides a current benefit in return for a promise of future association is null and void as soon as the male has provided the benefit. See Corollary 1. A promise of future benefit has limited influence on current/future association, with the influence inversely proportionate to the length of time until the benefit will be given and directly proportionate to the degree to which the female trusts the male, which is not bloody likely. Full post here. The Red Pill Handbook 121 Men Are Not Happy by Archwinger. Article link. About once every month or two, there's a post somewhere on Reddit, by a woman, saying something like, "My boyfriend suddenly started doing red pill stuff and now I want out," followed by 4 to 6 paragraphs explaining how her boyfriend is now a controlling, abusive asshole who works out and wants sex, because these traits are, of course, very, very unique to the red pill, and any guy who exhibits them obviously went online, found us, and we ruined him. These threads get seized upon by our detractors, who eagerly point out, see? The red pill doesn't work. It just ends relationships and turns guys into assholes. Independent of what is and is not actually red pill behavior, situations like these are based on a bad assumption. Simply put, in examples like this, the lamenting woman has presupposed that prior to her man's changes, their relationship was actually good, and he was actually happy. Then he ruined everything by reading some bullshit online that told him how his relationship ought to be, then trying to implement it. This begs the question, if the relationship was fine before the boyfriend went all red pill on his woman, why is he trying to change things? Why did he go on the internet and seek out the monosphere? If he's happy with his relationship the way it is, why is he trying to find ways to improve his sex life and become more assertive? All of this, of course, assumes that A, the stories presented on Reddit are true, and B, the man actually sought out the red pill and didn't just stop kissing his girlfriend's ass for any number of other reasons. The red pill is here because men aren't happy. They don't want to be sweet, and the Red Pill Handbook 122 sensitive and do things for women all day long and be the perfect boyfriend, while having subpar sex once every 6 weeks, paying out the ass for expensive dates and gifts, sacrificing personal time, and getting bitched at and threatened with a breakup if any of this perfect behavior ever dips slightly. They don't want to give back rubs and foot rubs, stay at home one weekend a month while their women have a night out with the girls, get disrespected and talked about behind their backs, get cheated on, but just harmless, meaningless mistakes that don't really count, and get berated when they push back against any of this. They don't want to let women move in, rent-free, and get pressured to buy a ring for a 4-digit number of dollars and tie their finances to someone who makes less than half as much money, just because they've been dating a while and it's time and they're supposed to. Sure, everything's hunky-dory for these girlfriends, but for the men, everything is not happy. Everything is not going well. And men are sick of it. When a 28-year-old man with an entitled bitch of a girlfriend of 5 years stumbles across the red pill, he reads stories about men not so much older than he is who don't have or want girlfriends. They don't need a girlfriend because they have 4 or 5 women fucking their brains out on a regular basis outside of a relationship. They barely spend a cent on dates or activities. They barely lift a finger to impress women. But girls can't seem to get enough of them. And what these men do seems so simple. Work out, focus on your career, practice your social skills and get confident, develop useful skills and interesting hobbies, essentially, quit wasting time. Read non-fiction instead of fiction, watch less TV, play less video games, quit jerking off to porn, spend that time doing something that makes you physically, mentally, or socially better. The red pill tells men that their time is valuable, and to use it well. Hand in hand with that, the red pill tells men that since their time is their most valuable resource, quit wasting it on women when you're not getting something of equal value in return. If your girlfriend is ugly, sexually ungenerous, lazy, or just an entitled bitch that expects you to do all kinds of crap for her just to maintain the pleasure of having a girlfriend, is it really worth all of the time and energy you expend? When you the Red Pill Handbook 123 could be doing something that actually improves your life. The red pill exists because many men aren't happy. Because these relationships that are allegedly just fine are very much not just fine. Because men are giving so much to their women and getting so little, with the assumption that merely existing, merely being a presence in the man's life, is all a woman needs to do to become his highest priority. That men should be falling over themselves getting in line for the right to say I have a girlfriend, and nothing more. Men are sick of this. Guys in the "my man went red pill and ruined our relationship" Reddit posts probably aren't actually going to internet sites to get an instruction manual for how to piss off their girlfriends. They're just normal guys who know in the pit of their stomach that something is wrong, that they're wasting their lives, and that they're not happy. It's not their girlfriend's fault, it's theirs. And they decide one day, for whatever reason, to try to take control of their lives, of their relationships, and build something they're actually proud of. And steps 1 and 2 of that process involve asserting yourself and living the way you want, and expecting the people with whom you associate, example your woman, to add value to your life equal to the value you're expending. The rest of the world shorthands that behavior as being an asshole, and ruining relationships. How sad is that? Honestly and confidently pursuing the life you want, and expecting others to hold up their end of a relationship is the new Hitler. The Red Pill Handbook 124 The Unbalanced Sexual Marketplace by Illimitable Man. Comment link from a larger article. And we'll discover that the real victims of modern feminism are, of course, women themselves, who have been left lonelier and less satisfied than they have ever been. I find it hilarious how much of the article basically outlines how the typical woman treats the average man like a pile of fucking shit, and then concludes that in their hostile ignorant arrogance, they end up being the real victims due to loneliness. Men always want to go to bat for women, and that shit fucks me off. It must be genetic or some shit because I see men in TRP doing that shit too. Don't be mad at women's bra, you just bitter, okay? I get loads of pussy. You gotta lift and man up, brah. Stop being bitter, brah. I get fucking tired of that retarded trite dumb testosterone monkey's spit. Fucking retards who lift a bit of metal and fuck a bit of pussy, who are totally ignorant to what's going on, but think they're a boss because they can get laid and are constantly high on fucking tren and a post-workout buzz. Just because you lift and get laid, doesn't mean society isn't fucked up. Their opinions on life and women are basically some retarded flow chart. Do you lift, brah? Yes/no, no. If not, go lift, brah. Do you get laid, brah? Yes/no. If not, go Tinder, brah. Tinder not working? You need to cut, brah. Already doing both? Then there's no problem, you be trippin', brah. Gym and Tinder FO life. The Red Pill Handbook 125. See, these fucking idiots think being jacked and getting laid is all you need to be fulfilled in life, and that's fucking bullshit. Men outside the monosphere could collectively go lift tomorrow and it wouldn't change the legal system, it wouldn't get rid of feminism, it wouldn't fix the fucked up education system or the shit economy, and it wouldn't give men game/social awareness. It wouldn't change a sweet damn thing for the overall condition of men as outlined in this fucking article. For some reason, there are a subsection of men who want to go to bat for women, and the more pussy your typical man gets, the more he thinks, hey, you know what, women are fine, I have great times with them, you must be the problem, brah. Ain't nothing wrong with women, brah, you're the problem, brah. They don't wanna explore really what the fuck is up. It's just the guy's fault. It's close-minded bullshit. Fuck exploring shit, and God forbid blaming a woman. They are poor innocent whittle victims, and as a man, it's all your fault if she's a cunt. The old hyperagent bait and switch gets annoying. Men take blame for everything, women get blamed for nothing. Look, if we're not blaming women for anything, and nothing is their fault even if they're huge cunts, Then we can't treat them as equals. We can't respect them. We must see them as inferior children, hence the sidebar post she's the most responsible teenager in the room. If we treat them as equals with agency, then we have to hold them to account and stop fucking blaming men for women acting like cunts. You vest wearing juicing fuck, need to stop telling men they are fucking bitter because they have genuine rational grievances with bitches. You need to stop looking down on men who don't follow your self-prescribed juice/lift/Tinder lifestyle, shut the fuck up gloating/going to bat for women and realize you're a fucking idiot so high on juice and pussy that your opinion amounts to jack fucking shit. You're a dumb bitch enabling ape looking for his next orgasm, that's all you are. You may physically epitomize masculinity, but mentally you're as bad as the fucking Mangina feminist David Futrell. The Red Pill Handbook 126. Please, pick a fucking side, because I'm tired of the bait and switch in play that is used whenever it is beneficial to serve the plight of women. Men taking the blame for shit outside their realm of control is, in my opinion, full warp speed male hamster. Women always need the number one spot in the victim Olympics, don't they? And men and women collectively enable that bullshit mentality. Society needs to figure the fuck out whether it wants to treat women as agentless puppies that need to be fed and watered all chained up in their kitchens, or to treat them as fucking people with equal agency, which means stop going to fucking bat for them and validating their bullshit with as the man, it's your fault she's a cunt, you should have used your Superman powers to stop her being a cunt. You should have treated her in such an alfalfa way that the very base of her nature changed and caused her to change into what you wanted her to be. She is the way you make her. If you were a real man, she wouldn't be a cunt. Because the fact she has daddy issues and feminism taught her that anything with a dick is a symbolic incarnation of Satan is irrelevant, it's all your fault if it don't work with these bitches. And so the masculinity shaming and blaming continues in its epic as ever fashion. Look, both men and women are sick right now, in fact the whole damn society is. Women are too mentally violent and feral, the worst of their femininity is running amok. Men are too confused, passive and directionless. That's where TRP comes in, but men should only be taking responsibility for their own destinies, not blaming themselves for the inevitable theatrics that come as part of the package in dealing with your average day Looney Tune of a woman. I never subscribed to the as a man, it's your fault she's a cunt if she's a cunt mantra, and I never will. Some women are just fucking cunts, plain and simple, and you're an idiot if you think you can make poison drinkable, or tame the untamable serpent. It takes a whole fucking society to bring bitches in line, and society has failed all of us. This whole, she's got no agency when she's playing her victim card, but she's as the Red Pill Handbook 127 equal as you with as much agency as you when she needs representation and respect is fucking bullshit. The mixed messages are what really fucks shit up. And that shit really fucks up young men in general and the sheer prospect of an LTR for a man. It's such a head fuck that I understand why a lot of guys think fuck this shit, and look for escapes. I don't fucking blame them, they're doing what they perceive to be the rational thing, they just want to be happy. Most men are simple like that. They don't need all the head games and politics that comes with being in a relationship or even associating with women nowadays. Anyway, intentionally vitriolic and provocative rant aside, I thought that was a really good piece. But women the real victims. Fucking please. 15 to 30 is a non-stop party for them. After that they either experience what young guys did, but the girl world equivalent, or they find a beta bucks, get dicked by one of the last remaining alphas this effeminate society has, and then fucking cheat on the beta and swindle him through divorce/child support etc. Which I'm sure some self-assured cunt on here will reply with that's great for me brah, more pussy for me brah. Anyway, great share Bsutin, really enjoyed the read. I hope I pissed a few people off who read this, you gym rat cunts know who the fuck you are. A man with the body of a demigod and the mind of a pissant is a caricature of masculinity, you cunts make me sick. If you lift, you better fucking read too, it's the mental equivalent of lifting, and cut out the chest puffing everything is a man's fault bullshit. The Red Pill Handbook 128 Sexual Strategy is Amoral by Red Pill Shul. A comment taken from a larger article. My point was that sexual strategy is amoral. You might stick to your values, but those who have sex, have sex. It's best illustrated through our ancestors. The idea was that whether or not we liked the methods used, whoever procreated made children, and those who didn't. Your understanding of how morality works is a bit flawed here. You see, there is no universal morality. There is nothing in the universe applying any law other than those of physics. The rest is abstraction. Morality is not black and white. Let's look at stealing for instance. If I steal a loaf of bread, we would normally consider that wrong. But what if I were a starving child on the street and I have no other way of surviving? If I stole that bread and ate it to survive the night, was this right? Is it a gray area? People make value judgments every day to determine what the best survival strategy is, and to maximize happiness if basic needs are met. Most people realized very early on that one good survival strategy was to not be murdered. Sounds pretty basic. So a social contract was developed. I won't murder you if you don't murder me. The Red Pill Handbook 129. But if somebody invades our group, we can kill them. So we can see that even killing is not right or wrong in a black and white sense. Murder, stealing, rape, these were all concepts that most people entering into the social contract said, I don't want these things, my best strategy is to cooperate, therefore I should not do them. And the basic framework of morality was built. Killing Nazis? Moral. Killing your neighbor? Immoral. A simple code to pass on the social contract that enables society and really helped us as a species. I think you and I agree when I say that we both signed on to this concept. I don't want to be murdered, and I willingly take part in a social contract of not murdering. Most people have this concept built in evolutionarily. It's called empathy. Empathy helped groups to survive. Empathy follows this model, as most felt righteous or indifferent towards the killing of enemies and food. So, yes, there is a framework we're calling morality, but understand what gave rise to it and how/why it works. Also understand that morality is not a constant nor objective, and some people have determined a different set of rules will best maximize their success or happiness. If they break our rules, we determine it to be detrimental to our own survival, because we depend on the social contract to exist ourselves. So we punish murderers. It adds disincentive to breaking our moral code. And I'm fine with that. Here's where things get a bit hairy. If my mating strategy is to dismiss a maximum number of potential mates, hypergamy, and I tell people certain mating strategies are immoral, then I can get other people to agree to it. But what happens if this framework isn't based on a contract that benefits all who participate? The Red Pill Handbook 130. What if you signed a contract that said you will pay me $40/month, but I will provide nothing in return? Eventually you realize that the contract makes no sense. Sexual strategy is amoral. There are those who have sex, and there are those who do not. What contract will you sign up for? The one that results in you having sex? Or the ones that you're told are moral to uphold but do not bring you sex? Obviously, understanding that we are operating within other frames we believe do benefit us. Obviously, rape is a poor decision because it goes against the personal freedom social contract we currently live by. And I support that ideal. But we're also told that an older man courting a young impressionable 19-year-old is immoral because of the age gap. He's too influential, it would be coercion. Tell me, if we avoid doing this out of our sake for morality, where is our benefit in this social contract? It's the feminine imperative you are seeing. Do not exploit common psychology to build attraction because it is immoral. This is a prime example of why sexual strategy is amoral. Because at the end of the day, their mating strategy is contingent on beta's failures, and our strategy is based on theirs to fail. Therefore there is no common social contract that we can commit to that benefits both genders. Only men are so easily fooled into entering into these social contracts because they work well for society in general, that they forgot to look at the feminine imperative and ask, but how does that benefit me? Sexual strategy is amoral. The Red Pill Handbook 131. The Red Pill is pro-woman by Archwinger. Article link. There's a post floating around one of the other subreddits telling the tale of a 17-year-old girl and her controlling, manipulative, abusive 23-year-old boyfriend who took great pains to isolate her from her friends and family, demand sex on every occasion they would meet, and threaten to dump her or kick her out of his house if she didn't comply, and some other really shitty behaviors, like physical violence and driving off and leaving her in another state. Needless to say, this guy isn't the alpha male a red pill guy strives to be. He's a sniveling loser who had to resort to insecure, jealous, and controlling behavior because he didn't have options with other women, wasn't an attractive or valuable man, and was desperately afraid of losing this girl. Somewhere in this story, the woman tosses in the fact that this shithead she was dating was obsessed with reading the red pill, which, of course, led to the usual Reddit bandwagon about the red pill being a haven for virgin loser sexist rapist abusers. Conveniently brushed off was the fact that this woman, for 5 years, stayed with her boyfriend, had sex on demand every time, came back to him after every breakup, and put up with all of his crap. Everyone simply concludes, obviously, that this woman had psychological issues, was young and naive and inexperienced, and that her boyfriend took advantage of her and manipulated her. Because of the way he made her feel, she was forced to stay with him, forced to have sex with him on demand, and prevented from leaving him. This standard surfaces again and again, in various examples. I am just pulling this one because it's recent. The Red Pill Handbook 132. If a man were to approach a normal woman he was dating, with no deficiencies, no issues, no perceived power disparity or significant age difference or anything like that, and if that man were to say, "Have sex with me or we're through," the assumption for this baseline, normal case would be that the woman has two choices: have sex with him, or end the relationship. Also assumed in this normal, baseline case is that the woman has the capacity to make whatever decision she feels is best for her. Maybe she wants to have sex anyway and likes sex with him. Maybe she doesn't, but gets something else out of the relationship she appreciates. Or maybe she's offended by this kind of demand on principle and dumps him. But it's her choice, right? She has agency and makes the best decision for herself. The modern, anti-red pill viewpoint is that no woman would ever put up with that garbage. The only correct choice is for that woman to dump the abusive shithead she's dating, because any attempt to coerce a woman into sex is automatically abuse. You're supposed to buy her jewelry every weekend, not say a word about sex, and hope she fucks you out of the goodness of her heart. If a woman does agree to sex when demanded like that, that's obviously the wrong choice, and it is clear, simply due to the fact that the woman made this wrong choice, that she is psychologically impaired and not responsible for her bad decision. Her abuser somehow had power over her and she couldn't see the truth. That's the standard. Essentially, if a woman makes a choice our detractors agree with, she's responsible and made a great choice. If a woman makes a choice they disagree with, then she was clearly manipulated, controlled, abused, and not responsible for her bad decision. Blame the man. That's the blue pill, feminist, anti-red pill way. The choice I would have made is the only correct choice. I'm so right that anybody who does differently is mentally incompetent by definition, and any man who causes a mentally incompetent woman to make a bad choice is an abuser who should have recognized that the woman he's abusing is mentally incompetent simply by virtue of the fact that she did what he wanted. That's the standard. It's on you, the actor, as a man, to recognize whether or not a woman is competent to make a decision on the Red Pill Handbook 133 her own behalf. It's up to you to know everything there is to know about her and the totality of her circumstances, and to assume that women are mentally incompetent and can't make good choices unless their circumstances are absolutely ideal. And even then, maybe not. Ironically, the red pill is much more pro-woman. We assume that women are reasonably intelligent people, capable of making reasonable decisions that are best suited to them. That's where the whole hypergamy thing comes from. We assume women are smart enough to make the decisions that get the best possible outcome for themselves. Likewise, when a man gives a woman a choice, put out or get out, we assume a woman is intelligent enough and responsible enough and reasonable enough to decide which of those two choices is the best one for her. If she walks, great. If she stays, then maybe she wanted sex, or maybe she's getting something else out of the relationship that she appreciates. But it was her choice based on what she felt was the best outcome for her. The red pill gives women the benefit of the doubt. The red pill believes in a woman's ability to make responsible decisions for herself. Our detractors assume women are idiots, and therefore, it should be a federal offense to ever attempt to coerce a woman into sex, because women that agree to be with such men are apparently, by definition, mentally impaired. You can't put women on the spot like that. They can't be expected to make the right decision in those circumstances. That's the world of feelings. If you pick up a woman at a bar, and she goes home with you that night, but tomorrow morning, she regrets the encounter, then you manipulated her into sex. It wasn't her decision, it was your abuse. But even if she doesn't regret her decision, our detractors don't take her feelings into account at all. They only consider their own. They never would have gone home with you. The only correct decision was to turn you down. Because she made a decision they disagree with, by definition, you abused and manipulated and controlled her. Thankfully for women, we assume better of them. We're far more pro-woman the Red Pill Handbook 134 than most feminists. The Red Pill Handbook 135 Being Controlling is for Losers. By Archwinger. Article link. Many detractors of the red pill find the men who subscribe to this body of information to be controlling. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The red pill promotes something that's not immediately obvious at first, the complete abdication of any attempt to control anything, except for the one thing you can actually control: yourself. We can't control women. Women are going to live the lives they want, date the men they want, fuck the men they want, marry the men they want, cheat on the guys they want to cheat on, divorce the guys they want to divorce, and live completely normal and happy lives with guys, or live completely normal and happy lives without guys and do exactly as they please, whenever and however they want. And they should. Women have the right to do whatever they want with their lives, and to pursue whatever kind of happiness they want, however they want to go about it. You can't control a woman, nor should you try. All you can control is yourself. You can choose to become physically fit, you can choose to become professionally successful, you can choose to become socially apt and well connected, you can choose to learn useful skills, you can choose to pursue interesting hobbies, you can choose to live a fulfilling life, all on your own, with or without women. When a man posts something on /r/astrp, lamenting that my wife/girlfriend never has sex with me or doesn't respect me or flirts with other guys in front of me or cheats on me constantly or is a total bitch about everything all the time, nobody ever responds: rape her if she won't have sex with you. Beat her until the Red Pill Handbook 136 she respects you out of fear. Lock her up and keep her in the basement to keep her from the outside world. You should control her. Nope. Never that. In fact, the exact opposite is what's expressed. Let it go, they're told. You can't control her. Focus on yourself. Become fit, successful, social, skilled, and interesting. Raise your own value and don't worry about her at all. Live your own fulfilling life independent of her. She'll either come around, or she won't. If she does, great. If she doesn't, any number of other women will want to be with you now that you've focused on your own life. Don't worry about controlling her. Just focus on you. If the situation is especially egregious, the advice usually given is, next. That's right. Don't control her at all. Don't even try. Let her go. Let her live her own life. Cut her loose and live yours. Being jealous and controlling is beta. Where the red pill and modern feminism and other detractors diverge, however, is that the others will tell you that self-improvement is cheating. It's manipulation. If you become muscular and hot, you're just manipulating women with your good looks. If you excel professionally, you're manipulating women with your money and status. If you're awesome socially, you're just gaming women when you go out and wow them with your social network. And so on. When you withdraw your attention from a woman that's behaving undesirably and focus on yourself, that's dubbed manipulative. When you improve yourself such that you're attractive to your woman, and to other women, that's manipulative. When you dump a woman who's not measuring up to your standards, that's manipulative. Essentially, by not attempting to control the situation, example control the woman, that's seen as an attempt to manipulate her. Because the very fact that you're not being controlling will influence a woman to think or feel a certain way. The very fact that you're working on your own life will influence a woman. And doing things that influence women to think or feel something is evil manipulation. The solution is simple, of course. Live in your mother's basement and only the Red Pill Handbook 137 come out to go to work. Give all of your money to the nearest woman since you're not paying rent. Repeat. Or you could just tell the rest of the world to go fuck themselves and live an awesome life, and let the few women lucky enough to be a part of that life enjoy the ride. The Red Pill Handbook 138 is your girlfriend cheating on you with her guy friends. Or how modern relationships are flawed for men. By Hinsbach. Article link. Some thoughts I had, when I was thinking about power dynamics in, open, relationship and how something seemed flawed for men in today's society. Disclaimer, this is just a generalization. In reality it's not just black/white and there will always be exceptions. Everything follows the law of the Gaussian distribution. What I think I know, men and women are different. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. Men are the gatekeepers of commitment. Cheating during relationship, women are most hurt if their partner would cheat emotionally with them. Men would be most hurt when their girlfriend would have sex with another guy. http://www.counselheal.com/article/89455/20140310/men-different-aspects-cheating.htm. Men and women enjoy sex, men enjoy it most when they're able to fuck as much different woman as possible. Women enjoy it most when they're able to fuck the best they can possibly. The Red Pill Handbook 139 get. Male and female SMV differ. Women reveal their low SMV if they give away sex easy, slut. Men reveal their low SMV if they give commitment away easy, time ho/beta. A man can show his high SMV if he shows he is able to sleep with other women, dread. A woman can show her high SMV if she shows that she can have guys committing to her, sex rival. http://washington.cbslocal.com/2014/12/02 study women with more male friends have more sex because partners fear sex rivals/ man and woman can't be friends. Quick examples, https://www.youtube.com watch, v=t_lh5fr4dma. A man, in a relationship, having a female friend always wants to have sex with her, because she has high SMV for not wanting to give away sex easy for him. A woman having a male friend doesn't want to sleep with him, because he has low SMV for giving away commitment easy. Edit, male counterpart, a woman, in a relationship, having a casual sex partner always wants him to commit to her, because he has high SMV for not giving away commitment too easy. A man, in a relationship, having a casual sex partner doesn't want to commit to her, because she has low SMV for giving away sex easy. Big leap, but, correct me if I'm wrong, this all would lead to, a woman with a guy friend or sexless orbiter, we are just friends, who validates her and actually commits to her equals a man who has casual sex with other women without commitment. The Red Pill Handbook 140. Basically this means, the concept of relationship is always inequitable for men, because having guy friends, orbiters, is socially accepted for women, but having casual sex during a relationship is not for men. A fair monogamous relationship would mean, men can't have casual sex, and women can't have guy friends. Edit, a fair more free relationship would mean, man can have casual sex and woman can have guy friends. Everything above that is polyamory. The Red Pill Handbook 141. Society likes to ignore a woman's past sexual behavior when judging her character. Don't fall into this trap by TARP submitter. Article link. There's a top post today about a guy who found out that his GF got rammed in a fivesome in a public restroom. He found out she lied about this and her total partner count. Of course, the girl is so confused as to why her BF has now shut her out. Why are men so intimidated by a strong, outgoing woman? This comment caught my eye. It could be the number that threw him off, or the fact that you lied to him. You'll have to figure out which one it is. This is indicative of how wider society views this issue. Whereas everyone agrees that it's bad that she lied, society gives women a free pass on their high partner counts and past orgies/threesome/ etc. as if they are totally irrelevant to a woman's character/sexual attitude. How did we come to the point where we judge/predict someone's future behavior based on past actions for virtually every facet of their lives, except for sex? Who is most likely to blow their money at the casino, the person who's never touched a blackjack table or the person who has a gambling problem? Who is the better employee, the person with an excellent work history or the person who has been fired 5 times for negligence? The Red Pill Handbook 142. While the answers to the above are obvious, we live in a society where men are encouraged/forced/shamed into ignoring a woman's past partner count when trying to figure out what kind of future wife/GF she will be. The truth is that a woman's past sexual behavior, partner count, is a great predictor of her future sexual behavior. There is literally no better predictor of future outcomes than past empirical data. And one key piece of data that determines how you view sex, is actually how much you've had sex. Duh. Why does this issue exist? As with most RP issues, the existence of the problem can be mostly attributed to, a. Women will act, even subconsciously, in their own sexual self-interest, unless men/society hold them accountable. But b. Newsflash, blue pill men don't hold women accountable because they don't want to ruin their chances of getting their dicks wet and/or can't stand up to women shaming them for actually wanting to be men. In that context, we can realize that women want the freedom to behave a certain way, which is fine, but without any consequences, which is not fine. In RP terms, they want to maintain their access to high SMV men while also engaging in low female SMV behaviors, i.e. sleeping around. However, women don't realize that they forfeit their exclusive access to high SMV men the instant they stop acting like high SMV women, i.e. feminine/non-slutty women. On a side note, it's interesting that the only times women complain about men refusing to date them for their sexual past is when it's high SMV men. No woman complains about the beta, because they know they have the betas on lockdown. It's only when a high SMV man like George Clooney continuously dumps his aging GFS, thus denying her access to his money/status, that women get all fussy and accusatory. The Red Pill Handbook 143. Ugh, why do men even care about this? Because men value sex a lot. We don't go around telling women not to look for high SMV/dread game/asshole men, at least RP men don't, because we understand that security/money/power/status/height/etc. are all important to women. We're over our butthurt and now strive to excel in as many of those areas as possible because we know that's what women respond to. So when it comes to something that we as men value, we are going to judge women harshly on that. Telling men to grow up is not gonna change our nature as determined by evolution. In short, men wanna fuck but we don't want to fuck something worthless. Beyond just fucking, we want to make sure our long-term investment is sound. We want good GFS/wives/mothers. We don't want to make a mistake. So when a girl is confused why her 80 partner count bothers men, we perk up and think, yeah no, this girl had sex like it was nothing, so she probably will again. And if you're a woman asking why men would ever come to that conclusion, you should reflect and ask yourself, how the hell are you not coming to that conclusion? But I'm a new person now. That was my past and you're the one I choose to be with. OBTW, I won't do deep throats anymore like on that past sex tape, okay. This is a manipulative tactic employed by women with regards to this issue. It's also incredibly disingenuous. It shames men for predicting a woman's future behavior based on her past, which we've already established is normal for pretty much everything in life. It also allows women to escape judgment and once again redefine themselves as high SMV women, which they are not anymore. The Red Pill Handbook 144. It also fundamentally misunderstands what is important to men. The solipsism of women assumes that because women's long-term goal is a steady beta-bucks relationship, that must obviously be the most important thing to men as well. Men should want to give beta-bucks away. Thus, all of her past is null and void, because the important thing is that she is ready to commit and settle down right now. Nothing else matters to her, so why should it matter to the man? Chalk it up to the male ego or pride, but men take ownership of mostly everything in their lives. As fathers, husbands, even as car owners, guys have named their cars/boats female names since ages ago. The role of men is as stewards of society and family units, and what those in our charge do definitely reflects back on us. Men are also competitive and a perceived inability to handle our shit is poisonous to our self-image. In that context, one can easily understand why we don't like the idea of our GF getting pounded 5 ways in a bathroom and then our friends/family finding out about it. We're now the BF who allowed our GF to get nailed to the urinal wall. No thanks. The Red Pill Handbook 145. Love is Irrational by Illimitable Man. Comment link from a larger article. We have a love-hate relationship with women. I mean, speak for yourself, but I don't love women. Seeing them for what they are, I appreciate what a minority of well-raised women can contribute to my life, and I can see how men are idealistic romantics that need/crave a woman in their life to have that connection they can't have with another man, but by the by, women are nothing to be lauded or worshipped. Western women in general are just shitty people. We have all the reason in the world to hate them, but being hateful doesn't help you improve yourself, so you have to look past it for the sake of your own mental health. You do this by being selective with your women and employing RP strategies to hold frame/maintain dominance, enjoying their positives whilst mitigating their negatives, and if necessary dropping them like hot shit when they cross the line. Which many, if not almost all, will. I think loving as in, worshipping women or even preferring them to men, despite having read a lot of TRP material, is not RP at all, but really, blue pill gone full circle. It looks something like this: you were BP because you were ignorant. Then you won ADD to red pill and bitter. Then again you won ADD, so now you're purple pill and willfully ignorant because RP truths were painful. Only now you have no ignorance to blame, just the fact that reality hurts and you can't deal with the pain it causes you. To be honest, I don't know what's more pathetic, a dude who never knew better or a dude who knew better but couldn't handle the truth. Not meaning to present a false dichotomy, as it can certainly be more nuanced, but you get my drift. I'm not trying to get too deep with this specific idea. Ultimately, I think we're fighting our instincts. Our instincts are to romanticize the Red Pill Handbook 146 women, care for them, provide for and protect them, seeking sexual favors in return to pass on our genes. Meanwhile, our culture has made our instincts deadly to our own survival, exacerbated by cultural Marxist indoctrination, which makes us ripe pickings for women who have been trained to be less empathetic, more narcissistic, and more predatory in both their view of and relation to men. Women are manageable when their egos are kept in check. This is why negging works, but allowed to get high on "you go girl," instant validation for the tiniest and most asinine things, such as a selfie, they become incredibly narcissistic. Combine that with man's natural predisposition to romanticize women and woman's inherent Machiavellian instinct, and what we have is a disaster waiting to happen. What we have here is a culture that brainwashes men to give into their romantic instincts instead of utilizing them selectively and giving into them sporadically, whilst dissecting and supplanting their masculinity to populate their psyche with feminine viewpoints. These feminine viewpoints then get mixed in with male protector/provider instinct, man's inbuilt masculine concept of romanticism, as to make them hard to tell apart from one another. In part, this is why guys sometimes pathetically bicker over what being alpha is, especially in relation to women and long-term relationships, which are no doubt the trickiest sphere for any man, let alone an ARPer. Feminism, as institutionalist as it is in society, is responsible for exacerbating female narcissism, encouraging them to monopolize and exemplify their worst traits, hypergamy/entitlement and solipsism, to scapegoat us collectively, as men, for their own material betterment. Effectively, today's generation of women have been trained to hang men out to dry rather than learn to love and work with them in spite of our monumental gender differences. Part of the facilitation of this is making it so women can't love/trust/pair bond to any one single man by encouraging them to be sex positive, aka huge sluts. This is great if you want casual sex, but it's bad if you actually want to be in love. The more partners a woman has had, the less capable of falling in love she is. A woman who's had many dicks and relationships, no matter what she rationalizes, is near incapable of pair bonding. These women are often bitter, and they feel owed something from their chain of suitors as a symptom of their latent narcissism. Resultantly, they view men collectively as an arbitrary segment of the population that can be exploited for self. The Red Pill Handbook 147 gain. Where it was traditionally incentivized for women to depend on men, it has now been demonized. Instead, women now depend growingly on men indirectly via big daddy government's wealth redistribution efforts. When opting for direct dependence on men, they opt for insidious methods, willful manipulation and gold digging, rather than cohesive and functional methods, a promise of sexual loyalty and a union focused on family creation/maintenance. We, as a species, may be naturally polygamous, but our civilization is based upon monogamy, thus we are at the impasse where we must choose what is more important to us: hedonistic sexual freedom or family. You enjoy the decline, or you endeavor to rebuild civilization one long-term relationship at a time. Most guys seem to have given up hopes of a family, others naively hang on. Some are reasonably competent in maintaining a woman within the long term despite all the odds stacked against them, but shit's grim. Without a patriarchal society in place to enforce honor, our ability to love women is diminished because they have the ability to destroy us and get away with it. Due to a few core differences: their lack of logic, their lack of honor, and their exceptional ability to rationalize and delude themselves that the bad things they do are necessary for their own emotional well-being and therefore just and perfectly acceptable. This is aided by weak logic and is an instinct that will even override women who uncannily possess strong logic. They simply do not hold themselves to account in a way that a man would. Neither does society. By making them our legal and social equals, well, actually, superiors, without them being our logical and spiritual equals, we have upset the balance between leader and follower, captain and first mate, and left ourselves susceptible to the impulsivity of their emotionally driven whims. What has this done? Destabilized society, utterly. This has resulted in divorce, suicide, and a whole bunch of other fucked up crazy shit that no hot chick's soft touch, sweet voice, long hair and gentle kisses is worth. For all the flack they get, the MGTOWs are the rational ones here. They're rational in pursuing their own happiness, however from an evolutionary standpoint they're irrational for effectively consenting to end their own genetic line. If there was ever a war between nature and nurture, this is it, and it's socially engineered human. The Red Pill Handbook 148 Reproductive Kryptonite. Yes, we may be biologically programmed to romanticize women so that we pass on our DNA, but no, it's not rational to love women from a contemporary perspective. I fear men who give themselves over to irrationalism are doomed no matter what they know about women, because they are willing to overlook all manner of red flags for the sake of love. Women really are man's ultimate weakness, as distasteful as that is to acknowledge. What all men must know is this: you never get to just fall in love with a woman and give into the deepest romantic yearning within you. This is a privilege reserved for women. As a leader, you may not let love consume you. You must always manage her for the benefit of you both and the success of the relationship. Where she will not yield or allow you to do what needs to be done, you must walk away. This is probably one of the most bitter pills to swallow that there is. You never just get to be in love. Ever. You don't. You don't get to be complacent. The Red Pill Handbook 149, The Redefinition of Marriage by Whisper. Article link. I think there is no group in America quite so awful at explaining its point as the so-called religious right, that group of Christians with a capital C who are the populist voice of social conservatism in the American political landscape. Their grasp of apologetics, outside of a few voices like Dalrock, is so bad that no one outside their community even understands their talking points. When they said family values, everyone else thought it was a code word for hating sex. When they say defense of marriage, everyone else thought it was a code word for hating gays. But the truth is more complicated. The core of religious values, for almost all religions, not just Christianity, is reinforcement of existing social structures. Now, the construction of a mythological framework for that is just what most religions do. But when that framework becomes the only reason for those values that people understand, then they cannot explain the values to anyone who doesn't share their supernatural beliefs. CCS, conservative Christians, can't explain their values, because they don't themselves understand the real reasons behind them. It never occurs, not only to cultural Marxists, SJWs, and other ultra-liberals, but also to the average moderate, that these values are wrapped around a correct idea. The Red Pill Handbook 150. This idea is that the basic unit of a society is not an individual, but a family. A society composed of weak, disconnected, or broken families is a broken society. And the way our society has traditionally formed families is marriage, followed by children. Now, marriage, at its core, is a contract. Just like pretty much any human relationship that is formalized. Contracts have a couple of things that distinguish them. They have terms. These theoretically benefit both parties. They have consent. Both parties agree to the terms. They have enforcement. Some negative consequence to the party that breaks the agreement. Now, in the idealized version of the past that CCS want to return to, all these things supposedly worked. The wedding vows were the terms. Informed consent was obvious, because both parties recited the terms out loud. Enforcement was a social act by the community, because the vows were spoken in front of that community, who would socially enforce them. Now, CCS think wedding vows are spoken in front of God, but when was the last time you saw God punish a cheating wife, or a neglectful husband? No, the real enforcers of wedding vows were the tight-knit local communities people lived in. If the marriage contract was broken, the community would judge who broke it, and ostracize that person. Effective. But because marriages have consequences in civil law, the government needed some notion of who was married. And this was the thin end of the wedge. Once people started having to sign papers declaring that they were married before the law recognized it, the enforcing authority passed from the hands of the community, and into the hands of the law. The Red Pill Handbook 151 and the law, in its need to standardize everything, began to standardize the contract. So now, what do we have? The wedding vows are just poetry. The law defines the terms of the contract, and it can and will retroactively redefine those terms at any time. Informed consent is impossible, because the papers the couple sign don't contain the terms, which occupy volumes of law books unavailable to most couples, and which can change at any time. The law does not enforce the marriage contract, no-fault divorce, it simply recognizes the dissolution of the contract, and divides the assets of the partnership, money, property, children, without any regard to who broke the contract. So, when the modern couple gets married, they are agreeing to terms they don't know about, breach of which will not be punished, and the dissolution of which will be handled by a templatized process that someone else has decided is fair for everyone. Is it any surprise this doesn't work? The favoritism courts show to women doesn't even enter into it. The problem runs deeper. When the government defines the terms of a contract, the parties to that contract do not know what they are agreeing to. This is what CCS are on about when they don't want to let gays get married. They have no idea of the reasons underlying their own values, and they're closing the barn door decades after the horses have fled, but they have some vague notion that the government mishandles the institution of marriage, and they want to resist that somehow. So how should we fix this problem? We shouldn't, you fool. We can't. Have you forgotten where you are? You're reading TRP. We are not here to fix society, because our society eats self. The Red Pill Handbook 152 sacrificing heroes for breakfast, then demands they buy at lunch. We are here to survive the collapse. So how do you do that? Don't get married, dumbass. It doesn't matter if you want children. It doesn't matter how much game you have. It doesn't matter how ironclad your prenup is. It doesn't matter how high your SMV is. It doesn't matter if you could have another her in 30 seconds. You are still signing a contract you don't get to read. Would you hand a stranger a signed blank check? It's just retarded. There is nothing that all the red pillion advice in the world can do for you, if you are such a rube that you sign things without reading them. The Red Pill Handbook 153 Observations on Gender Behavior. The Red Pill Handbook 154 Why would that matter? I'm the Girl by Max01. Article link. This was the response I got to the following question I asked a girl I know who was complaining about there being no good men left, and listing a ton of qualities she was seeking in a mate, many contradictory ones of course, that's quite the list. Well, let's reverse that. What do you have to offer them? She looked at me like she had never, ever considered this nor been asked it, and then responded with the quote in the title. This is what guys today are dealing with out there. Girls who have mile-long lists of what they expect in a man, perfection and contradictory traits, doing the job of multiple men and then being shamed for not succeeding, yet never once even consider what they themselves have to offer, which, these days, is quite often laziness, a lack of accountability, solipsism, debt, poor career prospects, entitlement galore, etc. The Red Pill Handbook 155 New members, this is fundamental by Project Self. Article link. This place is getting silly. It almost seems there are more new members than established members. And it really seems that many of our new members are instant experts after reading a few posts on the internet, who then go on to post ad nauseum and get tons of things wrong. Stop doing that. I am just going to talk about a simple fundamental topic. An essential core of Red Pill. She doesn't love you the way you expect her to. She is incapable of that, and it is not reasonable for you to expect it. All our lives, we were told someone will love you for you. That's a lie. You certainly can find love, tons of it, passionate love, nurturing love, forgiving love, and you can find it over and over again. But what you cannot find, and what does not exist, is unconditional love. She does not love you for you, and she never will or can. She loves you for how you make her feel. She loves you because of how other people in the room look at her when she is with you. She loves you because you are strong when she needs to yield and recharge. She loves you for the entertainment you bring, guitar, jokes, stories. She loves you for the security you bring, financial security, emotional security, physical security. Relationships are work, everyone knows that. But the bullshit is that we were told the work is more communication, more understanding. T is not, it is more. The Red Pill Handbook 156 Masculinity, it is more strength. She brings nurturing love to the table, a deeply feminine energy. That means you have to damn well bring the masculine energy to match it. There is a balance, and if you act in a feminine way, if you regard the relationship as more important than she does, she will grow in masculinity to offset your weakness. And she will resent you for it. Be the 100-year oak tree in her life, be the strength and let her be woman. She will shower you in love. But you have to do the work. You do not have to do it perfectly, you just have to do it. The Red Pill Handbook 157. She doesn't love you by soft harem. Article link. She loves her attraction to you. I'm going to repeat this because it is that important. She doesn't love you, she only loves her attraction to you. Make no mistake, fellow high-value men, women have no loyalty beyond their own narcissism. The days of the lifelong partner your grandmother was to your grandfather have been put to rest. The instant validation and unnecessary amounts of attention your average attractive woman get are completely out of control, and they thrive on those high dopamine levels. Combine that with our post-feminist society which never tells women no, and you have the current mess. What does this mean for you? Well, it's quite simply really, maintain attraction. Lift. Dress well. Don't take any shit from anyone, and be the man who puts her in her place. Women crave leadership and dominance, regardless of what all those pseudo-husband feminists might say. Just don't think for 1 second that she loves you, because she doesn't. She loves the tingles you give her by not being like all the other pandering low-value men who have been trying to beat down her door. She loves the primal orgasms from being held down and ravaged. She loves how her friends pine over the new mysterious guy, and most importantly she loves that you maintain your frame when she is being completely irrational, but she does not love you. Remember, she'll get her dopamine fix with or without you, so you might as well get your dick wet for your troubles. The worst thing a woman can do is accidentally fuck a beta. Provider type men. The Red Pill Handbook 158 used to be something noble, something to strive for, but in an age where we have abundance in every facet of our lives, they're redundant. Women do not have to worry about food, shelter, or security. It is all taken care of by Big Daddy Government TM, or beta men, so they are free to pursue all their deepest, darkest fantasies with little to no repercussions. How many threads are posted here regularly that tell the same story? Happy relationship, good sex, everything is going well, but she wants to mix it up, ride new cock, and usually the guy caves. Her attraction is waning and she needs her fix. Movies like Eat, Pray, Love make this idea popular. Why work on your marriage and care about your family when you can go get some hot foreign strange? Exactly. Don't be the chump husband, be the hot foreign strange, or, if you're a Heinz 57 like most of us, just have enough dark triad traits that give her the tingles. And please, for the love of FSM, don't fucking talk to me about this unicorn you heard about from a friend of a friend. We deal in probabilities in this community, and it is highly unlikely you are going to meet an attractive woman with any sort of loyalty. Yeah, they're out there, just like winning lotto tickets and Google Start UPS are out there. Don't be a victim of regret rape because you caved to her bullshit and she needs to save face because you are no longer attractive enough to brag to her friends. Be the attractive guy who holds his space and is ready to replace her at the drop of a hat, because that is exactly how quick her attraction can nosedive. I shouldn't even need to write this last paragraph, but we've had an explosion of growth lately, and with that come the newest flock of people on the fence. Also, ladies, we don't want your advice. If you want to drop some truth about how there are all kinds of attractive and feminine women out there and we're just going after the insecure bar sluts, I will swiftly remove your cliché cellulite-ridden ass from our community. The Red Pill Handbook 159 Women Don't Give a Fuck About Your Feelings by 2_long_didn't_read. Article link. Lately we seem to have received a new influx of newbies who think that clicking subscribe to the subreddit is all that's required to take the red pill, and more arrogantly, that their beta outbursts from that point onwards constitute red pill behavior. This post aims to address one particular irritation I have with these people and red pill confusion, their feelings. More and more I see the nonsense peddled that to front up, grow some balls, and tell a woman frankly how you feel is red pill behavior. Worse, that it's some kind of success story for an obvious beta orbiter to come here, read a few headlines, and then profess their feelings to their disinterested target and awkwardly break free from their orbit by stamping their feet and whining that they just can't do it anymore. Wah. It isn't, and the quite frankly ridiculous upvoting of the positive comments to such behavior is a worrying development for the signal-to-noise ratio of the subreddit. When it comes to feelings, start by remembering this: women discuss their feelings, mostly for the same reasons that they do anything else, for validation and attention. Men simply act on them. There is no reason, at all, ever, to discuss your feelings with a woman. Firstly, it's a waste of your time because they don't care, they get no validation or attention from it after all, and secondly, it does irreparable harm to your frame and SMV, and is a surefire way to render any vagina as dry as the Sahara in minutes. Why? Because women don't care about how you feel, they only care about the Red Pill Handbook 160, how you make them feel. They care about the tingles you give them when you maintain your alpha frame and the SMV you have in public. They care about the protection they feel when they are out in public with you. They care about the direction and purpose you bring to the relationship and in turn their lives. They care about the financial security and social status you bring. They care about the orgasm you give them when you let your testosterone take over and give them the rough fucking they so desperately crave. Women are programmed to be nurturing towards their young, not their men. Men are there to provide and protect while they raise their young, and if they have to be nurturing towards you too, that means you're a poor protector and provider. Displaying any trait that reflects poorly on your ability to be a strong protector and provider is infuriating to a woman, because nothing annoys a woman more than accidentally fucking a beta. For their men, they are simply interested in what you can provide, and what they have to do for you to keep providing it. Do yourself a favor, gentlemen, keep your feelings to yourself. The Red Pill Handbook 161. I've been hurt in the past by Archwinger. Article link. I used to meet a lot of women who allegedly loved me more than any man they'd ever had previously, but went to great lengths to never, ever have sex with me. They weren't virgins, many had quite the history with men. But I still never got anywhere. Their reasoning was grounded in woman logic: I've been hurt by a lot of assholes in the past, and I really care about you, so I want to do this right, or some variation of that. If you're a loser, upon hearing that, you'll think to yourself, oh, joy. I'm totally not an asshole, and she notices that and is rewarding me with a real non-sexual relationship instead of a shallow one that's going to fail. I'm so lucky. I'll wait forever for such a wonderful person. I should find something nice to do for her right now to let her know how grateful I am. Here's how that woman logic sounds to a real guy: other men worse than you have gotten farther with me, in less time, with less of an emotional and financial investment. But because I care more about you, I am making you jump through hoops and making you spend a greater amount of time and resources to get less far with me. Because I care more about you. What? Why are you looking at me like that? This makes perfect sense. Yes, giving less to people I care about more makes sense. Here's what the girl really means: I've pegged you for a chump. I don't think you have options with other women, and I don't think you're willing to walk away, so I'm going to frame this relationship on my terms. We fuck when I want to, and that's going to be after I've made you jump through a bunch of hoops to prove the Red Pill Handbook 162. You're my little compliant bitch who's going to give me all the time, resources, and validation I want, at will. If you were a real man, you'd have fucked me already, but I've cast you for the role of bitch. I don't care about you. I care about me. I don't even like you. Sex is reserved for real men. You're not a real man. You're my bitch. Here's the kicker, most women don't know that they really mean this. They just know that the validation feels good, and that a guy who keeps validating them without sex makes them feel powerful, happy, and better about themselves. When any woman hears the line of girl logic, "I've been hurt in the past," it makes perfect sense to them. She's screwed up by giving it up too easily before and wants to stop screwing up. By stop screwing up, they mean that she needs to do a better job of withholding sex to bait men into doing shit for her to earn it. They don't know they mean that, but that's what they mean. Only in the eyes of a woman does it make sense to give less to a man that you love more. But that's the rationalization kicking in. If a woman is giving you less, and making you do more for it, that's the exact opposite of loving you more. Being stingy with affection is the opposite of love. Requiring an exchange of favors rather than just giving of yourself is the opposite of love. It's a difficult truth to admit and to accept, not just for us, but for women, too. I think on some level, they want to love that nice guy who's going out of his way for them, but they just don't. They can't. But they tell themselves that they do, and that they're just taking it slow to avoid getting hurt like they have in the past. Because they love him more. And if things don't work out, he's still a great guy, the chemistry just wasn't there. And if they slip up and screw some hot guy from work, it was a mistake. They don't love that guy. They love the nice guy, don't they? They were just drunk. "I've been hurt in the past and want this to be different," is nothing more than an insidious shit test. By complimenting you, telling you that you're different from every other guy, that you're not an asshole or a douche, and that she loves you more than every previous man, you're off guard when in combination with all of the Red Pill Handbook 163 that praise, she denies you sex. Because she loves you more. The Red Pill Handbook 164. A red pill take on why is men feeling entitled to sex is being discussed while women feeling entitled to friendship is not. By Bhutan Salt. Article link. I saw this thread earlier and it got me thinking about how it's seen as entitlement or sexism one way, but women's prerogative the other. https://archive.today/bsiwf. First off, it tracks to female entitlement and the ongoing pathologizing of male sexuality. You've all heard it before, some iteration of guys can't just put in nice guy coins and expect sex in return. The red pill reversal of such thinking is women can't just put in sex tokens and expect commitment from a guy. The reason it's so rare to hear this reverse position is because of how gynocentric our society has become. Many women typically feel they are entitled to friendship when it suits them, and many don't even give it a second thought that a guy might deny being friends with them if she turns him down sexually/romantically. What it all boils down to is a type of frame control. Oftentimes they're expecting you to just go along with it, so when you stand up to her in a sense and say hell no, so many times I've seen the women lose their shit. They've just never been told no or been rejected before. Men deal with it regularly, so we're sorta numb to rejection, but when it happens to women, especially attractive women, it has a much stronger impact. As a commenter in the linked thread stated, many women will use a man as the Red Pill Handbook 165 utilities in lieu of a boyfriend, all without granting him any of the benefits of dating. For some reason society expects men not to have a problem with this. If I had to sum up the point of this thread, it's that men need to stop allowing ourselves to be used by women in this manner, as they aren't treating us as actual friends. If a woman wouldn't come to your place to move furniture, or pick you up at the airport, or help you around the house when you're sick, like you helped her, is she really a friend, or is she just using you? If you need a way of gauging whether or not you're being used, Request some investment on her part on par with that she has asked of you, and judge her on her behavior. Investment should be mutual between friends, so if you find you're investing more than she is, then odds are she's using you and you've found yourself in the friend zone or are an orbiter and don't even realize it. In other words, you are still plugged into the matrix. Featured comment by Illimitable Man. Women have a great capacity for using men for as much as the man will allow himself to be used for whilst granting him nothing in return. Capitalizing mainly on the attraction said man feels for said woman, which she does not reciprocate. Instead of being open and honest and letting said man know she isn't interested, she exploits his attraction for personal gain. Women hamster around this shit and pretend they are legitimate platonic friends and that nothing is one-sided, a very rare arrangement, but really she just has him pegged as a bitch. He is what is known as an orbiter. Someone who is constantly around and available to her, a phone call away, ready on her whim to carry out whatever favor of the day the bitch in question needs. That's not friendship, that's exploitation. Especially if she expects that because she's the woman but wouldn't do it in return. The Red Pill Handbook 166 Women see orbiters as backup dick for when shit hits the fan with the BF. The hotter she is, the more orbiters she'll have. The number one orbiter gets to have emotional pity sex with her when she's low and she splits with her BF. She'll either be so damaged from the breakup she'll actually downgrade to number one orbiter as an LTR, or she'll get back with her BF, tell the orbiter it's a mistake and how she never should have done it and they were better off as friends and she doesn't want the sex to ruin anything and blah blah blah. Basically a flowery version of get back in the friend zone bitch. Sympathizers who will come to her aid when having problems with said BF or a female friend, an employer etc. Validation givers / ego feeders / narcissistic supply favor givers, help her move, taxi her around, buy her some food, get her a drink, do shit for her to make her life easier in general, involves you spending money on her without actually giving her money, saves her money on getting her own shit, paying for an actual taxi, buying her own food and etc. A way to make their BF jealous and leverage him, basically dread game. A BF whose girl has 5 to 10 male friends is going to be way more paranoid than a guy whose girl only has female friends. Of course if the guy voices his paranoia, she will shame him as being unreasonably paranoid, controlling and blah 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 and that she's known these guys a long time and won't get rid of them for anybody. Basically it's manipulative bullshit. I remember once a girl I knew was trying to get me to orbit, coworker, but I had no interest. She asked me if I could help her carry some furniture, I'm built, from the store to her house. Her house wasn't far from the store, but it was heavy, and she had a lot of stairs to go up, as well as lots of long winding corridors until you got to her apartment. It was in a block. I said nothing. Gave her a funny look and she said I can pay you. I said how much? Make it worth it, and she just dropped the conversation. You see, she didn't the Red Pill Handbook 167 want to give me value for helping her do something that adds value to her life. She just wanted to use me as a tool for adding value to her life. She said she'd pay me as a shit test hoping it'd activate my kindness and say oh no, don't worry about that, you ain't gotta pay. So then she could go oh really, are you sure? You're so kind and get a favor out of me, or some shit like that. It's not like we were good friends, and she's asking me to put myself out for her in a way that my real friends very rarely ask me to. Note, my real friends are all men. Not someone abusing the label of friend or acquaintance to try and get favors out of me. I have practically no white knight instinct in me at all and see right through these stupid games. These stupid games where they falsely offer to pay, be it a date, or some fuel money, or for helping them do something, and only do so for plausible deniability hoping it will entice you to offer it for free, so then if you ever use it against them or realize they are taking the piss out of you they can go well you offered, I didn't make you, and then they can frame you as the bad guy and convince the hamster that they're the victim and you're the one in the wrong. Women need to do that to fuck with you. However, if you actually take them up on their offer of payment, they'll roll their eyes like this guy doesn't get it, You weren't meant to say that, you were meant to just be a good little beta and offer me free shit which will elicit a raised eyebrow back of I do get this shit, and that's why I'm not fucking helping you with your shit. You see, when male friends offer to pay their way, it's because they don't want to take the piss but need my help. These bitches expect benefits/perks for free because they're women high on their own self-importance trying to enjoy the benefits of feminism and traditionalist chivalry at the same time. So you accept their fake offer of payment and they back the fuck down with a never mind, or they pay begrudgingly, giving you a funny look or some shit like that. Friendships with women are one-sided. 99% of the time they aren't even fucking friendships. It's her getting you to do shit on her terms that benefits her, knowing the only reason you do things for her is because you think she is hot, but the Red Pill Handbook 168, she won't fuck you, because she knows as soon as she fucks you once you'll expect it repeatedly and she'll lose leverage over you. These bitches are relentless, utterly manipulative, and shamelessly selfish. Female Sexual Strategy 101, swoon after guys out of your league and collect betas in your, slightly above your, and beneath your league as a social cushion. I'm quite sure some women actually collect betas just for all the prizes and feel good emotions. Be careful being friends with women, especially if she's attractive/you find her attractive or you're beta with a scarcity mindset. It's not usually worth your while, and you're usually just getting pegged for a specific role in her cuddle bitch hierarchy. You can be number one cuddle bitch that gets to spoon with her, you can be the bitch boy that goes shopping with her, you can be taxi guy, you can be Starbucks and gossip guy, you can be male perspective guy, you can be gay best friend guy, you can be I see you like a brother, I'm in love with how safe you make me feel because you're tall and I love the commitment/puppy eyes you give me but I don't wanna fuck you guy. You can be a lot of different roles that a boyfriend should provide for her. In fact, you can be one of many things which are all contradictory in one guy and thus need to be spread out upon multiple guys so she can enjoy all the varying elements of the being in a relationship experience, except you don't get to fuck her, you don't get to go past hugging, even a kiss is too much, and if you do, she will try and shoot your shit down like you're some kind of creepy cunt whose face belongs in a pedophile mugshot. She will make you pay in shame and emotional pain for your transgression of the firm boundary she has in place. You chronic fucking nice guys with your 1 million female friends who get on better with women than they do with men have been fucking warned. Men may be less superficially warm and fuzzy but at least they are straight with you. They don't fuck with you like this, they don't lead you down the garden path and raise your hopes up about what your friendship means only to deny you every time you leave your boundaries, just to shame you back into place so you continue providing them one specific benefit. That's not a fucking friendship, it's a one-way street of exploitation that she calls a friendship to give the sordid arrangement some veneer of otherwise non-existing credibility. Obviously, assuming you're not gay, there's no sexual tension, so that makes shit easier, but the whys are largely the Red Pill Handbook 169 irrelevant, it is what it is. Now alphas and men on top of their shit can turn this crap around and get women doing shit for them, they can flip the dynamic with their higher SMV, and that does happen, and again, that's not real friendship. Legit platonic two-sided cross-gender friendships are rare, generally speaking the chick should be unattractive to you. Or a hot wing woman you use for dread/preselection but don't fuck because you want to retain her for these roles specifically. The average guy, however, should just stay the fuck away, she will outmanipulate you and play you for a fool. You'll think she is your friend because you're an idiot, but you're just orbiting, waiting in a long line of other clueless men who are all hoping to fuck her one day whilst dispensing favors out the ass. The Red Pill Handbook 170, The Female Imperative by Gayle Boyle. Article link. Men find joy in creating value. Men are obsessive in this pursuit, whether by improving themselves, developing an idea or creating something. This obsessiveness is why men can spend years on a painting, waste months on a Minecraft creation or spend all of their free time in the gym. Men have a drive to create, invent, improve, and innovate, which is why everything of value on this earth was thought of, invented, created and built by men. It's also why women's history is a joke. The female imperative on the other hand is to attract men of value. Clothing, makeup, Instagram selfies, parading around in front of horny dudes in gyms and clubs is all a means for women to attract men of value. Now chances are a woman is going to read this last sentence, and release the hamster "I do these things for myself and not to attract men." So let me get this straight: you wear tight revealing clothing, accented with eye-catching neon around men not to attract their attention? Exercising is about muscle activation, and we all know that our friend Dorian is getting way more of that than fitness slut. Next time you're in the gym, watch what the women are actually doing. 90% of it is stupid fucking bullshit. Women love drama, precisely because it gives them the opportunity to get the attention of high-value males. If you've worked as a manager, your attention has been diverted from important shit to women shit countless times. Let me illustrate this point with a classic biblical story. Two ratchet hoes are arguing over who is the mother of some dirty baby. Of the hoes, one of them fucking knows she didn't birth the little shit, but she hamstered herself into believing she did. Eventually shit gets so out of hand that King Solomon's attention gets diverted to resolving the Red Pill Handbook 171 problem. In a stroke of pure alpha/autism, King Solomon says, "I don't give a fuck, cut the baby in half." Then the real mother comes forward and everything is resolved. The moral of this story is, if you're a woman and create a fuss over some stupid shit, eventually a supreme alpha will get involved. At which point there is a chance he might fuck you like Queen Sheba. The value of the output of any place is inversely proportional to the number of sluts roaming around. Potent start-up companies and aren't plagued by attention-whoring business sluts. Hardcore gyms are all business and don't have spandex distractions. Some of the most productive men in the world were either celibate or closeted homosexuals. Women, especially the modern Western variety, are a distraction. Hiring a bunch of squabbling hens isn't going to help your business. Staring at gym ass isn't going to make you any bigger. Listening to female rationalizations isn't going to expand your mind. Focus on your dreams and creating value. The women will show up after you are a success. It is their biological imperative. The Red Pill Handbook 172: Why Girls Get Over Guys Quicker. Author unknown. Article link. In going through a breakup right now and dealing with the knowledge that my 2.5-year relationship was extremely simple for my ex to shrug off and find someone new after 2 months, I reread the sidebar links. I followed links within those links to a post entitled "War Brides." It explains why women are so good at moving on. I think I can sum it up better: she gets over you quick because you are disposable, and she has to be ready to say goodbye in case you are disposed of. Back in the day, it could have been because of war or hunting accidents, or what have you. But now we're here. Since men are disposable, women are the ones that have to put up with the consequences of our disposal, so the quick moving on is a defense mechanism. Since women are not disposable, we never had to acquire this ability. Might have been nice. Featured comment by author unknown. There is no short answer, so this will be long. The Red Pill Handbook 173. Surprisingly, the most troubling aspect is the shock, the defeated expectations, the realization of another shitty thing to worry about, the need to rethink your outlook, which will be a less optimistic one the more you know. It's like getting insurance/warranty for something and finding out it's useless. You just have to be more selective. It's actually in society's best interest for men to be blissfully unaware of how women actually conduct themselves. This way men can work and be productive members of society without all those extra sources of stress. Women embraced it since a good image is crucial to their social success. The thing is, most RP theory is nothing new and revolutionary. These things were known hundreds of years ago, just read some philosophy. The only thing that changed in the last couple of decades is the social discourse. In the last 50 or so years, postmodernist blowhards have been endlessly pushing down society's throats that women are special bastions of all that's good and fair in the world and men are dumb animals that need to be less themselves. That's why the answer is nothing new either. All the naive bullshit has done is to shift your mentality from individuality and self-validation, to woman-centric view and dependent on outside validation, women, through sex. As long as the most important parts of your life aren't centered around women, and their loyalty, then the damage will be minimal, if it goes bad. If possible, don't get married, don't cohabitate, build a vast social circle, with a couple of really close friends, the type that you can really depend on, have fulfilling hobbies/interest and a dream in life, not just professionally. Attain wealth and power if you can, but don't consume every second of your life trying. If you really want a LTR/marriage situation, learn to pick up on red flags, even pink flags. Small things get more annoying after 10 years together. Read a lot of material on psychology and behavioral science, learn to be an excellent judge of character. The Red Pill Handbook 174 Test Potential Mates. It's not manipulative to find out who you're spending the rest of your days with. Ignore the shaming caused by this. Low-quality women hate being vetted, it makes them doubt their overinflated worth. If a woman gets angry for something she does herself, testing you, she's not LTR material. Tests, sympathy tests, great for avoiding alpha fucks beta bucks. Women generally lack, beyond superficial levels, the ability to care for anything that does not affect themselves, or their children. So fake a personal issue that affects you, and not at all her, deeply. See if her instinct is to support you and care for you. If she shows indifference/repulsion/pretends to care, either means your value in her eyes is not high enough, in which case hypergamy will be ruthless to you, or she lacks the ability to pair bond, bad at LTRs, loyalty tests. She mentioned/showed signs that she considers someone you know attractive. Have him hit on her, or any equivalents, see how she reacts. Does she shut him down? Does she respond in a non-decisive way? Does she tell you about it? A woman who clearly respects her man is a woman with a higher ability to control her hypergamy. Compliance tests, make a couple of irrational demands, not illegal, with conviction, making sure she understands how important those requests, you made of her, are to you. She asks why, you tell her because it's important to me. The more argumentative a woman is over big things, the higher chance of her being argumentative/combative over the small things once that harder to leave contract is signed, marriage. Any woman worth spending your life with will gladly submit/self-sacrifice a bit to show her commitment to you. Hypergamy tests, purposefully act like a beta for a couple of weeks, be indecisive, follow her around the house, ask for her approval/validation, be emotional and reactive, supplicate and pedestalize her, flowers and gifts and all that jazz. A quality woman will tell you, first in a covert way then in an over way, that your behavior is a turn-off, and she'll give you time to bounce back before reacting accordingly to your new self. If the sex stops the Red Pill Handbook 175 suddenly and she gets cold/distant, that woman's attraction, and respect, for you is fragile, most likely the type of woman who will never stop shit testing you, very hypergamous types. Also look for good habits, like having a healthy lifestyle, diet and exercise, a great relationship with her father, in general with her family, low prevalence of sex outside of relationships-higher chance to pair bond. Red flags, character. Any signs of a disorder, eating/personality disorders, learn to recognize them. Arrogant argumentative, it gets old real fast. Bitchiness, it's not cute, and it does not mean she's just opinionated. Feminist sex positive, rebranding of the word slut. Victim, abuse, you don't need all that trauma hanging over your happiness. Pick a happy and balanced partner. Red flags, past party girl relationships with criminals, she's heavily into bad boys, and you'll never be as bad without breaking some laws. Single mom, just common sense, why sign up for extra baggage and beta bucks? Split roasted/gangbanged, she's just not the brunch with hubby type. Unfeminine/large tattoos, sign of a past that includes the above red flags, behavior excessive attention seeking, especially male attention excessive social network use, sign of the above the Red Pill Handbook 176 emotional eating, chances of getting fat come wall. Keeps in touch with exes, hypergamous keeps orbiters beyond 6 months into the relationship, hypergamous and lack of respect. Uses sex as a reward/currency, deems you low value, or just beta bucks, tries to guilt you into spending less time/cutting ties with your friends classic cunt. Nagging, it can only get worse once married overly eager to give you sex, if you get a weird vibe, like she's trying fake a ultra high sex drive, standard beta bait for marriage, pretty much any time she seems to have sex with you for anything other than sex/intimacy it's a bad sign. Red flags, social circle party girls/ex party girls, needs no explanation divorced women, there was a study posted around here, in short divorced women praise other women who get divorced, self-validation ahoy, mostly male friends, without having male interest/profession, hypergamy/need for male attention. Lack of female friends, women can spot a bad seed, and shun it. Radical feminist/social justice types, if she's attractive this won't be the case, but if it is, she's probably some sort of crazy/messed up. The Red Pill Handbook 177 Why Women Like Unemotional Men by Smelly Jelly 22. Article link. Men and women both suffer from what I call the weak emotions. The weak emotions are fear, anxiety, depression, angst, boredom, distraction, worry, etc. There are many different types of anxiety and they combine in weird ways to cause a plethora of mental problems of women. I can't make a complete list of the weak emotions, but you get the point. I call these emotions weak because they make a person weak, confused, listless, and unable to pursue or achieve any worthwhile goal. If you've ever been under the spell of anxiety or depression, you literally feel a weight on your body that prevents you from doing anything positive. Crazy thoughts race through your head that prevent you from focusing on anything, sleeping, or enjoying your life. Worst of all, the weak emotions are constantly changing, coming, and going, so a person feeling them has no way to battle them or a solid footing to rest their thoughts and emotions on. Some scientists have argued that the weak emotions have an evolutionary purpose, but as a matter of practical reality in the modern world the weak emotions usually just cripple people and serve no good. The weak emotions are very difficult to overcome and basically make life shit for anybody experiencing them. This is a wild oversimplification, but mental illness is basically when a person's weak emotions become too strong and a person's logical mind cannot control them. There is one thing that can conquer the weak emotions: masculinity. What is masculinity? It is difficult to describe any human emotion in words, but I will attempt to define masculinity as an emotion, or a series of emotions, that make a person feel powerful, confident, competitive, aggressive, focused, etc. In other words, masculinity is an energy that makes one feel they can overcome any obstacle life throws at them. It is probably the result of various chemicals in the Red Pill Handbook 178 body. The precise definition of masculinity is beyond the scope of this article, but you know it when you see it. The only thing that can conquer an emotion is a stronger emotion, and masculinity is stronger than the weak emotions so it can conquer and silence them. A person who can focus his masculinity with his logical brain can plow through the weak emotions, focus on his goals, feel powerful and dominant, and become successful. Masculinity clears all the emotional debris and useless thoughts floating in a person's head and focuses them. Just as both men and women feel the weak emotions, both men and women are capable of masculinity. Women who have no men in their life oftentimes are often forced to become masculine. Women also naturally become more masculine as they age, perhaps because of their body produces more testosterone. Both and women enjoy feeling masculine because it kills the weak emotions. Now here is where the misogyny starts, because women are less masculine than men, they feel weak emotions on a stronger level than men. Studies have definitively shown that women experience anxiety and depression at twice the level men do. Maybe the chemicals in their brain produce more anxiety and depression, or maybe they just feel it worse because they don't have masculinity to combat it. Who knows? Feminists argue that women feel anxiety and depression more than men because society is tougher on women, but they're probably just creating a bullshit explanation to explain data that is not favorable for them. Because women feel the weak emotions on a stronger level than men, they have historically been stereotyped as emotional, weak, irrational, hysterical, crazy, unstable, constantly changing their minds, etc. Women being emotional has historically been the excuse for not giving women rights, because women are just as smart as men. Women in power are often considered bitches probably because people suffering from the weak emotions are more likely to feel anxious and threatened, and lash out and become defensive. Another reason women may become bitches is that they are trying to fake masculinity, but because they don't have the actual emotions that accompany masculinity, they come off as unconfident and vindictive. The Red Pill Handbook 179. Please keep in mind, women don't like being tortured by their weak emotions. They know they are crazy. They know nothing good comes from anxiety. Women hate their own emotions. That is why women are often disgusted by men who probe their emotions and want to fix them. They know there is nothing to fix. Their concerns are stupid, illogical, frivolous, and constantly changing. There is no rhyme or reason to them, so trying to satiate, address, or fix them won't solve anything. Women know they are being crazy, and a man who enters the world of their emotions is just losing himself in a maze with no exit. Women would oftentimes rather men dismiss or ignore their emotions rather than to respond to them as if they were legitimate concerns. They also prefer a man listen to their problems rather than offer a solution because they know there is no solution. They don't want their problems solved, they want to be in the presence of masculinity so they can forget their problems. Because women hate their weak emotions, they are attracted to masculinity. They admire anybody who is calm, collected, unemotional, focused, ambitious, motivated, unshakable, confident, powerful, and happy. They also like people who are disciplined, live by rules, and have strong boundaries, because those things break weak emotions. Depression makes you want to sleep all day. Well, you can conquer depression if you are forced to wake up at 6 a.m. to go to the gym. Women are also attracted to men who are not afraid of other men and cannot be broken or intimidated by other men, or nature. If a man is calm, focused, and driven, and can also defeat other men in whatever competition exists, then there is nothing to worry about in life and no cause for weak emotions. He can obtain food, a place to live, comfort, security, happiness, etc. He may not be able to deliver those things today, but he has the emotional makeup for it. Women need that. The reason men act beta around women because they don't understand how awful weak emotions make women feel and how amazing they feel to be around a man not affected by those emotions. For example, it's dating 101 that a man should take the lead on a date, choose the restaurant, guide the conversation, choose the next bar, etc. Most men don't know this instinctively. Instead, they think, well, I don't really care where we eat, I'll ask her what she likes. But in a woman's mind, making any choice invites them back into the hell of their weak emotions. There, the Red Pill Handbook 180. Are so many restaurants. Which one? What if the Italian place is closed? What if he doesn't like it? Etc. Picking a restaurant gives the woman the same angst as picking a college would for a man. That's why a woman would much rather the man just pick a place, even if it's not good. The anguish of eating at a shitty restaurant is not nearly as bad as the anguish of the weak emotions attacking her brain as she makes this decision. Women attracted to masculine men like to feel men's masculinity vicariously through the man. In other words, a man can lessen a woman's weak emotions by channeling her emotions through his own masculinity. Let's go back to our date example. If a woman wanted to go out to eat with her girlfriends, there would be a lot of anxiety as to which place to pick. The women would pick a place, but it would be a tough, annoying decision. She would be tortured by weak emotions. But when she's with a man, he makes that decision for her. Bam! Weak emotions destroyed. Another example is known as a shit test. A shit test is basically when a woman challenges a man with a bit of anxiety she has been feeling. If a man reacts with masculinity, he passes. If he reacts with anxiety, he fails. For example, let's say the woman says, "Why are you talking to me? I'm not that pretty. You must be a player." Here, she is expressing anxiety. Her anxiety is that you might be a player taking advantage of her. A lot of guys might respond with a long speech about how they are not a player. But that doesn't make the woman feel better because she is still feeling attacked by her weak emotions, and nothing he can say can definitively convince her he is not a player. A good response would be the following: "I might be a player. I might not. You're just going to have to take a chance." This response says to the woman, "I am not allowing you to entertain these weak emotions. You will either fuck me or you will not." While it may seem wrong to dismiss her concerns about you being a player, the fact is that there is nothing you can say to convince her either way, so you might as well just dismiss that emotion before it annoys her. Here's another shit test: she asks me to buy her a drink. I say no. She calls me cheap. Once again, her calling me cheap is an expression of anxiety. You may think the Red Pill Handbook 181 her anxiety is that she doesn't want to be with a cheap guy. Wrong. Her real anxiety is that being insulted makes her feel bad, so she wants to insult me and see how I react. If she insults me with what she knows to be a frivolous insult and I act upset or insult her back, she loses attraction because I am displaying weak emotions. If I can show the insult doesn't faze me, I show myself to be a suitable partner because I can destroy weak emotions in a way she can't. So when she calls me cheap, I respond, "Yeah, that's why I have a lot of money. I don't spend it on stupid shit." I make it clear that I am not going to tolerate her feeling weak emotions about me being cheap, and I will not feel insulted or make her feel shitty either. That's why it's usually good to respond to a shit test with a joke. It shows that you are not under the grip of any weak emotions at all. It is said that women are more compassionate and sensitive than men. This is sometimes true, because women feel the weak emotions more strongly than men. They are oftentimes more compassionate to people going through those things. However, women can also be more cruel and heartless than men, because when a person is under the grip of the weak emotions and feels threatened, they will lash out in incredibly vindictive and destructive ways with no regard for the feelings of others. It is said that women like assholes. This is not exactly true. Women like emotionally unavailable men. Why? Because when a man displays emotions, the woman is reminded of her own weak emotions, and becomes disgusted. Many of the emotions that make up love are weak emotions: weak, transitory, changing, irrational, etc. Women don't want a man who loves them, but a man they can love with no problems. It is much more attractive to a woman to see a man be passionate and emotional about something other than her, but also to let her tag along so she can channel her emotions through him and feel masculine through his life. Another reason that women like assholes is that society teaches us that if a person displays weak emotions, we should respond with concern and compassion. But as we have learned, that's not what women want. Women want a guy who will oftentimes dismiss their concerns. So the upshot: when dealing with women, the man has to be an unbreakable, the Red Pill Handbook 182 pillar of confidence. He has to show little to no anxiety, and if he does show anxiety, he must immediately have a solution for it. He must smile and have fun, because that is what people without anxiety do. And when the woman expresses anxiety through her words or behavior, he must immediately set her straight. These facts are difficult to accept and apply. For one thing, men naturally want to make an emotional connection with women, so it is difficult to extricate from yourself that situation and remember that you can't display or encourage weak emotions. I have dated girls that were going through difficult times in their life, but my advice only made me look unattractive. Furthermore, nobody, men or women, knows these truths, so you have to interact with women as if they were your equals. You have to dismiss women's anxieties without looking like an insensitive jerk. Most men fail on this point. Women still need love, compassion, and attention, they just need to have their weak emotions shut down. Finally, sometimes women do have legitimate concerns, and they need to be addressed. It's your responsibility as a man to figure out which one of their concerns are legitimate and which are weak emotions. The Red Pill Handbook 183 Why Women Love Assholes, An Alternate View, by TRP Milo. Article link. I've been developing a theory that I think might add a bit to TRP thinking on this topic. Men are sexually attracted to traits in women that are fully observable when they first meet, i.e. physical beauty. Women are sexually attracted to traits in men that are only partially observable when they first meet, i.e. social status, confidence. What does this mean for dating? Well, imagine a world in which the traits men find attractive in women are partially unobservable. Specifically, let's pretend women walk around in full burqas on the streets and in public, but otherwise act just like Western women. You can see if a woman is overweight or not, but otherwise you can't tell if she's hot. After a few dates though, you get to see what's underneath. These women are relatively experienced, they've dated men before and shown them what is underneath their burqas, and thus these women know their own sexual market value. Now, you approach a woman on the streets who looks decently in shape and you think might be attractive. She is very receptive to your approach. She's kind and sweet and seems excited to go on a date with you. What do you think to yourself? Shit, this girl is probably ugly. You approach another girl. When she sees you, she is cold and standoffish. What do you think to yourself? Awesome, this girl is probably so hot. I better try the Red Pill Handbook 184 harder. This is the world women live in. When they meet you, they can't really tell how attractive you are. So they rely on your behavior to tell them. The less interested in them you are, the more options they think you have, and the more attractive they think you must be. So when you treat them like dirt, they think you must be God's gift to women. It's only later that they find out whether or not you really have those qualities they are looking for. This is your burqa coming off. If you want to keep a girl after that point, you better be as alpha as your behavior implies, but before that point they only have your behavior to go on. The Red Pill Handbook 185 12 Irresistible Bad Boy Traits Women Crave by Red Pilled. Article link. Raising the quality of your life and developing the swagger of a bad boy persona can do wonders for game. As a married dude, I was surprised to find how effective this shit can still be. With her dual sexual strategy, she's either looking for alpha lover or provider guy. What sets these categories distinctly apart are the way you make her feel. What do you portray and offer, thrills or security? Alpha lover offers the desire path by giving her a sense of danger, excitement, and adventure. Provider guy offers the love path by giving her comfort and protection. You can trigger her desire path by displaying bad boy traits. That's what she looks for when shit testing, to see if you're a badass or a wuss. She also wants to see if you value your freedom, and consider your SMV higher than hers. 12 Irresistible Bad Boy Traits Women Crave, 1 2. 3 4. Confidence, cocky to the point of brazen, versus meek uncertainty and insecurity. Directness and decisiveness, say what's on your mind and clarity about what you want, versus waffling and meekly tiptoeing around. Dominance, command respect with social, intellectual, emotional, and physical power, versus putting her on a pedestal and acting subservient. Indifference, remain aloof, less reactive, and not concerned about what the Red Pill Handbook 186 others say and think, versus being an overly attentive tryhard. 5. Entitlement, feel unconstrained to take/demand what you want, versus feeling unworthy. 6. Exciting, take risks, seek adventure and lead a more interesting life, versus seeking comfort and security. 7. Freedom and selfishness, rebel's attitude, say and do what you want, uninhibited and self-focused, versus conforming and attending to others. 8. Leadership, lead yourself/others to reach goals, versus passiveness and uninspired. 9. Masculine, exude a rugged, controlled mannerism, versus a soft, caring feminine energy. 10. Menacing, disagreeable, dangerous vibe, versus friendly and harmless. 11. Mysterious and unpredictable, contrasting qualities that stimulate curiosity, versus boring and predictable. 12. Teasing, playfully disrespect her, intentionally ruffling her feathers, provoking her instead of trying to put her at ease. Bad boy behavior indicates power and higher status. Acting in an uninhibited, entitled, powerful and dominant manner persuades her to categorize you as a lover rather than a provider. If you smile too much, lavish her with attention and act like a perfect gentleman, you'll kill the seduction. Why? She craves drama and excitement, not comfort alone. And acting eager and polite is indicative of beta status. She knows an HV guy would act far more aloof and indifferent. In her eyes, that cowboy wearing black is much sexier than the one in white. That bad boy lifestyle is a roller coaster of excitement, while the steady positive force of the good guy is comforting, but dull. The Red Pill Handbook 187. She's going to get away with whatever she wants. Accept it, stop caring. By Schrodinger's dog. Article link. A lot of guys on here take some satisfaction in talking about some stuck-up 27-year-old cock carousel rising cunt is gonna slam into the wall face first and regret her years of slutting around. I have bad news for those of you who think there's going to be some karmic fairness to this. She's not. Most of them are gonna lock down some poor beta sap. That girl that you know banged 3 guys at that party? She's going to get her wedding, with $30,000 flowers at the ripe age of 30 to some virgin beta provider that she only has sex with twice a year. She's going to continue to find alpha cock, have a kid that's not his, and divorce rape him and make him pay child support. That girl that smashed a guy's head with a beer bottle? He's going to get beat up by a horde of white knights if he tries to retaliate. That girl in your computer science class? She's going to get betas doing all the work for her and a fast-track career in Intel or Apple due to feminists claiming women need more help in STEM. She's going to get her way. Just because you shut her down, doesn't mean that there aren't 1,000 other horny blue pill men trying to build the greatest pedestal since the Tower of Babel for her. So let go. Accept that she's going to easily win by virtue of her second X, the Red Pill Handbook 188 chromosome. We do not choose who we are born as. You could be a starving African child who's never drunk clean water. You could be a child soldier. You could have been born in North Korea. You could have been Princess Diana's oldest son. Appreciate the fact that despite this being an unfair world, you got a pretty good deal. Appreciate that we have no control over our birthright, but control over our lives. There are people above, and people below. Realize that this is not just between men and women, but those of all social classes. Let the anger drive you. But know to let it go. Learn to find more meaningful reasons to excel. The sooner you accept some people have it much better for much less work, the sooner you will decide to improve instead of complain. Because all feminists do is complain. Outrage will not help. Anger only makes you seem bitter to others. And nothing is a bigger turnoff than bitterness. The Red Pill Handbook 189. Lying about sexual partners by we_r_legion. Link comment from a larger article. Women lie on surveys all the time, at a rate up to twice that of men, to reflect more socially acceptable answers. So much so, researchers say such surveys are nearly always inaccurate. This holds true even if the survey is anonymous with no risk of repercussions. It's almost like they're convincing themselves of something. Examples: the news articles just summarize studies. According to a study done by Ralph Johnson of Sacramento State College, 48% of men, but only 5% of women, expressed a desire to engage in extramarital sex. Yet in actual frequency of infidelity cases, women managed to engage in extramarital sex almost equally. Source: David Buss. Link: text excerpt. http://www.newscientist.com/article/dn3936 Fake lie detector reveals women's sex lies. html #u74xdpmschu http://www.theguardian.com/world/2003/june/18/gender.com and http://www.dailymail.co.uk/female/article-2572220 do-u-sex number-figure-men-exaggerate-lovers-they-ve-had.html http://researchnews.osu.edu/archive/sexes-urv.htm www.dailymail.co.uk/female/women lie sexual past.html http://www.abc.net.au/science/news/health Health republish _8966998.htm I find this one sort of funny. 2013 sequel to 2003 study reported in New Scientist above http://men-and-women-lie-about-sexual-behavior-meet the Red Pill Handbook 190 Cultural Expectations 246302 Influenced by cultural expectations, men and women will lie about their sexual behavior but not about whether they engaged in other gender-related behaviors, a new study finds. These results confirm a 2003 study by Fisher in which she found that women who weren't hooked up to a lie detector reported fewer sexual partners than men. But when they were hooked up to one, their numbers evened out with the men. In this new study, the number of reported encounters surpassed men. Society has changed, even in the past 10 years, and a variety of researchers have found that differences between men and women in some areas of sexual behavior have essentially disappeared, she said. The same research reported here has a clearer summary. http://articles.la/time.com/2013/may/29/science/law-hi-fi-en-who-lies-about-sex-more-men-50528 The study mirrored results of an experiment Fisher conducted in 2003. However, in that study women who were connected to a fake lie detector bogus pipeline, as psychologists call it, admitted to having, on average, the same number of sexual partners as the men. It was unclear why, 10 years later, women were now reporting that they had a greater number of partners than men. With research like this, it's always difficult to separate out whether the change is in actual behavior or whether the change is in willingness to admit the behavior, Fisher said. Oh, and if you're wondering, the results from the earlier 2003 one were this BTW, the Red Pill Handbook 191 2.6 partners, when they were asked face-to-face by the researcher 3.4 partners, during an anonymous paper survey 4.4 partners, when under the fake polygraph test. And it's not just about partners they lie. Studies also show that women also often lie about their age of first sexual encounter as well as their use of pornography and masturbation. So when it comes to sex, don't expect to get a straight answer from your woman. Of course, women weren't the only ones lying, but they were certainly doing so at a hell of a suspiciously higher rate than men. Wiedemann, 2001 concluded that the data from sex surveys was almost certainly skewed and offered hypotheses as to why. http://www.mindingthemind.com/reprint/truth.pdf The Red Pill Handbook 192 How to Know You Are Dating a Slut. Source: I Married One by Improving. Article link. So long story short, I am in the process of divorce. My wife cheated on me less than 3 fucking months after our marriage. It was later disclosed that she had sex with a guy in a public park, without a condom, before we were married but while we were living together. I am a total beta in recovery, and slowly reading up and working on myself. Here is a pattern that my slut wife exhibited and I'm sure applies to many more sluts in the wild that you should be aware of. 1 2 3 4 5 She approached you. Because you are such a pussy, mama's boy faggot, it's most likely that she picked you and not the other way around. She gave you strong signals of interest and pretty much took the lead. She is more social than you. Because sluts and whores crave attention above all, they tend to be heavily involved in social events, parties, get-togethers and just overall more outgoing than you. She is not feminine. Well, you are not masculine yourself, buddy, so you get your equal SMV match. A lot of sluts are tomboys, active and vocal. They can dress slutty, but often don't have the classic feminine characteristics like long hair, feminine hobbies and interests or knows how to cook. She has mostly guy friends. Not many girlfriends, 'cause yeah no, girls are so weird and mean. But plenty of male orbiters that are just long-time friends. If she has more male friends than you, that's a problem. 9 out of 10 times some of those guy friends already fucked her / made out with her and will jump on any physical opportunity when she is alone, single or not. She has daddy / mommy issues and / or divorced parents. Well, in our day and age, being a child of divorced parents is becoming the rule and not the Red Pill Handbook 193-6. 7 8 9 exception. But still, most sluts come from ugly divorces and she has some major relationship problems with her parents. Especially with the father. She was molested in her youth. This is no joking matter, and nothing to goad about. But still, experience and various statistics show that a negative and inappropriate sexual history in her teens is a solid precursor for a problematic sexuality in the present. After learning about this point, I totally went white knight and tried to hamster her behavior and make it fine. Fellow men, remember this, you can feel sorry for a woman and sympathize with her but you don't have to be with her. It doesn't make you a bad person. Everybody have issues and a fucked up history. The real test is how we scratch our way out of the hole and become adults. Most hardcore criminals in prison have a messed up upbringing. Do they get a pussy pass? No. She is bad with money / supported by her family / shit job. It is very likely that she is financially irresponsible, has some debt over stupid shit, clothing and various vocations vs school debt. It is also likely that her parents help her out financially for years, and there is this dark shit cloud of money equals emotional control bond between her and her parents. More often than not, they have a dead-end, shitty job with very low prospects into turning it into a full-blown career. People hit on her in front of you. Plenty of harmless and innocent misunderstandings. I cringe when I type this, but it was not uncommon for guys to hit on her while we were hanging out together or sharing a space. Bars, work, and definitely when she was by herself. She will laugh it off and say she is just so social, and guys always pick up on the wrong signals. She will not mention being in a relationship and she will radiate sexuality and approachability via her body language, eye contact, intense and intimate conversation, smiling or clothing to other men. Didn't you tell him you were not single? Oh, it just never came up. Yeah, right. She likes to drink. Sluts at their core know that their behavior is wrong and they fear being judged by their peers. They will cultivate a holier than you approach in her social circle. Drinking will make all those responsible pesky feelings and thoughts go away and she will embrace alcohol with a vengeance. If she can drink as much / more than you, bad news bear. The Red Pill Handbook 194-10. She smokes. Smoking is a great and wonderful outlet for women to be in a very intimate one-on-one situation with a man with a perfect deniability of intent. If you do not smoke, don't date somebody who does. You will always wonder what is going on in the smoking corner, or be that clueless beta that stands near their smoking spouse and other smoking persons being the only straight edge one. Most escalations with taken women that happen at parties follow a similar pattern: drinks with a guy, smokes with a guy, that will turn to intimate conversation and then to an inappropriate behavior. If you don't smoke and she does, danger. Will Robinson. 11. She likes to go without you and drink. It could be ladies' night out, it could be a guy friend's house party. If she goes without you and gets drunk once a week or more, that is a bad sign. 12. She is jealous at you more than you are jealous of her. This is a strange one. I had complete trust in her and always complimented her, with very seldom expressions of jealousy and insecurity on my part. If a girl even smiled at me wrong or lightly flirted with me when she was around, she would get extremely jealous, turning it into a 4-hour insecurity accusation fest. It is ironic that the person most being afraid of being cheated on, my slut wife, ends up doing the repeated cheating herself. 13. She cheated previously on somebody else. Well, no shit, Sherlock. But when you are in love and she is sharing a beautiful pearl of truth like that with you, don't assume. She was young and inexperienced, the guy she dated was abusive/shit/low quality. We on the other hand have true love and this will never happen. Think instead, how many months in is she going cheat and with how many people? 14. You started an LTR shortly after a crazy sex on the first date situation. You started to date after a first meeting, one night stand, thought it was a magical connection. Yeah, it was sleazy alright, but she is not a slut or gives sex easily. We had this once in a lifetime connection and the fast and easy sex just meant how in love she was with me. No, it wasn't, you fool. When you bang a chick you don't know, with no rubber, in an open space, with people not far away, it's no Disney love story, you dumbass. You just banged a hoe. Most men bang them and call it a night, they certainly don't date them. 15. She had multiple abortions. I don't have anything against abortions, but the Red Pill Handbook 195 does show poor planning, poor impulse control and just stupid immature character. Use pills, make the guys wear a condom, get on permanent birth control, IUDs. If you have 2+ abortions before you are 24 years of age, that is a major red flag. To summarize. Don't be stupid like I was. Sluts, fuck 'em, don't marry them. User submitted additional signs, 1 2 3 4. She has major emotional stability issues, i.e. bipolar, BPD, etc. When going through either manic phase, or sometimes even depression, some girls will want to fuck, and if you are not around, anybody will do. User Chronos 33. She has gay friends. Because they are non-judgmental, you just sucked a guy in the toilets? You go girl. User Mavono. She gaslights, e.g. creates a problem and then blames you for it. Is insecure about her image and seeks validation by the act of sleeping around. User Year 3030. The Red Pill Handbook 196. Women are incapable of change by Red Pill Shul. Article link. I'm working on it. I'm trying. I can't change overnight. Raise of hands, who has heard one of these before? Who has heard all three from the same woman? Who has heard all three from every woman? Women are not agents. Women, be it learned or ingrained, have no capacity for change or self-improvement. Their default position is hypoagency, they are acted upon, but they do not act. You can see it in every part of their lives. Their communication style is primarily covert and passive-aggressive, remaining behind the guise of plausible deniability. Women can petition for their desires secretly, while never being directly responsible for said communication. Example, him, are you okay? Her, tersely, I'm fine / covert communication, she is upset. Him, why are you upset? / overt communication. Her, did I say I was upset? / plausible deniability. They are not responsible for their actions. Women are so disconnected from consequence, they rarely acknowledge or understand consequences. When the Red Pill Handbook 197 their actions cause them. They are culturally considered perpetual victims, and do not receive harsh criminal sentencing, often receiving little to no punishment for crimes that men are punished severely for. Women are regularly shocked when faced with the consequence from their actions as evidenced by their solipsistic attitude. Women will find it completely acceptable to lie to maintain plausible deniability, or to keep themselves out of the spotlight of responsibility. Examples: I didn't want to cheat on you, I was drunk. Or he took advantage of me. I'm not trying to do this, it just happens. I can't help it. I can't, it's hard, you don't understand. Trickle truth is a prime example of this behavior, as it allows women plausible deniability by not revealing anything, lie by omission, and looks plausible when she admits and apologizes for small segments of her lie only after they are discovered. Women are incapable of change. The mindset required for the above behaviors, as well as the mindset created by the above realities, conspire to create a creature with no functioning understanding, desire, or comprehension of change. It requires too many understandings not present in the female psyche: understanding that one's actions can affect future consequences, acknowledgement that one is in control of one's actions, acceptance of potential future failure. All of these failures are consistent with the hypoagency exhibited in women. These failures should not be a surprise, but instead expected based on our understanding of women in culture. The Red Pill Handbook 198. So, how many times have you heard the phrases? I'm working on it. I'm trying. I can't change overnight. It should come as no surprise, and our experienced members can likely relate these phrases are rarely, if ever, accompanied by actual change. While women can be forced to acknowledge shortcomings, this is not a behavior I tolerate. I'm sorry. She will appear sincere in her desire to fix it and be what her man wants her to be. But the very fact that the phrase trying is in her vocabulary means she has already admitted she does not have the faculties of mind present to understand what a change would entail. A boy who puts his hand on a hot stove once, learns to discontinue the behavior. The boy does not say to his mother, I'm trying to learn this behavior needs to change. Nor does he take the next month of continued burns to let it sink in. What would any prudent person think if the boy did? A boy who puts his hand on the hot stove repeatedly is mentally ill. Many often criticize my decision to leave women, the most responsible teenager in the house, in the sidebar, but I have yet to see any compelling evidence that this is not the case, or even that this article is not too lenient. I'm trying is the placating cry of the female, helpless in her endeavors to understand the connection between herself and the world around her. Events happen around her and to her, by others, by fate, and by the alignment of the stars. The world must be a fascinating thing through the eyes of a woman. Buckled in safely for the ride, watching as the trees go by. There is no try in men's vernacular. There is do and do not. There are mistakes, and there are outcomes. But a behavior that is understood to be wrong creates a consistency of mind. When processing external details and circumstances, one does not process these details through a state of mind one does the Red Pill Handbook 199 not have. Instead, he understands and plans responses to his surroundings with the understood consistency of his mind. Things he has reason to be true and untrue wait on this processing. There is no mistaken desire to put one's hand back on the stove unless he is not truly convinced it is disadvantageous. A man will not behave in a manner he believes to be disadvantageous. Now, he might act in a manner that is still disadvantageous, but only because he has not yet reasoned out why this may be so. Once he understands that it is disadvantageous, it is not a process of change, but instead a change of process. Women, however, do not function with this presence of mind. You will hear I'm trying, which betrays their intent, because women are incapable of change. Why would they say trying if it were any other way? Do not expect change. Caveat: I do believe proper discipline within the framework of a relationship is necessary, beneficial, and ultimately an effective tool. I consider this method of change a series of conditioning rather than an internally driven desire or ability for change. Featured comment by ill_mumble_that. Women can change when they are molded to by strong men in their life. Every woman I've ever been with has changed to become more like me, without fail. My wife is now interested in Star Trek, surfing, snowboarding, and baking. Previous to me she had 0% experience in any of those and even told me she wasn't interested in those things. When I met her she was all about shopping. I removed that habit from her and switched it to online deal hunting, but even that is minimal in the Red Pill Handbook 200 comparison to what she once was. Women are water that will take for shape of the strong manly container that they end up filling. If your woman is boring, it's because you are boring. If your woman is fat, it's because you put up with it. If your woman isn't happy, it's because you aren't happy and you aren't asserting yourself. As a man you have agency, and with that comes all of the responsibility for both you and any women that you engage in long-term relationships with. When you have a strong manly frame, your mission will become her mission. She will follow you and become your strongest supporter, given that you don't allow her to be lazy. Use the Benjamin Franklin effect to your full advantage. Tell her to do stuff, and do so constantly. By no means order her around 100% of the time, use some psychology. When you want a woman to do something, give her a few options. Honey, please choose A, B, or C, and just be sure that the one you want her to pick sounds much better to her than the other two. This gives the woman the illusion that she has agency and freedom to make guiding choices in the relationship, which is exactly what she wants. She wants the illusion of power, she wants to feel important, but she doesn't want any actual power or any of the responsibility that comes with that, so don't give her any. That's on you as a man to maintain. The Red Pill Handbook 201. You're the island, and she's the seagull by Left Ajar. Article link. Guys, the number one mistake that men make is projecting their own traits onto women. Getting shit done, which is squarely the domain of men, requires teamwork and alliances. Loyalty and trustworthiness are the literal currency of male relationships. Think about that for a moment. Women simply are not loyal. Super high SMV guys are rapping about it. Towards that end, I've developed a useful metaphor, the island/seagull concept. As a man, you are an island in the middle of the ocean. The better your SMV, the cooler your island. More food sources, better weather, generally a rockin' place for a seagull to hang out. If your island really kicks ass, the seagull might stay there forever. However, seagulls can fly. They're designed for it. If they catch whiff of a better island, and they think they can make the journey, they'll go. Period. The corollary to this is, it is useless to try to convince a seagull to stay there. Because fuck you, they can just flap their wings and adios. The Red Pill Handbook 202. All you can do is make the island a place where seagulls would really want to hang out. Also, it's absolute lunacy to give a seagull domain over your island. Because they'll just eat all the food until there's none left, and shit everywhere. When there's nothing left to take, adios, on to the next island. You'll just be a barren, shitty rock on the open water. BTW, do you lift yet? You should go do that. The Red Pill Handbook 203. Women want a wedding, not a marriage by Thean Famous 1124. Article link. As a young buck in his mid-20s, I'm seeing more and more of my peers getting engaged or tying the knot. Per usual, social media platforms are the relied upon methods by these couples, girls, to get the news across. In most of the posts are either pictures of the engagement ring or the wedding dress or other ceremonial nonsense with herds of women congratulating the recently engaged or wed, jealous that they don't have what the other woman has. We can also see this obsession with fantasy weddings on television shows like Say Yes to the Dress, among others. What struck resonance with me was the overwhelming sense that these fantasy weddings and exciting engagement announcements were marketed for women by women. Never mind the fact that a lifetime commitment, 5 to 8 years, was about to be forged. I strongly believe that most women lack the fundamental ability to look past the god of their fantasy weddings and honeymoons and the influx of praise and attention they receive from their peers at their announcements and ceremonies, and this lack of foresight leads to a declining marriage. Read, not happy anymore. This concept also gives credence to the notion of, she doesn't love you, she loves the idea of you. She loves the tingles her fantasy wedding gives her. Gentlemen, if you must marry, find a girl who couldn't give a shit less about the god and showiness that will cost 99% of men tens of thousands of dollars. The Red Pill Handbook 204. Another take on why TRP is loathed by women. AF/BB has to be a secret. By Gekazorts. Article link. Everyone has their own theory about why TRP is Reddit's favorite source of Jimmy Russells. Here's mine. First of all, the reason which TRP is hated in general is just because of pure groupthink. The average Redditor needs to have other people do his thinking for him, so when the everyone conglomerate says TRP is just bunch of women-hating rapists, you need to hate them, he obeys without question, without actually bothering to learn our philosophy or anything about us. But the hate had to start somewhere. For some reason, in the early days of our sub, some women had to drop in and see what we were all about, freak the fuck out about something in our message, and declare to the world that we're the worst thing since the Holocaust. I think I've figured out what that something is. Alpha Fuchs/Beta Bucks only works if the betas don't realize how badly they've been lied to. I recall there was a time when a TRPer showed his sister the sub and asked her to read over our content to see what she thought. This isn't right, none of this is right, she kept saying. How so? The guy asked. Eventually she came around to the truth. You guys shouldn't know this stuff. The Red Pill Handbook 205. We have unraveled many of the mysteries of the female mind. One of the most significant is that women want to get fucked by weightlifting frat brothers who give them dark triad Gina tingles, and want to get flowers, money, emotional support, and post-wall commitment, the weaker men who don't have so many sexual options. So think about what happens when those betas start to discover this sub. Wait a minute, they say. You mean that when I was composing her love letters, buying her plane tickets so she could visit her boyfriend on the other side of the country, being her shoulder to cry on when she got dumped by her boyfriend, holding her purse while she was getting fucked in the bathroom stall in the club, assuring her she was beautiful and perfect like a wish wrapped in a dream, and being her faithful orbiter all those years, she didn't ever have any intention of having sex with me. And just like that, the veil is lifted, and the bucks stop. It's like a horse is following the apple dangling from the string, and then suddenly it realizes that it's not actually getting any closer to the apple by walking forward, so it just stops walking, and is then of no benefit to the rider. Some people have pointed out that TRP can be beneficial to women, because we can learn how to properly be the kind of man she is attracted to. That's useful if she wants our fuchs. But she still needs those bucks just as bad, maybe even more so. Free meals, free drinks, emotional support, companionship, validation, and most importantly, unconditional commitment even though she's halfway through her 30s with a beer gut and kid to take care of. A beta male may be as sexually appealing as a piece of driftwood, but he can certainly have a purpose. He can provide some really vitally necessary services, the Red Pill Handbook 206, which women cannot live without. And if these scrawny, sexually useless betas ever wake up to the fact that these bucks they're providing aren't doing anything to get their dicks wet and cancel these bucks accordingly, that's bad. That's really, really bad. Thus the fact that AF/BB is kept as an Area 51 grade classified top secret. And here we are yelling these facts from the street corner, thus the fact that women protest against the sub with the rage of a starving tiger. And that's my 2 cents of the day. The Red Pill Handbook 207. Dating and relationships. The Red Pill Handbook 208. The 2 most powerful weapons in a man's relationship arsenal: stepping out, and walking away. By Accessory. Article link. 1-2. Stepping out. If she's not giving you sex, you can go get it from someone else. Walking away. if she's treating you like shit, you can leave her and never come back. These are your two most powerful weapons. Her weapon of withholding sex is only powerful if you won't get your needs met elsewhere. Her weapon of disrespecting and bitching is only powerful if you won't ever leave her. Marriage is the surrender of these supreme male powers, and that's why it's so potentially dangerous, and so rarely successful. These are your nuclear options, and it's better if you never have to use them, but it's foolish to give them away without very careful consideration. The Red Pill Handbook 209. The most unattractive trait of all, trying to attract a woman by Archwinger. Article link. There's a post today about a very pathetic man. A man who went above and beyond to try to woo a woman. The specifics don't matter, but since the post was strongly upvoted around here and clearly resonated with a few people, I'll expound a little bit. Some jerk-off loser got dumped and created an overwrought romantic website to try to get his ex back. Naturally, the entire female internet community pissed all over him and mocked his efforts. Surely, some women at least recognized and appreciated his effort, but figured that his ex just wasn't into him, or maybe he just wasn't their type, right? I mean, any man who makes that kind of effort to woo a woman is worth something, to someone, right? Wrong. Women everywhere pissed all over him. They called him a loser. These facts don't matter. You could replace this idiot with any penis owner, replace his website with any romantic gesture large or small, and replace his ex-girlfriend with any female anywhere in the world, and the response of women at large would be the same. Pay attention to this part: if you are attempting to romance a woman, you're a pathetic loser. This isn't just what the red pill thinks. It's what women think. It makes no sense, right? I mean, don't women want romance? Actually, it makes perfect sense. Let's explore the reasons why, viewing the universe through the eyes of women. The Red Pill Handbook 210. If you do something with the intention of making a woman like you, that's manipulation in their eyes. Note the italics: to make a woman like you. When you're trying to make her like you, you're not really romantic, you're not really nice, you're just creepy. It doesn't matter if you're actually nice, if you're actually genuine, if you're actually romantic, and that you weren't trying to be manipulative at all. If you're doing something that seems like you're trying to make a girl like you, you're a creep. Because trying to win a girl's affections with your behavior is trying to circumvent nature. You're trying to turn something thousands upon thousands of years old, inscribed into our genetic code, into a transaction. You're trying to buy sex or a relationship with romantic gestures and niceness. Women hate that, because if you could influence their emotional state like that, you'd be taking their power away. You don't choose whether she likes you. She does. And any attempt to influence her decision is subversive and creepy. You're supposed to be yourself, and maybe, if you're really lucky, she'll pick you if she finds herself naturally attracted to you. Trying to convince her to pick you automatically takes you out of the running, loser. Because trying to convince a woman to want you is what losers who can't get women the real way do. The way to make a girl like you is to do the exact opposite. Look like you're not trying to win her over. Do your own shit, and blow her off to do it. Be too busy for her. Be dismissive of her. Do shit that improves you and benefits your own life. Shit that makes you a better man, who's attractive to women, without actually trying to attract women. Because remember, actually trying to attract women is creepy. It's manipulative. Girls don't even appreciate that you're trying. The very fact that you are making any effort at all to attract a woman instead of just doing your own shit is controlling. You are trying to control a woman's emotional state by acting in a manner intended to influence her. They hate that. That's why gaming women and PUA tactics and becoming a red pill man work incredibly well in the real world, but women who read about all of this on the internet hate the hell out of it and call it creepy, rapey, manipulative, and swear that it would never work on a smart woman. Because when they read about game on the Red Pill Handbook 211 paper, It's an action you're taking to try to attract women. That's creepy and could never possibly work, because trying to attract women is manipulative and automatically fails. It disgusts them to read about it, and they couldn't possibly be less attracted after reading that text. When they experience an evil red pill man in the real world, however, he just seems like an attractive guy who's different from all of the other creeps who are trying too hard. A confident man who has things going on and doesn't really care if she fucks him or not. He's totally different from all of those pathetic losers trying to buy sex from her with kindness, compliments, and drinks. I guess web pages, too. Gentlemen, stop trying to attract women and focus entirely on yourself. I know it seems counterintuitive. I know some guys around here worry that if they just do their own shit, no woman will ever notice them and they'll never get laid again. If that's the case, you're doing the wrong shit. Quit playing video games and eating Oreos in your mom's basement while jerking off to porn every day, and start working out, eating right, excelling professionally, and learning skills. It's hard work, and far less pleasurable than just screwing around all day, but you get a reward. Not women, a real reward. You get to feel like a badass every single day of your life. You get to wake up excited every day, full of energy. You get to love your life, which is far more rewarding than loving a woman. And by the way, women fuck guys like that without them having to do much more than just walking up and saying hi. Your wives and girlfriends are fucking guys like that right now. The Red Pill Handbook 212 Red Pill vs Blue Pill Dating Behavior by Nisethan Jukanthave. Comment link from a larger article. Who has actually had success from TRP philosophy? Answer: everyone who has tried it. Let me paint a red pill versus blue pill picture for you. You tell me who the real winner is. Blue pill guy sees a girl at some social function, or maybe in class. Fantasizes about her. Imagines that she's just the best thing ever. Over the course of weeks or months, finally works up the courage to ask her out. She says, "Sure, okay, whatever." He's over the moon. He plans every detail of the date. He literally loses sleep stressing over it. On the day of the special date, he texts her that he's looking forward to it. She doesn't respond for several hours, but then eventually she says she can't make it. Texts her the next day, still hopeful. No response until the following day. She's still busy. This goes on for a while. Finally she tells him to leave her alone. Blue pill guy meets a girl through friends. Fantasizes about her. Imagines that she's just the best thing ever. Over the course of weeks or months, finally works up the courage to ask her out. She has a boyfriend. He continues to crush on her for years. The Red Pill Handbook 213 Blue pill guy meets a girl through friends. Fantasizes about her. Imagines that she's just the best thing ever. Over the course of weeks or months, finally works up the courage to ask her out. She says, "Sure, okay, whatever." He's over the moon. He plans every detail of the date. He literally loses sleep stressing over it. They go on the date. He shows her his quirky, nerdy, shyness. But he also shows her what a total gentleman he can be. She tells him he's the best friend ever. Over the course of months or years, they continue being friends with him, buying her stuff and helping her move. They never so much as kiss. Red pill guy sees a girl at some social function, or maybe in class. He says hi to her that day. He tells her about what he's doing that weekend and invites her along. She says, "Sure, okay, whatever." Then he forgets all about her. He goes to another social function and chats up other women. Red pill guy understands that most women are going to flake on him, or they're going to better deal him, meaning, they'll hang out, but if something better comes along, they won't show up. He doesn't care. It doesn't bother him any more than water being wet bothers him. Some girl texts him Saturday and says she can't make it. She's really sorry. He replies, "Lame." He isn't remotely bothered. Another girl texts to confirm that she's in. He hangs out with her. He attempts to make something sexual happen. Maybe she's into him, in which case they fuck. Maybe she's not, in which case he doesn't care. Red pill guy meets a girl through friends. At the very first opportunity, he asks her out. She has a boyfriend. He says, "That's cool," and thinks no more of it. Later, when she breaks up with the boyfriend, she considers going out with him. Red pill guy meets a girl through friends. At the very first opportunity, he asks her out. When they go out, he remains somewhat aloof and distant. He teases her the Red Pill Handbook 214 appropriately, and he unambiguously communicates his sexual interest. If she's into him, they fuck; if not, he doesn't care. If they decide to be friends, he holds her to the same standard he would hold a guy friend. If she asks for a favor, he says sure, just buy me a beer or something like that. He doesn't let her take advantage of him, and he doesn't harbor unrealistic fantasies about her. This is what I mean if I advise guys to not care. Note that women aren't flocking to the red pill guy. It's just that he doesn't get encumbered with any one girl that he hasn't had sex with. He keeps a lot of irons in the fire, another way of saying he spins a lot of plates. The Red Pill Handbook 215. You Only Want Me for Sex. By Archwinger. Post link. I'll chat about this point with an anecdote rather than a bunch of dry theory, because stories are way more interesting than lectures, and I'm about the farthest thing from a professor on the planet. Back in my pre-red pill days, about once every month or two, my wife would snidely declare to me that I only want her for sex. This insidious and offensive declaration always coincided with the one time every month or two that I would ask for sex. Because we were having sex about once every 1 to 2 months. The ritual would go that after my attempts at advances and escalation got nowhere for 59 days, I would finally break down and actually talk about sex, because open communication is the key to a great relationship. That conversation was immediately met with defensive snarking. How dare I imply, by the mere act of asking for something, that my wife is imperfect? I am a mirror, after all. And every time my wife asked me to do anything, it was never a request. It was a message, always delivered with a choice of tone and words that said, "Why haven't you done this thing you should have known to do already? Why am I even having to lower myself to ask you to do this at all? You're not worth a shit." My wife never asked me to do anything. She accused me of being a loser, under the guise of a polite request, and when confronted about this would always respond, "What? I was just asking you to X. Why are you getting so defensive?" Feeling guilty. So naturally, whenever I asked my wife for something, no matter how innocently I meant my request, what she heard was a reflection of her own. The Red Pill Handbook 216 thoughts: "You're not doing something you should be doing unasked." And because that statement, which the old beta me never meant, was 100% true, those unsaid words stung her even more. She knew she was supposed to have sex with her husband and wasn't, and my asking for sex shone a light on her failings. Thus, an innocent question from an innocent beta husband provoked an astounding, almost suspicious amount of defensiveness. "We haven't had sex in 2 months" was unfailingly met with, "I'm always tired because you never do X, Y, and Z, and everything you do it's always half-assed because you're such a selfish loser, then I have to do everything myself. And I don't feel like having sex with a selfish loser. All you ever talk about is sex. You only want me for sex." Even beta me from years ago was taken aback by that statement. Because Batum was still a highly educated nerd, and as a nerd, he knew that 1 divided by 60 is less than 2% of the time, and that words like all and only used in that context really didn't apply to something that happened less than 2% of the time. Beta me also understood that going to work every day, making 80% of the family income, cooking every meal, doing the laundry, paying for maid service, and handling a good chunk of the childcare duties made statements such as "I do everything" from his wife seem like a little bit of an exaggeration. So instead of saying, "No, baby, don't say that. I love you," for insert validation here, and it's not about sex at all. And by the way, I'm a supplicating loser not worthy of respect or fucking, as evidenced by the fact that I don't even have the balls to stand up to such a blatant falsehood for fear of angering you. Beta me said, "Wait a second. I'm pissed off here. Not about you accusing me of wanting sex, because wanting sex is normal. But because you're essentially calling me an idiot. We never have sex. Like once in forever. If I only want you for sex, then what you're saying is that I'm so fucking stupid that I don't realize that we never have sex, and that I'm so fucking out of touch that I think this is normal. Or that I'm such a loser that I think the once in forever that we do have sex is the best I can do. You know what? Forget it. I don't want to have sex after all." 15 minutes later, my wife had cooled down and said, "It's fine. If you want the Red Pill Handbook 217 to have sex, we can have sex," in a very resigned tone of voice, making it clear that she was making a great sacrifice to do me this incredible favor. That got me all pissed off again. I told her to fuck off and that I wasn't turned on by the idea of having sex with someone who just called me a loser 5 minutes ago. Not the most alpha of replies, but it got the message across. She stormed out of the room, tears in her eyes, slammed the door, and slept on the couch for 3 or 4 days after that, thinking she was teaching me a lesson. It was strange, though. I slept really well that night. I don't think I'd ever rejected my wife before. I'd probably never been that honest with her before either. Not really. While I was typing this bullshit last night, intending to make a more generic point about shit tests, Rollo posted a new article describing the difficulty women experience in separating their worth as a human being from their sexual worth that seemed to at least partially apply here. I say partially because my story illustrates a seeming contradiction. On one hand, rejecting my wife sexually made her feel worthless, not just as a sex object, but as a person. On the other hand, the very thing she accused me of was only valuing her for sex while neglecting her value as a person. However, this contradiction is an illusion if you think about basic Red Pill 101, pay attention to a woman's behavior, never her words. "You only want me for sex" is a shit test. Men aren't supposed to ask for sex. Ever. They're supposed to just be attractive so that women want to have sex with them, without them having to negotiate for it. The sex is supposed to just happen. When a beta husband asks his wife for sex, however innocent the request, what the woman hears is 2 things: 1, "I am a loser, unworthy of sex," and 2, "You are sexually failing me." She responds to both of these statements you unwittingly made in one fell swoop. She doesn't want to have sex with you, because you're a loser, so she attempts to shame you for asking by accusing you of not valuing her as a human, only as a sex object. But at the same time, when you indicate that she's sexually failing you, she experiences this not just as an attack on her value as a sex object, but as an attack on her very value as a person. You indicate that she is failing you sexually, and she responds by defending her personal value, not her sexual value. The Red Pill Handbook 218 today, whenever my wife screeches that I only want her for sex, I calmly respond that I also appreciate her carting our daughter around and keeping the house clean, so only is a bad choice of words. But yes, I definitely want her for sex. She storms off in a huff without fail every time. I then set a reminder in my cell phone to beep at me in 48 hours. Every time we're having sex, she stops and asks, "What's that beeping?" The Red Pill Handbook 219 Refusing the Gift by Brander 77. Article link. One of the more common shit tests my wife gives me is, "Say something nice about me." This usually happens when we have been around each other for a while but nothing of significance has been said. I will have come home from work, We've eaten dinner, shared our daily war stories, put the kid to bed and be in the middle of a movie. Suddenly, she gets in my line of vision and demands compliments when my brain is practically inert. For years, my reaction to this type of thing was to give her what she was asking for. My efforts would be unsatisfactory because the compliments always sounded forced, which of course they were. My resentment of this built over time, and eventually I had a script ready at hand for responding to the question. It was a resigned, "Here we go again" routine where I sounded like I was in a call center. A few times I tried confronting the situation head-on, telling her she couldn't just push a button to have me dispense heartfelt compliments at a moment's notice. Logical and accurate? You bet. Did it work? Nope. It was only after TRP that I considered refusing to engage in her demand at all. Nowadays, this scenario rarely comes up. When it does, as it did yesterday, I sarcastically reply, "Something nice about me." Not the response she wants. She gets a sour look. I give her a shit-eating grin. Then I grab her face and kiss her in a way that says, "You are so silly, but I love you." The Red Pill Handbook 220 anyway. She resists. How dare I not take this seriously? A playful struggle ensues. She doesn't resist the second kiss. Then she's off and away, acting like she's pissed but unable to contain her smile. For years, I tried to accept and process her emotional insecurities, make them my own, and try to address them. That's the playbook we were given. And yet, only when I started disregarding these scenarios as the childish games they are did we become happy with the results. There is a fairly well-known internet tale about Buddha refusing to accept a man's gift of anger. The TLDR of it is that Buddha refutes an angry man's frame, displaying his own emotional independence. This parable applies not just to anger but to a wider range of human interaction. In our daily lives we are surrounded by people who try to manipulate us by activating our anxiety. The kid that throws a tantrum, the car salesman that sits the customer in the negotiation room, the wife pestering her husband for compliments, they are all attempting to influence behavior through emotional discomfort. I don't want to hear the kid cry. I don't want to sit in the tiny room. I don't want her to be upset with me. In TRP parlance, a shit test is emotionally manipulative behavior, and we are shit tested constantly, not only by the romantically interesting women in our lives, but by almost everyone we meet. Most people don't realize what they are doing, they are simply using learned behavior that has often yielded results. So why is this learned behavior so effective? As Chuck Palahniuk put it, we are a generation of men raised by women, and as Dr. Glover points out in No More Mr. Nice Guy, many of us, and I would argue a majority of us, grew up in a situation where we were abandoned or abused. Developed in childhood, our coping strategies tend to be about appeasing others to the detriment of our self-interest. The indoctrination continues as we grow into adults. Our educational system compels us to artificially enforce self-esteem and confidence in others, regardless of merit. Our media deludes us with the chivalry the Red Pill Handbook 221 is rewarded, true love conquers all, happily ever after myth. Our legal system and corporate policies place our lives and our livelihoods in the hands of those who may punish us simply for upsetting their sensibilities. Failure to make one's life partner adequately happy will result in the loss of the life you worked so hard to build. In short, we are being taught cradle to grave to take ownership of the anxieties of others because that will give us validation and preserve us from harm. The corollary is that if there is a lack of validation or harm befalls us, it is because we did not adequately address those anxieties. Dealing with this shit crushes a man's spirit, so he will spend a lot of time trying to predict how his own behavior might generate anxiety in others so that he may avoid, deflect, or manage it. He pushes his own needs to the back while he attends to others, and isolates himself to reduce the sickening workload. This is the primary ingredient of the blue pill. Therefore, I propose that the axiom of the red pill is to refuse the gift of negative emotion from others, expressed or implied. The guy who tells you your shirt looks stupid. The girl who asks you to buy her a drink. A clingy mother. A verbally abusive father. All trying to move you via negative emotion. All different, yet all the same. It's not about fighting back, it's about refusing to engage at all. Easier said than done, of course. I am certainly nowhere near perfecting my inner Julie Andrews. But the first step is awareness. Here is how I started down this path. The first sign you are being given a gift is when your interaction with someone is making you feel compelled to do something you don't want to. When you find yourself in that situation, take a moment and ask yourself, is this what I want to do/say? If not, refuse to comply. Just say no. It is almost certain that the Red Pill Handbook 222 person will increase the pressure. How dare you not do that thing? It is there, right at that moment, when you feel that increased sense of guilt, the need to appease and not rock the boat and make that person happy, that you are feeling the withdrawal symptoms of the blue pill. Note it. File it. Embrace it. Make it your companion. Then double down on your refusal to do something contrary to your own desires and self-interest. People around you may not like it. Some of the more demanding people in my life have become extremely put out by my new lack of compliance. What happened to Brander 77, they ask. The worst offenders, siblings who believe blood is a valid reason for me to repeatedly provide them money and shelter after their bad decisions leave them destitute, now won't talk to me, angry at the audacity that I should refuse them. They lay on the guilt and talk poorly about me to others. I am working hard to refuse the gifts that are offered to me every single day. If people go away because I don't take their gifts, good riddance. Because you know who is happier for the change? I am. And that's refreshing. The Red Pill Handbook 223 don't just make her do what you want. Make her want to buy Arkiwinger. Article link. I made a comment last night in the Married Red Pill sub that I really think ought to be elaborated on here, because it's something that doesn't always get discussed head on, and sometimes gets lost among other points. When we talk about interactions with women and all of the things we employ, raising our value, physically, financially, socially, implementing game, implementing dread game, and so forth, the typical end result is to get a woman to do what we want. Usually sex or some other behavior that demonstrates submission to our leadership. That's a win, right? That's validating. When a woman does what we want due to who we are, what we're like, and how we behaved, we won, right? Honestly, I think that's a little incorrect. Not entirely wrong, mind you. Just kind of like viewing things when the camera lens is out of focus. The goal is not for women do what we want. The goal is for women to want what we want. It's a subtle difference, but a very important one. If you pay a prostitute for sex, then you got a woman to do what you wanted, didn't you? Not really, because it wasn't sex that you wanted. It wasn't even free sex that you wanted. It was desire. You didn't want sex, itself. At least not only sex. You wanted a woman to want to have sex with you. Because that's good sex. That's validating. The Red Pill Handbook 224. The same is true if we swap out legal tender for different kinds of currency. If your girlfriend sucks and you attempt to try out some dread game and, whoops, you don't have a mind for subtleties or critical reading and accidentally blackmail the living fuck out of her, she might be desperately afraid you're going to dump her and kick her out of your apartment and onto the street. She might even fuck you out of fear to avoid that fate. Now you have a woman trying to manipulate you with sex, just like you manipulated her into sex. Neither one of you is happy or satisfied. The sex probably sucks, too. Likewise, if a woman is nagging the hell out of you and being a generally disrespectful bitch, and you attempt to withdraw emotionally, and whoops, you accidentally become a raging, threatening, pissy asshole, your woman might think, shit, I just wanted him to leave the toilet seat down. Why is he acting like this? I don't want to deal with this anymore, so I'll just shut up. She might even fuck you just to calm you down. Once again, you have a woman trying to manipulate you with sex, just like you manipulated her into sex. You're both unhappy and unsatisfied. And the sex sucks. We don't just want our women to do what we want. We want them to want what we want. And that's a lot harder. A woman will submit to you when you're a man worth submitting to. She will ride you all night long and let you plow her like a caveman if you're a man worth fucking. She will let you father her children, lead her family, plan all of your dates, handle all of your affairs, and trust in your judgment, but only if you're a man worthy of her trust. If you're a man who actually has worthwhile judgment. She's not going to hand the reins of her life to just anybody, and especially not the reins of her children's lives. You have to be worth a shit. But if you're worth a shit, you might have a dozen women lining up to turn their lives over to you, and all you have to do is say yes. When we proudly declare Avalt, all or at least mostly all women are like that, this is usually something we say in anger, when we're talking about a woman's propensity for selfishness, evil, and general disrespectful cunt bitch. The Red Pill Handbook 225 behavior. But Avalt works the other way, too. If you're a man worth fucking, a man worth following, and a man worth giving your life to, women won't just do what you want, they'll want to do what you want. Your happiness will matter to them, and they'll want to please you. Mostly all women are like that, too. The Red Pill Handbook 226. Every man must always follow the rule by Daltz_beep. Article link. The Red Pill has all sorts of scientific studies, anecdotes, wisdom, bro theory, and public commentary. But what should you do? Here's the most practical advice I can give in a single sentence. Introducing the rule. The rule: if she doesn't put out, then neither do you. Or, more crudely phrased, either fuck me, or fuck you. Always follow the rule and no woman will ever take advantage of you. Explanation: most people here have listened to Patrice O'Neal. One thing he pointed out is how men undervalue themselves. We might fuck women's bodies, but they fuck our time, our money, our love, our attention, commitment, energy, validation, support, protection, status, etc. Relationships tend to be a far better deal for them, even if you do get sex. Yet plenty of men put out the way women want even without getting any sex. We call these men nice guys / blue pillars / orbiters / beta bucks. I call them easy sluts. They put out what women want for free, because they don't value or respect themselves. How do you avoid being taken advantage of? By remembering the rule: if they don't put out, then neither do you. That's it. No more orbiting. No more beta bucks. No more one-sided. The Red Pill Handbook 227. Relationships, unless it's you getting free sex and investment from her, they do it to us all the time, so don't think twice about doing it back. It's shocking that the rule should even need to be pointed out. Comcast cable internet aside, who pays for something, doesn't get it, and continues to pay for it? That's for the American readers here. If every man followed the rule, as I believe they should, society would immediately begin to fix itself. Independent women would actually need to be independent. Quick rant: some people criticize MGTOW, saying most of them are incel. So what? If you don't get any, then not giving any in return is the perfect response. They are following the rule. Of course we as a community want to help out our fellow man, but let's face it, we can't all be alpha males. Being Mr. Alpha Fuchs might be better, but for those who are set in their unsexy ways, MGTOW beta orbiter any day of the week. Anyone who tells you that you should give women what they want, for free and unreciprocated, is your enemy. They're trying to make you into an easy, disrespected slut with no dignity. Fellow men, keep your legs closed and don't give women jack shit unless you're getting something out of it for yourself, i.e., pussy. It isn't selfish, nor is it misogyny, it's simply fair. When dealing with women, never put out unreciprocated and they will never take advantage of you again. TLDR, the optimal attitude towards women you want to bang is the rule: if you don't put out, then neither do I. In other words, either fuck me, or fuck you. Nice guys equals disrespected sluts, putting out for nothing in return. The Red Pill Handbook 228 edit, the rule is within the context of sexual strategy, which is what this subforum is about. I'm specifically referring to men who want to have sex with women. Of course there are other ways of interacting with women. I'm talking about getting laid here. Foolishly, I assumed this was obvious. The Red Pill Handbook 229 never date a woman who won't do sexual things with you that she did with her other partners by redpilledom. Article link. I know there is a bit of a divide in the amount of sexual partners that's acceptable for a woman. Some say none, some say between 3 to 8, some say just less than you, some don't care. To each their own. A woman's number count doesn't really matter to me, they'll all lie anyways. Personally, I don't mind women who have experience and can give good sex. I've taken virginities and it was always a bad decision that wasn't fun. But if you ever, and I mean ever, find out that she did something with an ex that she refuses to do with you, drop her. Drop her fast and drop her hard. This goes from giving it up on X number of dates, to certain sexual acts that you want to do, to threesomes, to the frequency of sex. It is not only the number one sign of being on the losing end of the AF/BB relationship, but it screams, oh, well, I felt I needed to impress and be good to them, but you seem easy enough that I don't need to put in effort. Do yourself a favor and move on to a woman who sees you as equal or better to the men who used to fuck her. Don't settle for being second best. For the women who may be getting furious reading this, just imagine what it was like if you knew your boyfriend was rich. Imagine that he always brought his exes out on really nice vacations, nice house, bought them really nice gifts, treated them like princesses, etc. But he refused to do any of that with you. He wanted to be frugal with you even though he has more than enough money to treat you. Wouldn't you feel a little bit weird about it? Wouldn't you question why you were different, why he didn't care to treat you the same? Why the sudden change? The Red Pill Handbook 230. A woman cannot tell you how you must proceed. She can only tell you what she wants to experience by whisper. Article link. It's well known that women give incredibly poor seduction and relationship advice. It's also well known that they are completely unaware of this. But what if we were to ask ourselves why? What is the common thread in all bad female advice that makes them think it's good? How does it look good advice from their perspective? The answer is female solipsism. When you ask a woman for dating advice, not that you should, unless you could use a laugh, she is incapable of imagining how the world must look through your eyes. Therefore, she can only tell you what she wants it to look like from hers. A woman who says you should do X or Y, therefore, isn't talking crazy talk. Just self-centered narcissism talk. She's giving you good information. If you insert words like I want it to look/feel like or I want people to think in front of every statement. Try it as a mental exercise. Just be yourself == I want to look like you're just being yourself. Act natural, don't force it == I want it to feel natural, not forced. The Red Pill Handbook 231. Love will just happen when you meet the right person. I want it to look like it just happened without effort, because he was the right person. Be honest == sound honest. All the quotes on the left are bullshit non-advice. But the ones on the right describe the seduction magic we work to create. Does it work on other statements women make, too? You bet it does. I want to be independent. == I want to look independent. I don't, however, want to actually take responsibility for myself. That's hard work. I would never do that. I wouldn't want anyone knowing I did that. I am a good person. I want you to think I am a good person. I am spiritual, but not religious. I want you to think I am deep, but I do not want you to think I am dogmatic. We can see that pretty much every a woman says makes perfect sense if you proceed from the assumption that she is the center of the universe, and hers is the only perspective there is. If we think about, we can even start to have ideas about where female solipsism comes from. Women are both evolved and raised to deal with people, not things. In the world of things, there is one true set of circumstances, the way things really are. Fail to grasp it, and you can't get anything done. Your machines don't work, your bridges collapse, your software crashes and brings down the New York Stock Exchange. But in the world of people, what's important isn't what's really there, but what you can convince other people of. To a woman, truth equals consensus. It isn't important what's true. It's important what you can make people believe. And telling any literal truth just weakens her. The Red Pill Handbook 232 ability to sell the story she wants to sell. So when a woman tells you something, she isn't stupidly unable to know she's bullshitting you. Nor is she maliciously trying to pull your leg. It's just that, to her, communication consists solely of people trying to bullshit each other. Any other possible way of communicating doesn't enter into her awareness. That's why you can stand 10 feet from a woman and scream, "What I mean is the literal content of the words I just said," and she will look for the hidden meaning in both that statement and the one before. Someone steeped in that environment has no incentive to imagine what the world looks like from someone else's point of view. To attempt to do so would be a great weakness, because it would spoil her ability to push her own point of view. Just remember that almost any time a woman says this is or do this, she is actually saying this is the illusion I desire. The Red Pill Handbook 233 Treat Women Like Children by Gail Boyle. Article link. One of the key tenets of Red Pill is that women act like children. There are many reasons for this. Women are not held accountable for their actions growing up, so they are completely new to the concept of accountability. If a woman sucks a dick, she tells a really long story about how she was put in a dick-sucking situation. Women don't really believe in their own agency. That's why they often believe in cosmic forces like fate and patriarchy, because nothing they ever do is their fault. If women don't take responsibility for their actions, someone else has to. That's why we have to treat women like children. Obviously, some woman is going to read this, have a cascade of feels, and then deal with said feels in the most immature way possible. While Red Pill theory has definitely harsh view of women, the practical application isn't as antisocial as our detractors believe. One of the things that children suck at, is regulating their internal state. They're too little to know if they're hungry, sleepy, or if they need to go for a walk. When a child throws a tantrum, it's often not about the toy. There is often some underlying issue you need to take care of. As stupid as it sounds, you can completely avoid a lot of arguments by ignoring everything she says and going for the underlying problem. "I can't believe you never told me that you X. Oh, is she hungry? She gets this way when she's hungry." Then just feed her some Greek yogurt or something, and the problem will go away. Or just take her for a walk around the block, because she's just anxious from being at work the entire day. The Red Pill Handbook 234 Red Pill holds that male leadership is the cornerstone of a good relationship. Sometimes that means treating her like a child. Featured comment by Trudatness. My wife deals with million-dollar accounts and is leaned on heavily by super ultra serious businessmen for information that is imperative for formulating their business intelligence. She really is a brilliant woman, and there is no doubt I am better for knowing her. Having said all that, she constantly has to combat emotion in order to continue to make rational choices when dealing with clients. Early on in our relationship, she was constantly saying, "Because I'm a woman this, and because I'm a woman that." She had firmly planted in her head this victim complex, that every person she dealt with in these male-dominated circles had a bias against her because she was a woman. She observed that women populated support roles, worker bees, as she called it, and men largely comprised the decision-making roles. If she tried to contribute substantive perspectives to decision-makers, she was often met with resistance. She verbalized her frustration to me by saying, "I'm being told just go stand in the corner with your skirt on and we'll tell you when you are needed." Obviously those words weren't being uttered to her, but that was her interpretation of the reactions she received. I pointed out a local woman in her field who's a very successful businesswoman, and asked her why this woman is taken extremely seriously by her the Red Pill Handbook 235 business peers despite this bias she says is pervasive. "Well, she's a real bitch," my wife said. While this may or may not be true, the perception among women is in order for them to break the glass ceiling they have to be cunts. I told her she had to shed this victim complex. "But it's not fair," she told me. She had a bad case of solipsism and victimhood running. Through the course of our intimate discussions, I told her basically that men experience professional difficulty and lack of fairness all the time. Not every man gets promoted to management. Not every man gets taken as seriously as they want to by managers. I related many of my personal stories about being shit on by bosses. Everyone gets shit on by bosses, it's called paying your dues. It has nothing to do with gender. What was holding her back was her personal victim complex, not bias. Case in point, she has a client, biggest in the firm. The owner is a wise old fox, a southern gentleman with largely a traditional view on life. Over the years, he has by and large defaulted all serious business conversations with the senior partner in her firm, who is male, even though she does all the work for him. For a long time, this outraged her. Why wasn't she taken seriously? She expressed to me that she no longer wanted to handle this account because the old guy was a sexist asshole. This would have not been the wisest career move. I remember speaking with her that night. Basically, I told her what the man's personal opinion was of women was non-consequential. If he's sexist shitbag, who cares? You smile and work the account. You do what you have to do to keep the checks from his office continuing to roll in. Then when you get paid, you laugh all the way to the bank. If he wants to have austere convos over lunch with the senior partner, who he's known for 30 to 40 years, let him, after all he's writing the checks, isn't he? The Red Pill Handbook 236. I was a waiter for many years. Many customers treated me like shit. I had an iron smile through it all and gained glorious satisfaction from people giving me 20 to 30% even though they shit on me during service. It's not fucking personal, it's business. The question always is, what do I need to do to keep getting paid in this situation? It's never what does the customer/client need to do to make me happy. This concept was like a revelation to my wife. Is that how men think? Fuck yeah, it is. So the next day the senior partner calls her into his office and asked her what was up with the account and what was her temperature on it. "I just have to do whatever it takes to keep him writing checks to us," she told him. "I knew I could count on you," the senior partner said. That moment was like a break in my wife's mindset and her perspective dramatically changed. Fast forward to now. It's my wife going on these business lunches and talking shop with the guys from this company, not the senior partner. Why? Because my wife shed her victim complex and focused completely on the task at hand. Even though old habits die hard, she's able to recognize when emotion is interfering with logic. She'll bounce shit off me and I'll tell her my opinion, and that has been a very successful formula for her. I think this story ties in perfectly with what Glow is saying about women failing to recognize their personal agency. Women are not categorically inferior to men intellectually. They have all the ability in the world to be successful and achieve the Red Pill Handbook 237 professionally and personally. What holds them back is a lack of personal agency. In the business world, this becomes a glass ceiling. In the world of sexual strategy, dating and personal relationships. The vacuum of personal agency has to be filled by men, because men desire relationships with women. This manifests in a myriad of ways, from biased family courts, to the moving goalpost of rape definition, to high divorce rates and so on. Men are reacting to this increasing lack of agency on the part of women, by treating relationships more casually. Men are becoming more self-interested because their increased agency increases their risk. Some men are going their own way and not engaging in male-female relationships at all. Glow playfully, as usual, says the solution is to treat women like crying toddlers and look past their whining and seek out root cause, Greek yogurt and walk. He's mocking women to get them to see their own folly, hen-egging. My solution was to have a series of well-made points, exemplified by personal experience. Once I convinced my wife to put what I was telling her into practice and she discovered the immediate success in it, she was a believer. Then again, my wife is probably more pragmatic than most. The Red Pill Handbook 238. Be a good person if you want, but it won't attract women by insickness. Article link. When I was first turned on to game almost 10 years ago, it was because I finally understood its power. I began to study and practice game. It was an exciting time in my life, full of hope and wonder. At the same time, I still clung to my nice guy ways. I always believed I was a good person. Noble. Kind. Honest. Caring. I'd make a great father. I'm a good human being who is considerate of his fellow man. I grew up as the nicest of nice guys. As a nice guy, a lot of my self-esteem was constructed around what a good person I was. It didn't matter that women rejected me, they just couldn't see how great I was. There was something wrong with those women that they didn't appreciate a nice guy like me. My self-righteousness was the only consolation I had. As I started to go out and approach women, I put myself out there. Due to my immense approach anxiety, it was one of the hardest things I would ever do. It took years to get to the point where I could start up a conversation with a woman without my heart racing and my blood pressure rising. Along the way, I clung to my nice guy ideals. I tried to have it both ways. I can be alpha and still be 100% honest with women, I told myself. I don't need to be an asshole. An alpha can still be kind and caring. I couched my newfound skills in socially acceptable verbiage. Instead of, women are attracted to assholes, I would say, women want a challenge. I still the Red Pill Handbook 239 believed women need a deep connection to have sex. After all, it made sex better for me. I was a red pill apologist. I tried to reconcile my blue pill upbringing with my red pill discoveries. I protested from the rooftops, you don't have to be an asshole to get women. You can be a great guy. I wanted to have it both ways. As I experimented more, I gradually started to realize what actually works with women. I began to lose my naivete. More and more, mostly due to my horniness, I began to mess around on the fringes of blue pill and deeper into red pill. I cut out every nice guy part of me I could. I realized it made women even more attracted to me. The less I got to know them, the more they wanted me. The more standoffish and dickish I was, the more attracted they were. There's been a shitty trend here in r/third pill. You could see it in r/seduction as it got more popular and mainstream. The advice is watered down so that the nicest of nice guys can read it and still get something. It's the kind of dating advice you'd read in GQ. Very little etch. Everything is watered down to socially acceptable, feminist-approved messages. Have good body language. Be a leader. Take initiative. It's not that this advice won't help you with women, but it's the type of advice that helps guys to continue doing 99% of what they are doing wrong around women, being nice. Being nice was, and still is, a cancerous growth at the core of my interactions with women. I've spent years expelling and ridding of myself of automatically doing what I should do around women. And I still have a long way to go. We see many ugly truths in this sub. and it often seems misogynistic or like we're angry at women. We're not angry. We've just found out that contrary to how much we want to believe, women aren't attracted to the guy who walks old ladies across the street. She may like you as a person, but it doesn't make her want to fuck you. There are many dark and unsettling qualities that attract women to men, and game is about reflecting those qualities back to women. The Red Pill Handbook 240. I'm still a good person. I still walk old ladies across the street. But I'm not naive anymore. I wouldn't tell a woman about it. I would probably hide it. I know that when it comes to women's attraction, no good deed ever goes unpunished. The Red Pill Handbook 241. Men opting out of the sexual marketplace by you dislike my opinion. Comment link from a larger article. Here's something to ponder. Maybe men of intellect and power individually came to the collective conclusion that men have been fighting a losing battle against women's nature for millennia. The opportunity cost became too high. The best option presented itself. Money, power, and personal gain became king amongst none other. And we now see the results. What is a fact is that throughout the 20th century, men in a position of power who are able to affect the steering of the ship began to slowly back away from altering the costs and benefits associated with the cost-benefit analysis that women use to make behavioral choices. Post-World War II, the world entered into an increased exponential integration stage. In the 1970 to 1990s, while news became more and more conglomerate, the layman had no forum in which to deliberate together. Enter the internet. The forum for the layman was created. PUA went mainstream in 05-06. Every girl knows about PUA now. RP went mainstream just recently. You could say that RP is a deeper PUA. PUA showed you what to do, RP shows you what exactly to do and why it works. Even I am reaching what seem to be hard-coded limits on human behavior when I explore them in women. With every personal failed attempt to disprove RP philosophies, I prove them even more by adding another RP data point. Men around the world have had about 8 to 9 years to collectively debate the merits of their philosophies of women. This is what we've accomplished. If RP is beyond a doubt the final wall to hit in terms of philosophies, then how long will it take for the collective to deliberate to the real truth of female behavior beyond a doubt? It's a learning process and we are all a part of it. We could be talking about a few years. The Red Pill Handbook 242 here. My bets are hedged on biology. Should society as a whole be able to transcend biological nature for mental augmentation, then I will happily merge with that society. Biological limitations define a very solid constraint for human actions. Theoretically, everyone can transcend their biological purpose. In reality, Winston Churchill's words describe this limitation well. The best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. Theoretically, every citizen in the UK could be a productive member of a democracy. Theoretically, every girl could transcend her biological nature. The best argument against that is a 5-minute observation of the whole of a girl's past romantic actions. Do I think that women have the mental capacity to figure it out before they are 25? No. Where do I stand? The entire real value of a woman for me is hedged on her being my equal. She must be as good as me. I'm trustworthy, she should be trustworthy, etc. Because I feel that is right. I want no part in a real lifelong commitment without this, and I have thrown out unicorn-type girls who were 1 SMV point below and 1 to 2 intelligence value points below, although at that point of consideration SMV wasn't of concern to me as long as she turned me on enough. What do I see as the Sexodus Part 2? Men on a large scale opting out of the belief that mental ability supersedes biological imperative. Once that conclusion is apparent and accepted, women's limitation becomes definable. Whereas in the belief that mental ability supersedes biological imperative, any ideas seem rational, true love is possible and it is not based SMV, life drive, manliness, etc. What happens when women's limitation becomes definable? Calculated decisions can be made from that conclusion. Leading to Sexodus Part 3, either women bring themselves up to an equal level, or men opt out of true lifelong commitment. I can't guess what part 4 will be, but I'm sure virtual reality and sex alternatives will be a big player for a large part of the population. That was what I wrote a response in another thread. The Red Pill Handbook 243. The relationship type that is reinforced in the Red Pill community is the Captain First Mate type. You find a great girl who wants what you have to offer. You lead her into a proper dynamic. You are a rock and hold the reins. This is exactly the type of relationship where you are 1+ points above the woman in SMV/intelligence. Her hypergamy is satiated, and you have to constantly put in work to maintain this. If you'll remember, there were posts on TRP talking about how getting sick affects the delicate balance. Think that's where it ends? No. There are still more things to deal with 5-10 years down the line. That one co-worker that she has that she clicks with. It's not her fault if she develops feelings for him, it's just biology doing what it's meant to do. You have to deal with that. The tantrums, female emotions are a fickle bitch. We all know how fickle they are. We've all been in a situation where everything is working very nicely and the turbulence in a relationship is caused by something from her side. Dealing with shit tests. The market for pussy is a seller's market, and this gives power to women. What women want from a man is already a price that is astronomically high. I'm supposed to do all these things for some mediocre pussy? Are you out of your mind? I am supposed to bend to her demands just to have a girl who is loyal and nice to be around for the most part? Rollo has a wife, I'm sure she's below him in SMV. If I recall correctly, they married when they were young and his partner count is relatively low. It works. Sure, but look at the price that he is paying. He gave her his long-term commitment. She's below him in SMV, he plays his part and she plays her part, and her hypergamy is satisfied. But think about how much work playing his part involves. Most of you have been in a long-term relationship. You remember how it is. A lot of it is work. I like to call a spade a spade. If Rollo wasn't who he is, his wife would leave. Let's also reveal another spade and elephant in the room. From a 2013 Forbes article, that means only 1.7% of all billionaires are self-made women, and that only 17% of the women on our list got there without inheriting a big chunk. Plus of the Red Pill Handbook 244, those 24, the vast majority of whom are from the US or China, 15 co-founded their businesses with husbands or siblings. Among the 9 who went on their own are Oprah Winfrey and Spanx's Sarah Blakely. In contrast, most male billionaires are entirely self-made. 0.017.17, 9/24 equals 0.1% of all billionaires are self-made women who didn't inherit a big chunk of money or co-found their business with their family. On the subject of members of each sex in the top echelon of society, men blow women out of the water. This isn't coincidence. These are real, visible effects of the differences between the sexes. While the analogy that I am about to write will not be the best analogy, it is there to show a general idea of hypergamy's inner workings. The men at the top echelons of society outnumber the women. Hypergamy would show that the best women would gravitate to the best men. The female 10s would hook a male 10. Once the female 10s run out, the 9s would go for the male 10s. Once the male 10s run out, the 9s would go for the 9s, and so on. This will affect the chain all the way down to where most males stand. What does this mean? There will always be someone better than you for that woman at the same SMV. Is it really worth all that work to go the route that Rollo did? LTR-Captain First Mate-Hypergamy Satiated Long-Term Commitment. Sure, it may be fun. I've had my dealings with a similar situation recently, and the opportunity cost of putting your foot forward in that regard is the sacrifice of many good things in your life. Remember how you don't really care about what a girl thinks of you? The mental satisfaction and calm that comes from that? Well, now you will care. You have to, it's part of the equation. You have to analyze what she is thinking, what you are thinking, how you will react. You need to do that with plates as well, but it's a split-second analysis that requires almost no effort. The Red Pill Handbook 245. Your time and your mental effort are markets. Think SMV, you wouldn't fuck a 5 if you are an 8. Your time and mental effort have a price. If I'm thinking about relationships or onitis, it takes away from other things I could be thinking about. Especially if you have good things going on in your life and you actually enjoy your time for the most part. If I have some spare time, maybe I'll watch a video showing the intricacies of filming rally sports using drone cameras. I'll learn something and watch a great video at the same time. Maybe you can start on that business idea that you've been planning for a while. It's no surprise that a lot of men coming out of a breakup start working out and increasing their salary at a much faster pace than before. It's because their time and mental effort can now be spent on other things. That is the opportunity cost with time and mental effort. When we are looking at future trends, the best predictor has never been what betas do. The market deciders are alphas because of their position in the SMV marketplace, the rest will trickle down. We aren't even close to being in the upper echelon of society, but all of us here have goals and a lot of us are going to make it into very solid positions in life. The conclusions that we come to in regards to women will carry forward with us in life and will be a force in the future sexual marketplace. I don't know about where you stand, but I'm slowly becoming a real mtao in the sense that I am considering to seriously go my own way for a long time. It's not that I can't get a woman or relationship. I can and I have. I probably could have substantially extended the last relationship I had with a girl to about 8 months. Her SMV was very high and she was dating millionaires before me. It was nice and I was testing to see if I needed to game her. First week was great, then it became apparent that I did need to put work into it, as does Rolo. As the incentives for a relationship started vanishing, I decided to drop her and replayed her in a month or two. I'm not going to find someone as nice as her anytime soon, she's the closest to unicorn that I could find, so I chose to try that with her to actually give it a shot. I needed to personally know beyond a doubt that it doesn't really exist. Else I would regret it in the future, missing an opportunity like that. It would be nice to be in a relationship with a sane, sexual, good girl who actually has potential to grow with the Red Pill Handbook 246 you on your level and not underneath you. I see other girls as chumps now. That girl had a brain, other girls not so much in comparison. Nothing really of value there except for having a good time and some pussy. No real incentives for any commitment. Actually there are incentives against commitment. I'll just keep spinning plates, having a main. I see Sexodus Part 2 to 3 being men seriously opting out of commitments in general. Once that happens on a large scale it will have serious impacts on the future. The Red Pill Handbook 247 Guides to Success in Dating and Relationships. The Red Pill Handbook 248 Guide to Social Game by No_Face. Article link. Many of you are fairly new and most of the standard advice will make no sense to you. Cure your onitis, bro. Go sleep with 10 girls. Seriously. You have onitis exactly because you have no one to sleep with. The above piece of advice is useless to anyone who isn't already successful. Cure approach anxiety. Take 4 girls to the club. Bitches love pre-selection. You'll be drowning in pussy. Again, useless advice. If you already are able to take 4 girls, you are not looking to cure your approach anxiety. Many of you have no starting point and are wondering how the heck to start. Going to clubs is getting you shut down by overactive bitch shields. Girls simply use you for drinks in bars. Women hurry away from you when you try day game. So what to do? Where to even start? I posted an outline of how to swallow the pill in /r/threadpill/comments/2L52ZG/A_step_7_guide_2_swallowing_the_pill/. Roughly, the steps are, 1. Lifting/physical fitness. Strictly speaking, you could probably do the Red Pill Handbook 249 too. 3 4. 5 body weight exercises as well. There are so many resources on YouTube and bodybuilding websites that I don't want to take up a lot of space on this, except to emphasize not to injure yourself and improve posture first. Style/r/malafashion advice is a great resource, study it well. Mission, this is something you need to figure out on your own. Look at examples from people you admire. Frame, I'll create a separate post on this. Game, my favorite game is Social Circle game. Even the biggest loser has a social circle and should be in a position to regularly interact with women. The main components of social circle are, school/work, friends of family/family of friends/friends of friends, shared activities such as hiking club, gym, etc. Any place where you visit frequently and see the same people, including your favorite coffee shop, bus stop, etc. Step-by-step instructions for social circle game. 5.1. Go into monk mode. WTF does monk mode have to do with game? It's very simple. Monk mode is an excellent way to learn how to ignore women. Not how to pretend to ignore women, but how to actually ignore them without being perturbed. And why do you learn to ignore women? Because attention is the only currency women know, and you need to learn how to stop giving it away for free. Monk mode also removes you from the radar, allowing you unfettered time to improve yourself. When you come back from monk mode with a better body, more interesting life and better sense of style and a rock-solid frame, ma nigga, you will be noticed. Monk mode also tells you that you don't need a woman to be happy or content. You can thrive without women. You are the one giving her a chance at a happier life. This builds confidence. The Red Pill Handbook 255.2. Confidence. Confidence is the precise knowledge of what you can do and what you cannot do. For example, you may be confident that you can squat 150 pounds and also be confident you cannot squat 300 pounds. The clear knowledge of what you can and cannot do enables precise decision-making and prioritization and is of high survival value. When it comes to interaction with women, knowing what you can do to her and what you cannot is confidence. If you aren't sure if you can kiss her when you can, you are timid. If you put your arm around her when you shouldn't, you are creepy. Interacting with women is a skill you learn by practice and develop confidence until it becomes natural. 5.3 Improved SMV. You first need to accept that you are probably in the 4 to 6 range, which is average. 0 is dead, 1 to 3 are people with severe problems such as peeling, wart-infested, or otherwise troubled skin, grotesque appearance or deformed bodies, missing limbs, morbid obesity, etc. 7 to 9 are what we consider attractive. 10 is a theoretical maximum. Lifting makes your body more attractive. How many times have you seen a woman whose face was ugly but had a hot body and you thought, butterface, but I'd do her? Women think the same. Having a great body will make up for baldness, shortness, to some degree, ethnic background, etc. The key thing is that women will give you a chance, instead of automatic shutdowns. Having a unique sense of style makes you stand out and noticed and makes women curious. This combined with a good body will actually often make women open you. Once you begin interaction, a rock-solid frame will build attraction. I give 1 point to each of these attributes, so that a 4 dude will grow into a 7 and a 6 will grow into a 9. 5.4 Reading signals. The first sign that you will notice as your SMV improves is that women will hold your gaze. If they hold your gaze for more than 2 seconds, it's safe to approach. Nothing may happen, but you won't be shut down. The second signal you will notice is that women will smile, or if they are with a girlfriend, they may turn away and giggle and look back at you. This is a better signal. You can approach with boldness. 5.5 Approach. Note that women in your social circle know about you, and if the Red Pill Handbook 251 you have had recent string of successes or improved SMV, the women are talking about you. So you have a window of opportunity where you can approach almost any women. My advice is to approach all of them. Start by saying hi and making small talk. Your goal is to get used to approaching and talking, not to have sex. Approach women you would not fuck if you want to start with. Eventually, have lunch or coffee with everyone. When word gets around that this guy is very social, women will not think much if you approach them, or no one, including you, will care if an invitation is declined. Women in your social circle are most likely to agree to go to coffee with you, especially if you are known to take everyone to coffee. Repeated asking women out and taking them to coffee with no sexual intention will take the edge off the anxiety, and you will grow more and more confident when talking to women. Dividing your attention among multiple women is the best prevention and cure to onitis. 5.6 Escalation. Occasionally, you and one of your coffee dates will have moment of connection. This is a good time to escalate. If you have never touched, hold her hand. If you have already hugged, go for the kiss. For the purposes of escalation, her social status, i.e. boyfriend, etc., does not matter. But ensure that no one she knows is around. Eventually, things will get physical enough that you two become intimate. 5.7 Chasing. Do not chase. Repeat, do not chase. Your interaction with them should leave them wanting more, and they should contact you almost every time. Ignoring a girl after showing her a wonderful time makes you irresistible. If she does not chase you, move on. If no one chases you, work on your interactions, be fun to be around. This is a separate topic. Always be willing to let go. 5.8 Grow the circle. Always look to grow your social circle. Meet friends of friends and then their friends. Meet people through your mission. The larger your social circle, the more people you meet and less you care about the outcome with any individual girl. My suggestion is to also take guys out for coffee or beer. It will help you grow your circle. General notes. Note that social circle game is slower than a club/bar or day. The Red Pill Handbook 252 game. In a club you have an hour or two to do what you can stretch over weeks in your social circle. Social circle game also enables opportunities for long time frame pre-selection, show of leadership, etc. Do not approach any girl who is in a relationship with a male friend of yours. It's always more useful to have the man as an extender of your social circle. Bros before hoes. If a girl recoils from your advances, pretend you never did it and continue from stage before you escalated. Often, she will ignore it too. Next her, she's not into you. Surprisingly, some of these girls may end up chasing you, but you should never think of her anymore. The Red Pill Handbook 253, The Definitive Guide to Shit Tests by Bhutan Salt. Article link. The issue of what's popularly referred to as shit tests, aka fitness tests, comes up often enough. I've decided to write up a post so we can put this issue to rest for a while. When it comes right down to it, shit tests are typically women's way of flirting. Women generally do not shit test men they have no interest in, so if you're getting them, then it's often a good thing. Let's look at what shit rests actually are. Rapport breaks. Rapport breaks are a type of flirting where women throw you a faux indicator of disinterest to see how you handle it. If you respond in kind, then you pass. In essence, it is a form of mirroring each other's level of investment, or as they say, like attracts like. So why are rapport breaks a form of flirting? The main reason is that it gives women a degree of emotional stimulation. Plus there's the fact that most men buckle to women's shit tests and don't respond in kind. This demonstrates a lack of social acumen and emotional maturity. Those who pass show they can handle the woman's BS and is on her level, so to speak. This is where the evolutionary theory comes into play. You're demonstrating her faux negativity doesn't faze you, and that you're an emotionally developed person who isn't going to melt down at the first sign of trouble. Ergo, you'll be able to protect her when threats to her safety emerge. The Red Pill Handbook 254. In short, when women bust on you, could be a shit test or otherwise, you should reply in kind. When it comes right down to it, this is the core essence of flirting. My go-to advice for how to deal with shit tests are as follows: 1 2 3 4 5 6. Agree and amplify, to absurdity, change the subject, ignore her shit test completely, pressure flip the nuclear option, reserved for women who aren't flirting and are giving shit tests because they're deliberately trying to tool you, or worse, command respect. Note, every single one of these is a form of rapport break. Agree and amplify is usually the preferred method because they're often fun, read, stimulating, and non-reactionary. In my experience, you'll get better mileage out ANA, as well as it's less likely to blow up in your face / have a negative outcome than the other methods, since context does still matter and the others are easier to misapply. Changing the subject is pretty self-explanatory, as is ignoring her shit test. Pressure flip is the idea is you're not fazed by the question and answer so quickly that now the spotlight is on her, all because you're flipping the script with haste. For example, shit test: what kind of car do you drive? Pressure flip: name of car, how about you? The nuclear option is when you destroy their self-worth with the notion you do not find them sexually appealing in any way whatsoever. For attractive women, this is in all likelihood the worst hit you can inflict on a woman's ego. Anyone the Red Pill Handbook 255 that's broken up with a hottie because her personality is shit knows exactly what I'm talking about. In other words, you're nuking their ego / self-esteem from orbit. I strongly recommend reserving this option only for women who are on the offensive and deliberately trying to be a bitch for whatever reason and / or tear you down in front of others. Commanding respect is especially important for the kind of testing where they're just being an annoyance and generally disrespectful. Disrespect should not be tolerated and needs to be nipped in the bud, and is an important way to maintain frame control. You simply need to be firm and treat her like a father would to their child who's being disrespectful. You don't get angry, you just call her on the behavior and let her know clearly that you won't stand for it. In a way, this is almost a type of pressure flip. You're taking her negative energy and sliding past it and putting the onus on her to react by changing her approach to the topic. For example, her, nag nag nag. You, that is disrespectful and I will not tolerate it. If you haven't read the sidebar material, particularly the year 1 posts at The Rational Male, make that your next stop. I strongly recommend reading the writings on frame control, of which shit tests are a part of. The Red Pill Handbook 256. Be selfish, dismissive, amused, and communicate less. The Keys to Success by Archwinger. Article link. While exchanging text with some of our fine friends over at Purple Pill Debate, I accidentally came up with a 4-point summary of the main concepts I've taken from the Red Pill that have resulted in the greatest improvement to my marriage. It actually sounds kind of simple when you lay it out in summary form: be selfish, be dismissive of undesirable behavior, be amused at anger, and communicate less rather than more. Of course, conventional societal teachings tell us that this is a surefire path to divorce and unhappiness. Yet time and time again, in all of our interactions with women, the exact opposite proves true. If you do these 4 things, you have a good sex life and a good home life. If you do the opposite of these 4 things, like society tells you to do, you have a sexless relationship with a disrespectful bitch and get cheated on and dumped / divorced. Be selfish. No woman respects a man who doesn't respect himself. You respect yourself by putting yourself first. By knowing what you want and taking steps to acquire it. By being forward and honest and outright saying what you want. By doing what you want. By not compromising on what you want. Now obviously, being selfish doesn't mean being a disrespectful ass. Don't skip out on your kid's birthday party to go to the gym. Don't plan beers with your co-workers on your anniversary. You can be a little flexible. You're supposed to think of your woman occasionally. And when you're a guy who generally puts himself first and does what he wants, then on those rare occasions when you do the Red Pill Handbook 257, think of your woman, it's special to her and she values what you've done for her. Conversely, if you're generally a self-sacrificing guy who's always doing shit for her, then nothing you do is special or valued. It's ordinary. In fact, if you ever stop doing all of that shit for her or dip slightly in your self-sacrificing behavior, you've fallen below ordinary and she'll complain. Don't ask your woman for permission to do anything. Just tell her what you're going to do and when. It's fair for her to know when you're not going to be around/available. So tell her. But don't ask. Your woman's going to complain. She's going to deliberately plan things on top of your gym hour, your professional events after work, your time with your friends, and ask you to cancel things and reschedule things. Tell her no. If she's a bitch about it, mention that you told her what you were doing and when, and tell her to reschedule or cancel her shit. Be dismissive of undesirable behavior. One piece of advice parents always give is that when your 1 to 3-year-old is throwing a shitstorm of a tantrum, walk away. Don't engage them. Engaging them just reinforces their shitty behavior by rewarding it with the attention they're seeking. Something parents often fail to realize, though, is that this same advice is equally applicable when dealing with adults. When your woman complains about something that is not an important life or death matter, or tries to pick a fight over something, never argue. Because except for those rare cases of actual significance that are easy to recognize, she's not after the solution to her complaint or a resolution to her conflict. She's after validation. Attention. When you respond to a complaint, you validate it. You took something that was trivial and unimportant and treated it like it was a legitimate talking point. This advice doesn't just extend to bitcha behavior, though. If your woman is blathering on and on about some annoying girl from work and you don't have the time to listen to this, or it's just plain bothering you, you don't have to. You can cut her off if you'd like. You can answer with grunts while doing something else. You can refrain from validating this behavior by withdrawing your attention. Obviously, the Red Pill Handbook 258. You should listen to your woman most of the time, if she's holding up her end of the relationship in other respects. This example is just to illustrate that the act of being dismissive can be applied to any undesirable behavior. Not just bitchiness, irrationally denying sex, flirting/chatting with other guys, etc. Be amused at anger. This is really just a subset of number 2, above. But because attempts to argue, complain, and pick fights are most women's first choice of shit test, it warrants its own bullet point. The best possible way to be dismissive is to find something entertaining and amusing. She's trying to shake your frame, get a rise out of you, bring you down to her level, and instead, you derive benefit from her actions, and respond like you would to a child, by responding to the fact that she's communicating and the manner in which she's communicating, rather than addressing the feigned issue she's raising. If you become angry, defensive, hurt, etc., then the message you've sent to your woman is, you are more powerful than I am. You have the power to affect my emotional state. I don't decide how I feel. You do. I don't take charge of my life. I just react to shit. I am an unworthy and weak male specimen. Please refrain from having sex with me and find yourself a real man. In fact, if you address the issue at all, you're saying, you control what is and is not important in our lives. You set my priorities just by talking. You're my boss. Your woman doesn't want you to get angry. She wants you to remain a solid rock, upon which she can rely. Despite what society will try to tell you, your job is to be the rock that grounds her, not to address her every issue with the whole of your attention and communicate your feelings with one another. Your woman can talk to her girlfriends about that stuff. She needs you to be a man. The added bonus is that if you're always amused, stoic, and unshakable, then on the rare occasions when you do raise your voice or become aggravated by something, your woman will know that you are expressing anger intentionally, and with great purpose, because the issue is important. On those rare occasions when the Red Pill Handbook 259 you do get angry, they're special, and you command her attention. Communicate less, not more. The whole world's proposed solution to relationship problems is communication. And if that's not working, counseling, where the counselor can have you communicate some more. But when your woman comes home from her workday, or her non-workday, depending on her situation, and begins to complain about a coworker or friend of hers, and chatters on and on for 45 minutes straight about this other person you barely know and don't care about, she doesn't want you to offer solutions or advice. She just wants you to sit there and listen. To communicate less. To just say and nod. She wants you to hear her feelings, but she doesn't want you to tell her what you think. And when you're having a hard time at work and maybe getting fired at the end of the week, that's the last thing she wants to hear from you. If you tell her about your worries, she'll just worry, too, and there's nothing she can do about the problem. So by communicating, you've made her sad. She's not dumping you because you won't have a paycheck in 5 days. She's dumping you because you make her sad, especially when you express things to her that make it look like you don't have your shit together. The biggest shit test of all will be when she comments that you never talk about yourself or express what you're feeling to her and demands that you tell her about your feelings. But remember, guys, this is a test, and the right answer is, agree and amplify. Let's see. I'm feeling hungry. And horny. Definitely horny. But mostly hungry. If you'd worn a shorter skirt, maybe we could have flipped the two around, but I'm going to go get some food. Her inner self will nod in approval when you say that. Yup. Still a man, she'll confirm. Be selfish. Be dismissive of undesirable behavior. Be amused at anger. Communicate less, not more. The Red Pill Handbook 260, a list of relationship green flags by DRRRRRR. Comment link from a larger article. Green flags 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She works out without wearing makeup, can speak intelligently about her fitness goals, and doesn't need to be a part of a group like CF to go work out. She asks questions, and while you are speaking, you can look into her eyes and see she's actually paying attention. Most girls are thinking about what to yammer next, as are most betas. Both parties are always thinking of how to make themselves sound cool, which is why dates suck so hard for betas. Tell her a story, she asks good questions. You talk about a hike you took, she'll ask what it was like at the top and let you answer rather than rushing to relate the story back to her and some stupid shit she did. She doesn't know what Reddit is and doesn't have a Tumblr or photography blog or Instagram. She uses social media sparingly. She has actual interests of her own, which she brings up when you ask, but not just to blab about them. She flirts well. Big green flag, she knows how to tilt her head, move her lips, flex her legs, etc. This by no means signifies she is LTR material, but if everything else checks out, it really pays to have this in a LTR. She knows how to rile you up and get you to the point where you want to just rage fuck her. This is something that is instinctive. Contrary to Reddit belief, a girl doesn't gain this by fucking the whole frat house. It's a natural part of the masculine-feminine dance that some women naturally understand better than others. An extension to the previous point, her shit testing is fun, not obnoxious. It's flirty shit tests that make you hard because you know as you. The Red Pill Handbook 261-7. 8. Dunk them. You're breaking down that resistance. All girls should test if they are attracted, but some do it in a way that is arousing for both parties, like the two of you are playing a highly skilled ping pong match. She can cook. Enough said, it shows that she cares about herself and her health, and girls who cook tend to have a good relationship with their mama. Cooking is the ultimate feminine skill, and it's a green flag if she's competent at it, and a greener flag if she brings soul and artistry to that shit. It is not about the food, it's about what cooking says about her. It says that she was sane enough to stick at a non-fun, non-cool activity until she got good at it. AKA she has discipline. She's sweet, not jaded. She believes the world is a beautiful place and she believes in the idea of love. All that shit. I love it. I want her to be an idealist, I want her to be stupidly uncynical. I don't want her to be cold and calculating, I don't want her to know that love is chemicals and people are selfish, and she's only with me for SMV. I don't want her to have this biting way with words or this harsh, rugged individualistic way of navigating the world. I don't want her to be like me. I don't want her to have trauma or suffering or hatred or anger or any type of negative emotion fueling her. This is the most important, I want her to be unspoiled by ravages of the pessimistic, cruel world we live in. I want her to believe in the dream of love and raising a sweet family like her fucking grandma did. I have enough gritty realism to guide the two of us, I don't need it coming from her. And BTW, this is reason number 2: you don't fuck with high sex count women. They have all lost number 8. It's all gone by the 4th or 5th relationship/dick. They no longer believe, their dorky girlish dream about the world they can build with a man they love has been replaced with baggage, snark, and fake, ugly imitations of masculine behaviors that they use as defense mechanisms. The Red Pill Handbook 262 Red Pill Stories and Experiences. The Red Pill Handbook 263 Learn from me, 40 years old, 3 kids, divorced by Raven 2000. Post link. My story is not a new one, but there may be a nugget of info here that helps another guy out there avoid my situation. Where to begin? I was the alpha in my pack. I didn't know it at the time, but it's true. I led, others followed. My friends took up my hobbies. I played guitar, so did they. I wanted to go listen to live music, so we did. I was an avid weightlifter, so they joined the gym to learn from me. The spouse was along for the ride, and very happy. Sex was great. We liked strip clubs. We liked porn. She was my buddy and my lover. She was my girl. Loved her to death. She was an educated woman. Doctorate. Well paid. I had a bachelor's degree. I made more dollar. Corporate job with high salary. Life was good. Then, you may know what happens next. Let's have a kid. Been married 6 years already, life was good, why not? I love kids. Always dreamed of having my own little rugrat. On top of the kid, I wanted to start my own business. I had the money, the know-how, and the drive. She didn't feel secure. She was scared. I was the leader and showed her the way. She followed. Still not quite sure, but she defended me to anyone who questioned. To make a long story short, I did the business for 5 years. 2 of those years were good. The others were failures. There was no support from her during the down times. She deserved better. She wasn't about to curb her spending or budget in any way. She didn't know how and wasn't about to learn. During this time, we the Red Pill Handbook 264 had 2 more kids, I know. The debts piled. I would put together plans to pay off the debt, then we did pay it off, and then right back again. She spent. She couldn't stop herself. Nothing extravagant, but definitely not living within our means. She was a child lashing out. She was scared. I never put her in her place. Only half-hearted attempts. Her job improved. She was promoted. Leader position. She made 50% more than me. Then the market crash happened. Clients stopped paying. One of my clients then hired me on full-time, thank God. I still was short of my old corporate pay. She still made more. She had zero respect for me. I could say 2 + 2 = 4, and she would then check with friends and family first to confirm, and then months later tell me, guess what, honey? You were right. 2 + 2 = 4. This made me resent her. I helped pick up the slack at home. Kids took up our spare time. I was Mr. Mom. Best dad you can imagine. Very loving guy. I didn't look good, physically. Whatever muscle I had was gone. I went back to the gym sporadically. Strength gone. I used to be able to bench with 120 pounds dumbbells. Now 65 pounds was a struggle. My joints hurt. I lost my hair. I was still the same goofy, funny sweet guy I always was. But I lost my itch. I had been shit tested down to a quivering nub of femininity. She started working out more. Way more. Obsessively. That's where she met him. He was exactly what she needed. He didn't take shit from her. He had multiple women at once. He was physically strong. He may have been dumb as a post, not very good looking, and a bit of a redneck, but she didn't care. He pushed her buttons in the right combination, and she completely detached from me and the kids. It was just short of our 15-year anniversary. I found out about them. She pursued him. He resisted at first. She was not going the Red Pill Handbook 265 to be stopped. They had sex. A lot. No need for details, but my past IT experience allowed me to find out every single little thing. Texts. Emails. He played the game to perfection, by the way. He should teach a class. I was destroyed. Emotionally a complete wreck. Since then, I put myself back together. It took months, but I finally figured out what happened. I read books. I did therapy. I found you guys. As a guy who is probably older than most here, I will share a few nuggets of wisdom from my perspective, as a dad who was married, divorced, banged skanks, hated women, and now understands them. Every woman has the capability of doing what my ex did. All of them. It's up to you to prevent it. If they have a lot of baggage and emotional stress, they are more apt to do it. Red flags. Get to know them. Don't ignore them because she makes you feel like $1,000,000. My ex had a horrible family life. Mom was an addict, brother an addict and convict, sister an addict, and she was sexually assaulted as a kid. Oddly, I looked past all of this because she was so different than them and bettered herself in spite of all that. Very admirable, sure. But not spouse material in any way. She never dealt with these issues or sought out help. It was only a matter of time before she cracked. Women are not evil. They are human beings. They are flawed. Stop pointing at bad things they do and say see. They all do this. A lot of posts here. Yeah. And. So what? You put them on a super beautiful human pedestal and they proved you wrong. That's your fault. Sorry that society told you otherwise. Society says a lot of wrong shit. Suck it up, learn, and try again. I picked a shitty model with a broken CPU. There are better models out there. Unfortunately, they're very hard to find. Don't give up on love. Sure, 90% of the women out there fall into the category of my ex, but there are good ones out there. Your experience and knowledge will help you sort out the bad from the good. Don't waste time with the bad. You're better than that. But, don't be afraid to show your appreciation and love for those that deserve it. Friends, family, girlfriends. The Red Pill Handbook 266. If they deserve, you give it. Lots. If they deserve it. Love is not unconditional. If they don't give love in return or otherwise do you harm, that's their problem. They're gone from your life. They have no control over your well-being. I've gotten to know many men in my position, or soon to be. The number one thing I notice from men putting up with substandard behavior, is the overwhelming sentiment of well, if I tell her that, she will be really pissed, or maybe leave. If you have that mindset, she has won, and it is over. You just don't know it yet. Women don't want to win all the time. You want the woman's respect, not to be her lapdog. This really goes for any relationship. Stand up for yourself, god damn it. Women have emotions like a roller coaster. Whatever they are feeling at the time, that is reality. Plain and simple. Don't like it? I suggest you get a pet, instead. Sorry, brother. I know they are annoying a lot of the time and you can't fathom a life not based on our concept of reality. But they're chicks. They have boobies and makes us feel awesome, but they're fucking nuts. Been reading this only thing on Reddit I read, for a while now. Back to the gym in a big way. On TRT now, this has made a world of difference. Looking for a different job. Hobbies started up again. I have the kids just over half the time. Being strong for them. They need the positive, moral role model in their life. Their mom is still knucking futs. Not in a good way. Met lots of women. Most awful. Now have a long-term girlfriend who you would say is very red pill. A wonderful person. Yes, she's younger. Yes, she's foreign. MIARP cliché, or what? She's also very well educated and has a very prestigious career. Not sure of her salary, nor do I care. I wouldn't care if tomorrow she tells me she wants to go work at Starbucks. She knows that because I bluntly told her. I love her for her, not for her career path. This is a shock to every single woman I have spoken to, that men aren't attracted to their success. What if tomorrow I found out she was cheating or somehow disloyal? I would certainly be hurt, but I would just say next. And I mean it. She also knows this, because I bluntly told her. The expectations and boundaries have been plainly laid out. She's awesome, but I don't need her. The Red Pill Handbook 267 featured comment by Machiavellian Red. Depends on what your definition of broken is. For example, if you think that someone's personality and reasoning being infinitely susceptible to major changes based purely on one's hypersensitivity to their surroundings, thus altering their emotional state to a point of altered personality, to the extent that it undermines any foundations put in place in the long term, such as marriage, mortgage, kids etc., and that such a person needs constant authority to be kept in line to avoid flying off the deep end like an out-of-control child is some form of broken, then yeah, you could argue women are fundamentally broken. However, giving up on them because of that won't bring you happiness. Learning to accept this is how women are and how to manage their craziness is the solution to happiness. Of course we don't want to go around saying women are so fucked up you may as well not bother, that won't solve anything. We can't change how fucked up they are, all we can do is manage it and learn how to play the system to our advantage, hence shit like dread game. So instead of going all nihilistic about it, I reiterate this, all bitches are crazy, just how crazy depends on the individual. There are ways to minimize the crazy, there are also red flags to look out for that indicate crazy on a level you don't want to even manage the girl. She's too toxic. Short list: gaslighting, rape accusations / stories, sexual / domestic abuse, compulsive lying, manipulative for the sake of being manipulative, likes horses, dyes her hair red, has any mental disorder, has seen shrinks, takes antidepressants / happy pills, has been in an asylum, is extremely promiscuous, is into deviant sexual acts, is sadistic, has a high sexual partner count etc. However, no matter who the woman is, you will never eradicate it completely. The Red Pill Handbook 268 Women with hot bodies and the minds of men don't exist. You have to manage their crazy to get the best of them. When beta men make this cliched self-detrimental joke that nobody ever laughs at, I'm just happy she puts up with me, I laugh. Men are fucking easy. In terms of dealing with crazy, the dynamic is the total opposite. Even the most submissive and passive women have this capability to betray you in a heartbeat due to their in-the-moment emotions. If you're losing control of your life and by extension, her and another man enters scene, you're fucked. Whether it's a boom time or a bust, she still needs constant boundaries, guidance, authority, and all the rest of it, which is a full-time job that gives no fucks for how you feel or where your head is at. In the words of the late and great Patrice O'Neal, you never get to just love a bitch, you always have to manage her. If you accept crazy as how women are, just to differing levels depending on the woman in question, and learn to manage that craziness, you'll do fine. But if you correlate crazy with broken, then yeah, women are massively flawed, so much so you could say they're broken, and to remain functional/stable they need a very strong man who won't take any shit and will not hesitate to give them a mental or verbal slap when they act out of line, and oh boy, trust me, they will. This is why we always say treat them like the most responsible teenager in the house. If you treat them like an equal you will have problems, because you're not equal no how much you wish it. Lord knows it would make all men's lives easier if they could rely on women not to test them and be more rational, but men are burdened with leadership if they want to sustain a happy functional relationship with any one woman. However, unfortunately they are too emotionally susceptible and volatile to be equal when it comes to decision making and taking charge. You take an equalist position and you set yourself up for failure because your ideals are not compatible with female nature. There are probably some exceptions out there with some odd couple with Asperger's or some random shit, but who cares about that? We're looking at average typical people here. The Red Pill Handbook 269. I Think I Broke Her. By Pseudonymite. Article link. So the wife and I were out to dinner last night with some interstate friends of hers from school. Both girls were spinsters, one by choice after swearing off marriage early, the other the typical CC, riding empowered girl. After a few reds, the conversation swung around to how men are clearly intimidated by sexually experienced women. No points for guessing which of the three women at the table held that view. My snort of amusement attracted her ire like a laser. She railed at me for a while, making no particular point beyond the fact that no guy she dates wants to marry her, and that was proof that I was wrong. I just flat out stated that a woman who had sex with 1,000 guys a year was not marriage material, but a woman who had sex with one guy 1,000 times a year would have men lining up to marry her. Cue goldfish face. The guys at the next table offered to buy me a beer. The remainder of dinner was not really enjoyable, because of the rampant misogyny at the table, I was informed. I don't know, I enjoyed it. The tuna tartar was to die for. The Red Pill Handbook 270. Don't Be Like Bruce by Brander77. Article link. Bruce was your typical family guy with a good computer engineering job. Bruce lived in the suburbs in a nice big house with his wife and 2 kids, and drove a big SUV to work every day. Bruce enjoyed beer and football. Bruce did not eat well. Bruce had not eaten well perhaps all of his life, and his lifestyle precluded healthy meals or much in the way of exercise. His job had him stuck in a chair most of his day, and he often ate at his desk or during the commute. His wife cooked evening meals replete with salt and butter, and a sugary dessert to top everything off at the end of the night. Bruce's kids had just reached the age where he could put them to work mowing the lawn, the only real physical activity Bruce had in his life. To put it mildly, Bruce was a large man. Last year, on his 40th birthday, Bruce began to express concern about his health. His doctor told him that he was high risk and that he needed to eat better and exercise more. At 40, Bruce had developed such strong lifestyle habits that this was like asking him to start a new career. He didn't know where to begin. More importantly, he didn't have the drive or the conviction to change. Bruce put in a superficial effort. He joined a gym. Once a week or two, he would go in and get on a treadmill for 20 minutes, then seek out some high-calorie food to consume. He would add a little green to his plate to convince himself that he was eating healthier. Deep inside, he knew he had to change his habits, but he didn't pursue the matter seriously, instead choosing to procrastinate. The Red Pill Handbook 271. Last month, Bruce felt pains in his chest. He went to the ER and the hospital performed scans. They didn't find the small tear that had opened up in Bruce's heart. This would have required a sonogram, which is not part of the tests they give in this situation. So they sent him on his way. Like when an engine blows a gasket, blood began to seep into Bruce's chest cavity. When the pressure equalized, his heart could no longer beat and he died. Sometimes a person's role in life is to serve as a warning to others. A few of Bruce's close friends attended the funeral, but most of the attendees were co-workers. They stood around eating the free food and talking about the job. A few of the women shed a tear or two. Most of the men joked and laughed. Bruce's life was his work, so this was who he knew. The macabre display of Bruce's corpse allowed the attendees to pontificate their own mortality, but when the time came to talk about him, few had anything meaningful to say. One was a friend whose best story was about when they drank beer while fixing a garage door. One was a friend who waxed nostalgic about when they were children. The last to speak was Bruce's boss. This man had started his job working alongside Bruce, but had been promoted over him through the years. Now his manager, he described Bruce as a good worker and a peacemaker. He said, "Bruce made me look good." Imagine that on your epitaph. Bruce lived by the playbook. He went to school and got a degree and got married and had kids and bought the car and the house. He drank beer and watched football and consumed and obeyed. He worked long hours all week and spent the Red Pill Handbook 272 few hours he had sedating himself. He saw the warning signs and he ignored them. Then he died. Bruce lived for others, followed their dreams. What did he want? His wife believes he just wanted what she wanted, the kids, the house, the stuff, but we here in TRP know better than that. What little I saw of him evidenced the quiet desperation that Thoreau spoke of. I doubt anyone ever will know what was in his heart of hearts. It doesn't matter, though, because it will never come to pass. People will tell you, it's not too late to change. It isn't, until it is. So I implore you, however you choose to say it, YOLO or Carpe Diem or whatever else, do it. Seize the day. For God's sake, don't be like Bruce. The Red Pill Handbook 273. I was divorce raped. Don't be me by RP_divorced. Article link. Several people wanted to hear my story after reading my recent comments, so I thought I'd oblige because it is probably helpful to others. It's long, but I wanted to show you what life is like if you follow in my footsteps. I'll start with the disclaimer that I'm in my current situation because of my own actions. I allowed every bit of this to happen and I take full responsibility. I was blue pill / beta bucks to the extreme until I said fuck it and drew a line in the sand. Now I'm divorced and giving her a ton of money every month. I'm broke but happy. You don't have to end up in the same position. How I got here: I met my now ex-wife when I was a junior in college. She was the exact opposite of me. Extroverted, life of the party, always seeing the positive and ignoring the negative. I was much more reserved and didn't need to be the center of attention. I was a year ahead of her in school, so a few months before I was to graduate, she said, "Where is this going? I'm not going to waste my time if this isn't going to lead to marriage." I bought the engagement ring the next week with my student loan money. At this point of my life, despite being a former college athlete, a stellar student who was nominated for the highest academic award for graduating seniors, and the Red Pill Handbook 274 starting student groups on campus, I was depressed and had no self-esteem. When she gave me what was essentially an ultimatum, I had just been put on the waiting list for the graduate program I wanted to attend. I was told to apply to medical school instead because it was easier to get into, but I didn't want to spend the next 10 years in school because I was getting married to this great woman. When we first got married, we were 22 years old. I worked 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. and she worked temp jobs from 8 to 5. It was the mid-90s, just before the dot-com boom, so jobs weren't as easy to come by. She got bored quickly and started to spend her time in the evenings shopping. When I got the credit card bill, I was pissed and cut up the credit card. When she found out, she told me that I couldn't do that and that it will take time for her to adjust because her dad would buy her anything she wanted when she was growing up. She used shopping as therapy the rest of our marriage. After being married a year, She tired of working temp jobs because her sociology/women's studies degree wasn't very useful in finding a job of substance. She decided that she was going to go back for a master's degree to become a teacher. It was her life's calling, she said. I was completely opposed, as was her entire family. She quit the job she had at the time and went to school full-time. I paid for her degree in addition to the house we had just bought on my salary alone, because I had just self-studied my way to becoming a Microsoft certified systems engineer. At the time, this certification was a license to print money. In reality, it made it so that she'd never have to work the rest of our marriage. By the time she finished the degree, our first child was born, so she was in no hurry to get out there and work. Eventually, she did get a teaching job and quit after 1 week. That was the end of her teaching career. It was no longer her life's calling, and I was supportive because I was the breadwinner who was supposed to support his family. Over the years, 2 more kids were born, and she took a job here or there that never lasted more than a few months at a time. Our third child was born by the time I was 30, and I had become extremely resentful because she made it known that the world revolved around her. And I let the Red Pill Handbook 275 it continue. She told me one day that it was just expected of me to go to work, so that didn't count when comparing our responsibilities. I was expected to do just as much around the house as she was, and she let things sit until I was home. Her days were spent with her friends and their children, or dropping the kids at mother's morning out so she could have some adult time. Cleaning and cooking could wait until I was home to help. Any time I mentioned that the situation was unfair was met with a list of all the things I didn't do right in the relationship. She could do no wrong. By year 15 of our marriage, I was done. I had become nothing more than an ATM for her, and she did anything she wanted. She decided to finally get a full-time job because she was unhappy with life too. The truth was that we were constantly stressed because of money, because the credit cards were always maxed and we had no money despite my excellent salary. My hamster was working overtime thinking about how great life was going to be now that we had 2 incomes. That ended quickly when she wouldn't get home until after 7 each night, and I had to do all the cooking, cleaning and homework, as well as listening to her complain about her horrible co-workers who didn't know how to run a business every night for 2 hours. So I did what a lot of guys do. I got a blowjob from a 24-year-old who showed some interest in me. I deserved it, I thought. My ungrateful wife didn't care about anything other than my paycheck, and she never gave me blowjobs. The road to the red pill, I had what could best be described as a come to Jesus moment after I left Blowjob Girl. I don't know why it did, but it hit me that I had been rationalizing my own actions in order to cope with my miserable life at home. I had been depressed for a long time and kept blaming my wife for it. If only she'd do A, B and C, I would be happy. This is when I saw the bullshit in my own head for what it was. Blowjob Girl continued to text, and I kept blowing her off so I could deal with my own shit. She started getting crazier and more ballsy by calling and texting the Red Pill Handbook 276 when she knew I'd be home with my family, so I told my wife what happened. We started marriage counseling a week later, and I got on an antidepressant and went to therapy on my own as well. I went into couples counseling and fell on my sword and took responsibility for everything. I essentially handed any little shred of control I might have had in the relationship to my wife, and I would never get it back. Over the next 2 years, we went to counseling off and on. I thought we had worked through everything because the ex would constantly say that she had forgiven me. Even the counselor was pissed because I would say I hear her say she has forgiven me, but I don't feel like she has. The counselor asked me what more I wanted. She said she forgave you. I told her I wanted to feel forgiven. So at every session, I was given something else the wife wanted me to do to be a better husband, and I would do it only to be given another task at the next session. I finally realized that the man my wife said she wanted was not me, and that the marriage was probably over, so I took what could best be described as the nuclear route. One night while sitting in bed, I told my wife that I wasn't satisfied with the relationship and things had to change if we were going to be together. I told her that she was getting all the benefits out of the relationship and I was getting none. She exploded and told me that I was getting many benefits. When I asked her to name them, she said I raised our children to be great people. I laughed and told her to take the kids out of the equation and then tell me what benefits I was getting. She had no answer, so she asked what I wanted. This is where I put the final nail in the coffin of our marriage. I had been reading TRP extensively and decided at this point that I didn't care if I stayed married or not, so I told her that I wanted blowjobs, a clean house and dinner when I got home. Needless to say, that didn't go over well and was the subject of our final counseling session. The therapist was disgusted with me and I simply sat there and said that's what I want. At this point, my wife said her now famous comment, "If we get divorced, I'm going to rock my next husband's world." I started interviewing divorce lawyers the next week, knowing what was coming. The Red Pill Handbook 277 divorce. When my wife finally said she wanted a divorce, I simply responded okay because I knew it was coming. I then waited for her to file papers so that I'd be the one who got served, but she never would. She demanded I move out of the house before she filed. I have no idea why that was her requirement, so I filed instead. I also cut off her access to my paycheck and didn't give her any money at all. She had a part-time job that could cover her own stuff. She kept demanding that I move out and I told her I wouldn't until she agreed in writing to 50/50ths parenting time with the kids. She wouldn't agree. She wanted $1,000 a month temporarily and to have a 60/40 split on parenting time. I ended up living in the house with her for almost 6 months until we ended up in court. When we left court, I left with 50/50ths parenting time and only had to pay her $800 a month. She isn't very smart. The divorce dragged on for another few months, all while she was running around town messing with several different guys. The main guy was on probation and worked at a second-hand store. She loved telling all her friends about her escapades and her friends' husbands would sometimes tell me. The divorce finally ended when we made an offer that her lawyer couldn't ignore without risking that he might not get paid. She tried to keep fighting but eventually agreed when her lawyer threatened to quit on her. Her lawyer was willing to walk away without getting paid because of her insanity. In the end, I'm paying her 25% of my salary over the next 8 years. It could have been worse, because we were married long enough that I could have been on the hook for lifetime alimony. In addition, I had to pay my lawyer, her lawyer, 50% of all my retirement funds and give her another few $1,000s to make her go away. It cost me $20 to get married and will cost me over $220,000 to get divorced. I got the only thing I truly wanted, which was 50/50ths parenting time with our kids. The Red Pill Handbook 278 Lessons Learned. Don't live life how others think you should. You come first in your own life and everyone else will be better for it. Don't forego your own happiness for the happiness of others. Don't get married young. In fact, don't get married. Marriage has almost no benefit to the person with the higher income. Deal with your own problems now. Ovalt. What she says is irrelevant, only her actions matter. Be diligent, gaslighting is real. You naturally want to believe everything told to you by someone who loves you. If you're headed for divorce, you have to be 2 steps ahead of her to be able to get a fair deal. The courts are still far more favorable to women. The Red Pill Handbook 279 Shit tests cause me to lose interest in women by down_with_whomever. Article link. I've been reading TRP for about a year and a half now, and I've internalized a lot of the strategies and methods, especially as they relate to game, relationships, etc. I've gotten good at holding frame, I have an abundance mentality, I openly spin plates and they don't complain, I never give in to shit tests. I've taken control of the situation. And I've learned that the more I've come to take control of the situation, regarding girls' shit tests, the less I want to. The more it doesn't even seem worth the effort. And frankly, I don't know how most of you put up with it. I'll give you an example. Right now, The top post on TRP is the post "You need to learn how to deal with me." The most important part of that post was this line, "Well, by now you should know how to deal with me, if you don't you need to learn," in that bitcha tone we all know. I looked her dead in the eye, and after the silence got her to feel awkward, I told her, "I am dealing with you. What did you think I was doing when I told you to behave, or GTFO?" She just stood there with that shelter puppy face waiting for me to crack. After a couple seconds she said in a low tone, "Oh. Obviously, Op handled this correctly, but he then stayed with the girl. If I were in this situation, I would have been so disgusted by the fact that this girl behaved like a snotty, deplorable child that I wouldn't have wanted to spend the rest of the night with her. I wouldn't have even wanted to touch her or fuck her." The Red Pill Handbook 280. We commonly say ovaled and that there are no unicorns, and obviously this is true, but it remains that not all women are created equal. There are varying degrees of self-awareness and emotional maturity/stability in women. And when I see these stupid fucking petty childish shit tests, even once, my interest drops to zero. I can control the situation and put them in their place and correct the behavior. But I don't want to be a dog trainer. The way I feel, women need to earn the right to my patience. A woman who has demonstrated a lot of positive qualities and only occasionally slips up with bullshit, I'll probably be patient with. But the kind of person who makes outrageously snotty comments, I just am not interested. Don't fuck me, I don't care, just get out, you're not worth the trouble. What I'm finding most recently, additionally, is that I'm not able to find any women who don't do this. Every woman I encounter fails to impress me so much that she's either barely worth the trouble of meeting with, or that I am actively passing up easy sex because I lost respect because of their stupid behavior/comments, and I don't feel good after fucking someone who inspires more contempt than affection. And P.S., I don't live in the US/Europe/a Western country. I live in one of those non-Western, non-feminist countries that you all, very mistakenly, think has higher quality women. I wish I could show you how immensely wrong you all are about women outside of the Western world. All the things that you hate about American women, these women do it too. Sometimes even more. The only differences are that they don't call it feminism, they don't have the law to back them up as often, and they know how to cook. The Red Pill Handbook 281. Why I'm Afraid of Marriage by the Mighty Cheng. Abstract from original article. Article link. The usual answer is because I don't want to get ass raped in the inevitable divorce, but I'm afraid of the bit before that. I'm afraid that our wedding will be all about you and my role will consist of shut up, pay up, get yelled at. I'm afraid that after you've had your dream wedding and you find yourself having to deal with day-to-day reality, it will end up being my fault that you're not living happily ever after. I'm afraid that I will gradually stop being the guy you love and want to spend the rest of your life with and turn into the roommate you can barely stand, but you keep me around for the heavy lifting and helping to pay the rent. I'm afraid that you will take marriage advice from your mother and her friends, all of whom will tell you that being nice to your husband is fucking stupid and you shouldn't bother. I'm afraid that you'll not wonder why your father is so miserable. I'm afraid that you will accidentally slip up on birth control and I'll end up with children whether I like it or not. But when you're the size of a house and fed up, I'll be the bastard that did this to you. I'm afraid that the first words my daughter learns will be, "Isn't daddy stupid?" I'm afraid that you'll yell at me for not doing enough with the kids, but every time I try, you show up to tell me that I'm doing it wrong and why are you so the Red Pill Handbook 282 useless. I'm afraid that once you've got the children you wanted, your libido will fall off the edge of a cliff. I'm afraid that sex will stop being a special moment between us and become something you use to keep me in line, only deployed when I've been a good dog. I'm afraid that our home will fill up with your family and your friends, all of whom will treat me like I don't deserve to be there. I'm afraid our relationship will consist of me trying to keep you from yelling at me. I'm afraid that I'll be continually expected to support you and care for you and prove how committed I am, and in return I'll get drama, nagging and continual reminders that I'm useless. I'm afraid that you'll spend the entire marriage telling me that my opinion is worthless and then bitch when I don't immediately come up with an answer to whatever drama you're moaning about. I'm afraid that any display of insecurity or feeling down will be met with a terse "oh man up" and subsequently used to beat me over the head for not being a real man. I'm afraid that every time I'm sick your way of proving how much you care is to make snide comments about man flu and bitch because I'm lying around doing nothing. I'm afraid that any time I get time to myself, you'll be right there with a honey-do list or some little job that needs doing right now, just to make sure I never get chance to relax. I'm afraid that no matter what I do, there's always something else that's making you pissed off. The Red Pill Handbook 283. I'm afraid that I'll gradually end up losing my hobbies, interests, opinions, friends, and as many of my possessions as you can throw away when my back is turned. And you'll then bitch at me for being boring. I'm afraid that I'll wake up one day and realize that I'm paying for a house that isn't my home, full of shit that somebody else wanted, kids that are being raised to treat me with contempt, and a life that consists of work, eat, sleep, correction, work, eat, get moaned at, sleep. And of course there's always the possibility that after I've tried to give you everything you wanted, you'll decide one day that my services are no longer required and I'll find myself in a bedsit, piss poor and wondering what happened to the last 10 years of my life. The Red Pill Handbook 284 Resources. The Red Pill Handbook 285 List of acronyms by Red Pill Shul. Article link. A. Alpha, leader. Somebody who displays high value, or traits that are valued by women. Alpha can refer to a man who exhibits alpha behaviors, more alpha tendencies than beta, but usually used to describe individual behaviors themselves. AMOG, alpha male of group. AF/BB, alpha fucks, beta bucks. The idea that alpha males succeed in the sexual marketplaces, while betas are relegated to a sexless provider role. Also may be referred to as fucks and bucks. AFC, average frustrated chump, also known as beta. B beta, traits of provision, either providing resources or validation to others, women, and perhaps men. Beta traits display low value to women if they are put on too strong or too early in meeting giving without equity. Beta can be used to describe individual behaviors, as well as people who have an overwhelming amount of beta properties, opposed to alpha. Blue pill, from The Matrix and its sequels. The path of conformity with society's expectations, the state of being unaware of the problems engendered by society. Compare with red pill, below. See the Red Pill Handbook 286 Carousel, better known as the cock carousel. The period of time in a woman's life where she successfully exploits her sexual value and maximizes her hypergamous tendencies by having sex with as many alphas as possible. Usually happens between ages 18 to 27. Often ends when the woman hits the wall. DDHV, display of higher value, the accomplishment, anything that improves your sexual market value in the eyes of another. DLV, display of lower value. F. Feminism, a doctrine built on the presupposition of victimhood of women by men as a foundation of female identity. In its goals is always the utilization of the state to forcibly redress this claimed victimization. In other words, the proxy use of violence and wealth appropriation. In whatever flavor, and variation, these two basic features are common to every doctrine using the label feminism. Feminism is therefore, a doctrine of class hatred, and violence. John the Other, why not date a feminist? A Voice for Men, June 4, 2012. Friend Zone, see Orbiter. G-Game, a loosely based set of behaviors specifically designed to increase attraction. H. Hypergamy, the instinctual urge for women to seek out the best alpha available. This is marked by maximizing rejection, therefore women are the selective gender. A woman will vet her alpha through various shit tests to the Red Pill Handbook 287 ensure his health on the alpha scale. She is conditioned to recognize a declining alpha, as hypergamy also tends to continue seeking out higher status males even while with an alpha male. SHIT tests allow her to prepare herself for eventually leaving when a new higher status male is found. If the male fails SHIT tests to a great enough degree, it will affect her feelings for him. He will effectively lower his sexual market value in her eyes. This will enable her to jump to the next male with ease and little remorse. Incel, involuntarily celibate. Monosphere, the collective online discussion of men's issues. Tao, men going their own way, the growing contingent of the male population who are saying fuck it all to the mating dance. MR, men's rights group. MRA, men's rights activist. Nawalt, not all women are like that. A common response to generalizations, signaling a fundamental inability to understand how generalizations work. More info on rational male. Oonitis, when a guy has fallen in love with a woman in the same way a boy loves his mother. He obsesses about her, but she does not reciprocate. Orbiter, also known as beta orbiter. A beta guy who accepted the proposal to just be friends from a girl he has oonitis for. He will stick around her and constantly validate her whenever she requests it. Also known as friend zone. She will keep him around because he will do anything for the Red Pill Handbook 288 her and provide validation, giving small hints that he might eventually win her love but he never will. Typical signs of orbiter status, likes and comments on new Facebook photos. Go to guy when girl has problem with boyfriend. Also known as emotional tampon. P-plate theory, or keep spinning plates, gaming multiple women simultaneously to boost one's sexual market value. Read on plate theory here, http://rationalmail.wordpress.com/2011/08/19/plate-theory-2pof, plentyoffish.com. Pua, pickup artist. Our rationalization hamster, the tendency for women to use rationalization to resolve mental conflict and avoid cognitive dissonance. The core mechanism that allows women to say one thing and do a different thing. Red Pill, the recognition and awareness of the way that feminism, feminists, and their white knight enablers affect society. Seeing the world for what it is, seeking truth no matter how painful or inconvenient the truth may be. Sedded, the game-oriented subreddit, /r/seduction which is not strictly red pill but has good pickup advice. SMV, sexual market value. A shorthand statement for what you bring to the table, whether for an one-night stand or for a longer sexual/emotional relationship. SMP, sexual marketplace. A description of the free market that is mating. Snowflake, a woman who tries to persuade a man that she's somehow unique, different, or special by playing up her good girl resume and downplaying her bad girl resume. When used as a verb, snowflaking refers the Red Pill Handbook 289 to the argument she puts forth to justify her claim. The wall, the point in a woman's life where her ego and self-assessed view of her sexual market value exceed her actual sexual market value, the beginning of the decline. Usually occurs as a wake-up shock to women when they realize that their power over men was temporary and that their looks are fading. This usually results with first denial and then a sudden change in priority towards looking for a husband. Even after hitting the wall, many women will squander a few more precious years testing her SMV with alphas to double-check, hoping her perceived decline was a fluke. This will make her even more bitter when she finally has to settle for a worse beta than she could have gotten before because of squandering her youth. White Knight, 1. A man who comes to the rescue of a woman, or of women, reflexively, emotionally driven, without thought or even looking at the situation. 2. A man in authority who enables team women in his legislative actions, judgments, or rulings, reflexively, emotionally driven, without thought or even looking at what's right. Also known as Mangina. The Red Pill Handbook 290. Further reading the Red Pill Handbook 291 required reading articles taken from /r/Third Pill Sidebar. Women in Love by Rollo Tomassi from www.therationalmail.com. Men in Love by Rollo Tomassi from www.therationalmale.com. Of Love and War by Rollo Tomassi from www.therationalmale.com. Schedules of Mating by Rollo Tomassi from www.therationalmale.com. Briffault's Law. Sexual Utopia and Power, link to PDF. Man Affections vs. Boy Affections by Jakes from http://cdinoli.com. Woman, the most responsible teenager in the house from http://nomam.blogspot.fr. The Misandra Bubble, link to PDF. Confessions of a Reformed Incel from www.whoism3.wordpress.com. The Red Pill Handbook 292 List of blogs. Recommended blogs. The Rational Male, http://rationalmale.wordpress.com. Dollrock, http://dollrock.wordpress.com. Return of Kings, http://www.returnofkings.com. Alpha Game, http://alphagameplan.blogspot.com. Chateau Heartiste, http://heartiste.wordpress.com. The Red Pill Room, http://theirdpillroom.blogspot.com. A Voice for Men, http://www.avuiseformen.com. Shrink for Men, http://www.shrinkformen.com. Owning Your Shit, http://owningyourshit.blogspot.com. Community blogs. Illimitable Men, http://illimitable.men.com. The Attraction Vault, http://www.theattractionvault.com. The Red Pill Handbook 293 Articles. Seminal Articles. Why Women Are Rejecting Perfect Men by Sean T. Smith, Psy.D from www.psychologytoday.com. 6 Harsh Truths That Will Make You a Better Person by David Wong from www.cracked.com. How Much Is Your CPO? By Dawson Stone from www.returnofkings.com. All Girls Are Spoiled Children, by Tuthmosis, from www.returnofkings.com. The Sexodus Part 1 and Part 2 by Milo Yiannopoulos from http://www.breitbart.com. Forum Posts. Being a Man by C.M. Pitts from www.theattractionforum.com. Videos. War on Boys from http://www.prageruniversity.com. The Red Pill Handbook 294 Books. A list of Red Pill books from /r/theirdpill. The Red Pill Handbook 295. Thank you to all moderators, writers, and readers on /r/theirdpill. Do you have feedback? Post your ideas for fixes, and article and website suggestions on https://www.reddit.com/r/theirdpill. The Red Pill Handbook 296.